the survey goes, have weapons involved? Have the fights that you've seen or heard about in school involved weapons, or have they just been fist fights to this point?
From what I've seen, they've been fist fights. I haven't really tried to get, too much knowledge, but for the most part, the kids, I guess, kind of just throw themselves at each other, hoping to knock the other down.
Sounds like sumo wrestling.
I mean, kind of. It kind of has been like that. I've never... there have been fights that, happened and I haven't seen, and I'm not sure if anything like that ever tried to involve a weapon. But from the fights that I've actually seen in person or have been around, they've never seemed to have weapons.
Okay. So how big is this problem? The scope of the problem of school violence becomes clear when we dive into the data. In 2019, the CDC conducted a nationwide youth risk behavior survey, engaging over 13,000 high school students from across the United States. What emerged from this survey were stark statistics that shed light on the prevalence and nature of school violence. The first takeaway that we get from this report was bullying. Approximately 1 in 5 high school students disclosed that they had been bullied on school property within the past year. The hallways and classrooms that should be safe havens for learning can sadly become arenas of hostility for a significant portion of our students. The next thing they took away from the study was physical confrontations. The survey revealed that 8% of high school students had been involved in physical fights on school property 1 or more times during the 12 months preceding the survey. This troubling statistic underscores the prevalence of confrontations that extend beyond words and escalate into physical altercations.
The study also recognized that of weapons and threats. More than 7% of high school students reported that they had been threatened or injured with a weapon while on school property within the 12 months leading up to the survey. The presence of weapons in educational environments and the alarming frequency of threats pose a significant risk to the safety and well-being of students. Finally, they also mentioned the fear and absence. The survey unearthed that almost 9% of high school students had missed at least one day of school within the preceding 30 days due to concerns about safety. This statistic paints a grim picture of students' apprehension with their desire for education overshadowed by fears of violence.
So, things obviously are very different now than when I was in school. But when I was in school, when you had 2 people fight, they fought, and usually the teachers would get in and break it up, and it didn't matter who started it. There was, even back then, there was a zero tolerance policy that whoever was involved in the fight wound up getting punished in some form. Do they still have that kind of zero tolerance policy, or is there, because I know there's a lot more anti-bullying in schools now. Is there consideration for the bullying aspect of it, or if someone hits you and you hit them back, are both of you getting detention or suspension for it?
From what I know, both people, if someone ends up hitting you and you hit them back, you are to also be blamed for the incident. Even if you were defending yourself against a bully, even if the bully hits you first, if you hit back, that means you're part of the fight, you're part of the problem, you're kind of written up as well. And that's kind of something I actually mentioned last week in the ways of just, I think that's a bit extreme, especially considering, if someone had been bullied before and had to constantly take it and then finally ended up deciding to fight back against all the abuse they were facing, yet they were going to receive the exact same punishment, which personally I don't qualify as being fair.
Well, and if you're the victim, no, it certainly isn't fair. But if you're a teacher who doesn't have evidence to show who started the fight, it's fair in that both people get punished for it.
I mean, I guess.
That's just, unfortunately, that's just the way society works. It doesn't mean that it's fair. It's just, equal treatment, I guess we should say.
Yeah.
The question that I had about bullying, though, is I know they lean pretty heavy into bullying through grade school and a lot of the anti-bullying campaigns and stuff like that. Do they do anything with bullying in high school at this point in time, or have they kind of just backed off on that and let the kids, if you didn't learn not to bully, then they just leave you be? Or is there some type of enforcement of anti-bullying rules in high school?
Well, it's certainly not as aggressive as it was when I was younger. Like, we'd constantly have assemblies about anti-bullying. You consistently see the posters about bullying, and like everybody kind of preached the idea that everyone should be friends and whatnot, instead of, enemies or whatever. I think by the time we got to high school, it was either, the implication that like you should already know not to bully somebody, or like they'd mention a more serious instance of it rather than just like, the kind of little kid version of don't be mean to people. I guess it's also kind of in the line of that, like they know that there are just going to be sometimes you're not going to get along with people and you kind of just have to learn to tolerate each other. But like if you get to the point of fighting, then that's a problem.
So there's I wouldn't say there's more tolerance of it than in high school. There's just less policing of anti-bullying then, it sounds like.
Yeah, I'd say, although we have, actual police walking around the school in case.
Well, that's probably for other reasons, but we won't get into that in this podcast.
Yeah, so I would say that, like, they don't really tolerate it, but they also don't really say anything to, like, convince us to not do it outside of the zero tolerance policy.
So there's no more anti-bullying training that they're actively engaging in?
Not really. Even some of, like, the assemblies, like, I'd say like I said, they kind of more or less focus on other serious subjects, and they occasionally encompass the idea of bullying, but it's not like every assembly is specifically about anti-bullying anymore.
I gotcha. So what are some of the causes of school violence?
So the causes of school violence are intricate and multifaceted, often defying simple explanations. Understanding why an individual engages in such behavior requires a deeper exploration of their experiences and influences. Several factors contribute to this complex issue, highlighting the diverse landscape that can lead to acts of violence within educational settings. The first thing they mention is diverse motivations. School violence may stem from a variety of sources. An individual could have endured bullying or social rejection, driving them to lash out. Academic pressure, while a norm in educational environments, can escalate to a point where it becomes a trigger for aggressive behavior. Moreover, exposure to violence at home, in the neighborhood, on screens, or in games can influence a person's actions.
They also talk about media influence. While connections between media consumption and violent behavior lack definitive proof, exposure to violence in various forms can potentially impact an individual's perception of acceptable behavior. The debate over the influence of media like television, video games, and movies on violent tendencies remains open, serving as a point of contention in understanding the roots of school violence. Complex risk factors are also involved. Certain factors increase the likelihood of a child engaging in school violence. Poor academic performance, a history of prior violent behavior, an impulsive personality, and mental health conditions can collectively contribute. Additionally, being a witness to or victim of violence, substance use, or a dysfunctional family environment, such as domestic violence, or access to weapons all play important roles in shaping a child's potential for violent actions. And finally, they talk about the environmental context. The community context also plays a crucial role. Surroundings marked by poverty, high crime rates, or the influence of delinquent peers can contribute to the development of violent tendencies. A child's exposure to a dysfunctional environment outside the school walls can intertwine with their behavior within them. So what do you think of these various races? Do you, I see when they put media influence up here, and the first thing that I think is, well, that's a cop-out. We've had violent films and violent video games and violent television for 60 years now. And, it didn't make, I was always exposed to that sort of thing, and it never made me violent. None of those sources ever made me violent. And I'm one person. I get that. It's entirely possible that it may have a different influence on other people, but there's a certain segment of the population that wants to lump everybody into this whole, the media is evil, it makes everything violent. And I find a difficult time believing that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you for the most part. I definitely don't think that, technology is evil or video games tend to cause violence or, anything that, people try to say to make you think that video games are the problem. Because I personally don't, because there's been plenty of evidence at this point now to point away from the idea that shooting games cause teens to want to engage in violent activities. Although I can understand their argument in one specific instance, and that's in social media when they're exposed to just general people that are kind of just bad for them or exude a bad influence, like just screaming for no reason, ranting about literally everything, or just trying to get into an online argument over literally anything. I can understand that can cause a certain amount of rage in certain people, and I could see that leading to potential violence. But I'd say saying the media as a whole just promotes violence in general is an untrue statement.
Well, and I think that's true. I mean, my point of view, I think social media is the most antisocial piece of technology out there. It literally brings out the worst in human beings for the most part. But, that worst isn't just violence, it's anger, it's bigotry, it's hatred, it's everything that it brings out in people. So I can't say that that's the sole source, because there are a lot of perfectly functional people who work on social media. There are people whose entire lives and livelihood are on social media. I think it really comes down to situational. They talk about the fact that there's diverse motivations, which is absolutely correct. You have risk factors such as your childhood upbringing. I can give you a half dozen examples of kids who grew up in violent households who never turned out to be violent. And I could give you just as many examples of kids who grew up in, the atypical nuclear family, 2.5 kids and a white picket fence. And the kid turned out to be extremely violent and disturbed and all kinds of problems.
Yeah, that's the one thing when it comes to this sort of thing and what people kind of assume goes into violence is that, while outside factors could certainly, have an effect, it's not guaranteed. Because, even if you had one of the worst upbringings or one of the best upbringings, it doesn't mean that you're going to necessarily reflect that kind of stuff. Specifically when it comes to you grew up in a household where your father was kind of a terrible person. He was terrible to pretty much anybody that wasn't him. He was terrible to you. He was terrible to your mom. He was terrible to your siblings. Yet, you're an amazing father. You're nothing like how you describe him, and you're pretty much the exact opposite of what he was. You're pretty much the perfect example of growing up with some bad situations, but not turning into a bad person as a result.
Well, thank you for saying that. I'll give you your $20 after the show.
You didn't bribe me.
But I think in my example specifically, my dad proved to be a good, bad example. I didn't want to be what he was. I didn't want to treat people the way he treated people. Maybe if my dad was more like my mom, maybe I would have turned out completely different. I don't know. It's kind of an interesting thought experiment.
Yeah.
So, well, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the impact of school violence. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about fighting in school, and now we're going to talk about the impact of school violence. The repercussions of school violence extend far beyond the immediate incident, affecting both the victims and the perpetrators. Understanding how violence leaves its mark is vital in comprehending the urgency of addressing this pressing issue. For children who have either been victims of violence or have witnessed it, violence can seem like a twisted avenue to attain safety. This skewed perception stems from the belief that strength and security can only be achieved through violent means. When they resort to violence, there's often an initial sense of relief, as it momentarily fulfills their emotional need for strength and safety.
However, this sense of self-satisfaction is transient, overshadowed by the looming fear of consequences. The fear of punishment or retaliation triggers anger, which in turn can lead to a cycle of escalating violence. These children often find themselves trapped in a paradox. They believe they must protect themselves through violence, yet this very violence triggers further emotional turmoil and potential retaliation. Breaking the cycle is crucial. Children need guidance to realize that while violence might provide fleeting relief, it inevitably spirals into more profound problems. They must comprehend that violence not only fails to address their underlying needs, but also exacerbates their predicament. Interventions and support mechanisms are vital in assisting these children to replace their skewed perceptions with healthier coping strategies. Now, it's worthwhile to pause a moment there and kind of talk about how violence and bullying was handled when I was your age. The prevailing thought was, well, if you're bullied and somebody hits you, you just hit them back because bullies are going to back down. And while there was a chance that that would happen, inevitably, every time that did happen, it always led to more violence.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've heard the biblical admonition of an eye for an eye. Well, if everyone abided by that, we'd all be blind.
Yep.
You know, that's really the gist of that. So the idea that you fight back has complications to it that aren't problem solving. They're just problem evolving, I think.
Yep.
What did they teach you? Like in these various assemblies that you had when you were being picked on, what technique did they give you to use to try to solve the problem or mitigate the problem?
Well, they never really mentioned the idea about fighting back. It was more or less just telling a trusted adult so that they could handle it instead of you handling it. They never really offered suggestions for if somebody actually hit you, other than just going and telling an adult. So basically the idea was just like you needed to get a trusted adult to make sure that they would handle the situation instead of you, so you didn't get into any trouble or anything.
Well, and that kind of makes sense because I think today's society is much more litigious than it was when I was a kid. So there's always this looming threat of legal action. When I was a kid, if somebody hit you and you hit them back, you would just meet after school, you'd fight it out, and you'd get it over and done with. Nowadays, if you hit somebody, they go home with a black eye or bloody nose, and the first thing their parents do is, instead of calling my parents to figure out what's going on and to solve the problem, they call their lawyer. And they're going to sue you at that point in time. So the schools, I think there's a large portion of that deflection in the schools because the schools don't want to have to go through the legal complications too. And nobody wins. There's no win-win scenario here where once the violence starts, everybody's going to wind up losing. It's just trying to stem the bleeding, so to speak, before it gets too bad.
Yeah.
So what's the impact on victims in this case?
So school violence leaves profound and lasting effects on its victims, both physically and emotionally. These consequences ripple through various aspects of a child's life, painting a bleak picture of the toll it takes on their well-being. Physically, victims of school violence can endure a range of injuries, from minor cuts and bruises to broken bones, concussions, and even fatal outcomes. Emotionally, the aftermath includes a spectrum of psychological distress, encompassing depression, anxiety, and rage. The weight of these emotions can disrupt their mental equilibrium, casting a shadow over their day-to-day lives.
Victims' academic performance often suffers as their focus wavers. The lingering fear of reoccurrence can make concentrating in school a Herculean task, leading to compromised learning experiences. School, intended as a haven for education, becomes a place for unease. Trauma from school violence is not confined to the immediate aftermath. Its psychological ramifications can be considerable, especially when experienced over an extended period. In the case of young minds whose brains are still developing, trauma can trigger survival mode, adversely affecting attention, concentration, emotional regulation, and the long-term health. The same 2019 survey underscores the potential long-term consequences of school violence. Victims are at risk of grappling with mental and physical conditions that span attachment disorders, substance abuse, obesity, diabetes, cancer, heart disease, and respiratory issues. The extent of adversity experienced in childhood correlates to the degree of risk to physical and mental well-being in adulthood. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. They don't realize when you have these traumatic experiences, you hear about soldiers who are in a combat environment and come home and they have post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Those same type of conditions are being recreated, albeit in a smaller, hopefully less lethal form in high school. But you're still having those traumas where you have kids years later when they're adults who run into someone who maybe bullied them when they were a kid, and they still have the same fear and terror and apprehension when they see them. And that's a scar that you take for life. That's not something kids should have to deal with. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'd pretty much agree with you 100%. I don't think that's really something that people should be experiencing. Yeah, sure, some people might say that trauma is a good learning experience or whatever, but to have that as a kid, I don't really think is a good thing. Or to have it paralyze you in fear the moment you either think about it or see someone related to an incident where you were traumatized. That's not okay. Sure, it's good to kind of have a life experience when you're younger so that you internalize it more as an adult. But in terms of school violence, that trauma isn't good trauma. It just makes you more anxious, it causes you even more distress, and it can lead to genuinely harming consequences when you actually become an adult.
Yeah, and we're talking specifically about victims of violence, but you've never been a victim of school violence, thankfully, at this point in time. But you've been a witness to it on numerous occasions. But even the victims don't get away scot-free. What are some of the things that impact victims in this case?
So the impact of school violence isn't confined to its immediate victims. Those who bear witness to such incidents also suffer profound emotional repercussions. The toll on these young witnesses is often hidden, yet its effects can be just as enduring and far-reaching. Children who witness school violence may grapple with complex emotions. They might feel a sense of guilt for not intervening or stopping the violence, even though fear could have paralyzed them from taking action. The weight of these conflicting emotions can create a heavy burden on their young minds. Remarkably, the brains of witnesses to violence can react similarly to those of the victim. The primal fight-or-flight response can trigger, flooding their minds with stress hormones and shaping their perception of danger. This psychological response can have lasting impacts on their emotional and psychological well-being.
The aftermath of witnessing violence can shatter a child's fundamental beliefs about the world. The illusion of safety that once enveloped the reality is disrupted, leaving them with a sense of vulnerability. This new lens through which they view the world can significantly damage their mental health, fostering anxiety, distrust, and even depression. For children to grow into emotionally resilient individuals, they need to first experience a foundation of safety and care. The ability to cope with threats and challenges stems from feeling secure and self-assured. Witnessing violence without reassurance of safety can hinder a child's ability to navigate the complexities of life. Having borne witness to this in the past a few times, do you feel that you've experienced any of these sensations or any of these negative repercussions as a result?
I mean, yeah, that's certainly something I could say. 'Cause, the illusion of safety, seeing at the school, that can fade a lot, and, it's gotten to the point where when somebody has a fight, I almost kind of expect it at this point, considering how much I've witnessed it. But even when I was younger and, I was just learning that violence happened in schools, I was traumatized. There was this one specific incident I distinctly remember. We had been doing a lockdown drill in school when we were in 5th grade, and I was about 10 at the time. And my one teacher was very serious about it. He literally had a bat to make sure that if it was actually real and somebody would come through the door, he had a weapon on hand so that he could actually, make sure no one was going to harm us. He also actually did a test where he had all of us hide underneath the one table in the corner, and he would look through the window, and he would basically see where his sight of line ends so that somebody would place a piece of tape there so we all knew to hide on the right side of the tape to make sure that we weren't going to be seen. And one specific instance I remember was when we were doing a lockdown drill, and I ended up being one of the last ones there, and I was right on top of the tape. And the entire time I am freaking out. I know it's technically not real, but I was terrified that somebody would see me if it was actually real. And my teacher actually took notice of it, of my look, and after it was all done and over, he came up to me and told me that I was going to be fine.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It has that kind of profound effect on you, especially when you're at that young developmental age. But I don't have any good answers for that.
Yeah, and when it came to the actual school fights between students, well, a lot of it kind of just came to annoyance to me eventually. One instance was where there was a fight during my lunch period, and at one point they got pretty close to me and my friend's table to the point where I was scared that we'd actually get involved in it. So that was also kind of an instance where I'm probably never going to be forgetting about that, even if I was kind of shrugging it off afterwards, because it's yeah, we're at that age, there's been enough fights to begin with. Even despite the fact that I kind of shrug it off at points, I still genuinely fear about my safety when I actually go to school.
It's also worth noting, we live in a upper middle income area where we're at, where you go to school. So the level of violence that you're exposed to as compared to a lower income, inner city or something like that is significantly less. And this is stuff that's traumatizing you. For the individuals that live in, areas where you have a gang presence or areas where you have shootouts. I mean, we watch the news and every day there's a different couple of shootouts over in Philadelphia. Like, that's real violence. That's what really scares me. I don't even feel comfortable driving through the city at this point in time to get anywhere. So where we're at, we're pretty safe. We're pretty well insulated from stuff like that. So I have a tremendous amount of sympathy for individuals who live in these more violent prone areas that have to deal with daily violence. Just you listen to the news, you've got kids that are being shot walking to and from school. Like, that is it's just not acceptable in society at this point in time. And the fact that it's happening on a regular basis is not good. People are getting shot over shoes or there was an insult or a radio station or something somebody got shot over. They were talking about on the news just this week.
Or Hot Pockets, because I've heard that. Or
Hot Pockets. Like, there's so many different reasons that people are getting hurt. And it's not just being shot. You've got physical violence, you've got fist fights that are happening all the time. I mean, you're learning to drive now. We talk about road rage. Don't honk your horn at that guy because he might, do something crazy. Society is at a very scary point right now where there's very little appreciation for human life and human safety at this point in time. And it shouldn't be affecting school. We should be reinforcing these things in school, the respect, cooperation. These are the principles that we should be reinforcing in schools right now so that they can carry through into adulthood in the real world.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that my kind of numbness to how many fights we have in school is kind of a bad thing. The thing that inspired the topic was the fact that for some reason there were 2 or 3 fights every week for at the end of school. And despite the fact that that seems kind of crazy, I was kind of numb to it because it's that kind of just happens here. I don't think I should be that numb to it because it shouldn't be, fighting in school should not be normal.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think violence in general in society here is happening so frequently that we're just resetting our expectations and it's becoming an acceptable norm.
Yeah, the bar is just getting lower and lower every single time something happens. And
unfortunately, it's the type of thing that starts at the top. You have political leaders in this country who advocate violence. And as long as that's happening and they're getting away with it, then it's okay for the rest of society to be violent. And it seems like that's the angle that we're going at. We're going to take our second break and then come back. And I want to talk briefly about the impact that school violence has on parents before we sum up with some ideas for preventing school violence. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We are talking about fighting in school. So we've talked about the impact on victims. We've talked about the impact on witnesses. What's the impact on parents? The aftermath of school violence triggers a spectrum of reactions among parents, revealing the intricate emotional landscape they navigate as they grapple with the safety and well-being of their children. The reactions of parents to school violence are as diverse as the individuals themselves. This diversity stems from their personal beliefs, past experiences, and cultural values. These reactions provide a glimpse into the complex emotions parents experience when faced with the unsettling reality of school violence. In some instances, parents may inadvertently contribute to the cycle of violence. Misinterpreting aggression as strength, they might encourage their children to respond to bullying with similar behavior like we talked about earlier. This misconception perpetuates a harmful cycle and fails to address the root causes of the violence.
Other parents, in an effort to protect their children, might attempt to teach them behaviors that they believe will prevent them from becoming targets of bullying or violence. However, this approach often proves futile and counterproductive. The child may internalize the idea that they are responsible for the violence they experience, leading to self-blame and emotional distress. In contrast, some parents adopt a proactive stance. They work closely with the school, collaborate with teachers and administrators, and challenge the system if necessary, all to create a safe environment for their children. These parents strive to empower their children by ensuring they can learn without fear.
So what can we do to help prevent school violence? Every student deserves the fundamental right to learn in an environment that is safe, secure, and conducive to their growth. The encouraging news is that school violence is not an inevitable reality. It can be prevented through concerted efforts and strategic measures. The origins of school violence are complex and multifaceted, rooted in a multitude of factors, as we already discussed. Preventing its occurrence requires a comprehensive approach that addresses both risk factors that contribute to violence and protective factors that shield individuals from it. By understanding these dynamics, we can tailor interventions to effectively curtail the prevalence of violence. Preventing school violence demands the engagement of a diverse range of stakeholders. Teachers, administrators, parents, community members, and even students themselves all have a role in creating a safer school environment. Collaborative efforts leverage the strengths of each group and create a united front against violence.
Encouraging students to report any signs of violent behavior is essential. Many schools offer anonymous tip lines, providing a safe space for students to share their concerns without fear of retaliation. Children who witness or experience violence should be encouraged to speak up. The importance of open communication with trusted adults, such as parents, teachers, and counselors, cannot be overstated. Consistent reporting ensures that concerns are addressed promptly and effectively. Recognizing and reaching out to students who display signs of distress or aggression is crucial. By offering support and understanding, we can help them navigate their emotions and provide alternatives to violent behavior. Being vigilant about potential warning signs of violence is pivotal. These signs might include fascination with weapons, harming animals, bullying, threatening others, or displaying aggression. Recognizing and reporting these signals to parents, teachers, or school authorities enables early intervention, potentially diverting a child away from a violent path and towards a path of help and healing.
So I guess really the most important question that I can ask at this point is, do you feel that you have some course to remedy or some call to action in school that if you see violence or you are the victim of violence, that you can go to someone, report it somewhere, and have some level of confidence that someone's going to do something about it to help to make the environment safer?
I mean, for the most part, yeah. I'd say the school, does its best to counter the violence and such. They always try to make sure that there's teachers involved, or if they need to have any of the police around the school to also get involved to stop the violence. So if I was involved with it, or if I saw something happening, I do feel like I could go to certain teachers and know that they could, have my back.
Now, you're getting ready to go back to school next week. I think you start on Thursday. You've got 2 shortened days. Do you have any concerns for your own personal safety going back now, or do you think you're fairly safe going back at this point in time?
I mean, the concern's always there at this point. I kind of have that concern really going anywhere outside my own home, even if I'm not completely safe in my own home as well. But, it's just kind of going to be something I'll have to deal with. For the most part, my school's been all right with handling that. I've never personally had to experience too much violence. And while I don't have complete and utter guaranteed safety, for the most part, I'm not completely worried about that facet just yet.
I think that's, I don't want to say it's a healthy attitude, but I think it's a realistic attitude, given everything that happens these days, to kind of understand and appreciate the fact that nothing is 100% safe. So if nothing else, you don't let that generate anxiety, you let it generate awareness. So you're aware that things could potentially happen, and then you know what to do, how to act, where to go, where your safe spaces are. So as long as you have that understanding that things are not 100% safe, and I think it's a bad idea to try to portray that to students or anybody, really. Everyone should be aware that, there's potentially violence that happens everywhere, and you just need to know how to handle it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, because, if we pretend that everything is safe or that everything is fine, we're not going to be prepared when something dangerous actually shows up. We're not going to, have any sort of preparations for it.
Right.
We're going to be freaking out a lot more at that point, and I wouldn't, let it completely generate anxiety to where, kids would refuse to even try going anywhere. I'd say make them aware of it, but also assure them that they have it under control. There's ways to prevent it. There's ways on how to deal with it if anything ever does come up, so that you don't have them to be completely ignorant or completely fearful.
Right, I agree. We're going to take a quick break, come back, get your closing thoughts, and finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back.
Alrighty. Alright, so to everybody out there, I hope that this podcast kind of brought awareness to the real issues behind school violence, so that we can at least get rid of the stereotypes that it's only certain factors that play a part in it, and that it's more or less a one-sided issue. It's really not. It's a much more complex issue that, needs to be better understood. I feel, much like most topics when it comes to teenagers, there's plenty of misconceptions about it, and I feel if more people are able to be knowledgeable about it, we can help to fix it and hopefully prevent it in the future, much like giving better knowledge about how to handle school violence and not just saying everything's going to be fine or causing kids to panic.
All right. Wise words as always.
Thanks.
Before we go, once again, I want to subscribe to the podcast. For the record, I already do subscribe to the podcast, all of them. So everyone else should as well. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can get audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Apple, Spotify, Google, etc., etc. I would also invite you to connect to us on social media. We stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insights into things. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insights into things podcasts, or you can find all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the book.
Bye, everyone.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 190, Catching Up. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my caught up but little behind co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
Nice adjectives there. Clearly, you didn't write those in.
And I didn't. I had confident and aware, but, didn't really fit the theme today.
Fair enough.
So how you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right.
Okay. So we've been off the air for quite some time now. We've been out of the studio for an extended period of time. We are looking to get back into things, hopefully to get back into a regular schedule of things. But our intention is to change things up a little bit. So instead of doing a more script-driven approach to the podcast where we read and comment and stuff, we're going to try a more conversational approach. The topics that we've got coming up are ones that you actually had come up with. So what are some of the ones that we've got coming up?
Well, some of the ones, all of them kind of relate to the idea of growing up, because I'm kind of in that stage right now. So figure it was a good place to go at that point. And technically, I'm around the age of being I am technically a senior now in high school, even though I'm not currently in high school.
Right.
But, got the senior portraits for it, so.
So it's official. You've taken a picture. You're a senior.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know how this works. I always just thought that once you actually got to school, you moved up to your class. But Mommy always said that, no, after you graduate.
You're technically promoted at the end of your last class.
Yeah.
End of your last semester, I guess.
I suppose so.
Or you're not. I mean, not everybody is. So.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
So a lot of the I don't know, what are the concerns, the anxiety drivers, the pressures of growing up. That's
all accurate statements.
That's a lot of the stuff we're going to be talking about in the next 10 episodes. But I figured it would probably be good for us to sort of sit down and catch up on some of the things that have been going on since we've been off the air, some of the interesting things that are coming up, and some of the fun things that we've done. So that's what today's episode is going to be. And then our next episode will get into the anxiety-ridden aspects of growing up too fast.
Well, hopefully we start off at least a little bit gentle. I don't want to get into the hard hitters immediately.
Yeah, we'll try and stay away from the hard hitters as much as possible, or at least make them easier. The idea behind these podcast episodes is not to induce anxiety, which is something that we have to kind of get away from.
Yep.
Before we do that, though, I do want to take a moment to invite all of our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast if you don't already do so. If you don't do so, what are you doing? Come on, subscribe already, will you? You can reach us at, or you can find us rather, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, not Stitcher, I got to take it off the script. RIP Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We would also invite you to write in. I am looking to get a call-in line that we can use. Might not be able to do it live during the recording because we don't always record on a steady schedule. But what we can do is make a number available and let folks leave voicemails for us so we can feature the voicemails on the show and answer questions and so forth. But for right now, you can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on X. I won't refer to it as Twitter from this point forward. It is X, which I don't even really use all that much anymore, to be honest with you. But we're on there at insights_things. You can find high-res videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. And we still do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go. So I wanted to start off talking about some school-related stuff. School year's out now. We had some interesting events come up. So the first one is the prom. So you went to a junior-senior prom at your school. Is that correct?
Yes, I did, and I went as a junior.
So how did that work out for you? What were your thoughts? What was your experience? Did you enjoy it? Will you be going to your senior prom?
Okay, so I don't know if I've made it clear on the podcast before, but I think I've become much more of an introvert.
I think you've made
as
that
of
very
late.
clear over the
I was going to say,
history of the podcast.
pretty sure I've made it clear. And to those unaware, which I'd assume most aren't, but the junior-senior prom is like the big school dance and so forth, where you're not at your school, you go to the one place we went to was very nice. It had this one outdoor area. I don't remember exactly what it was called, but it was it had a really nice garden. There was a bridge. There was a really cool dome outside. So it had a beautiful outdoor area, and the indoor area was nice as well. So, it's a big school dance. Now, I'm not one to go to dances. The only ever dance I went to at school was during 6th grade, and that's when we all were in the very small cafeteria gym area, and there wasn't a bunch of us because there were 4 6th grade classes, so really there weren't a bunch of people, and I enjoyed my time there. But obviously, that was only for 6th grade. This one is for both juniors and seniors in high school. And it's also supposed to be, bigger, fancier, and so forth. And our school does, homecoming dances and so forth, but I never went to those. Mainly my first 2 years because of band, and then later on just because I don't like socializing. So it really did not make too much sense for me to go to my senior prom, but my one friend who was a senior wanted me to go so that, I could still spend some time with her in her last year of high school, which makes sense.
Okay.
I also had other friends going, so it would have worked out. So I got dressed up nice. I had a nice blazer, black pants, and a nice rainbow sequins shirt, which it was a nice outfit, and I got my hair done. And
yeah, you looked very nice. Unfortunately, I didn't think to grab a picture that we could do here, but we have prom pictures. We just haven't posted anything up online yet.
Yeah, and probably not as much as you had hoped, or at least Mommy had hoped for me to get, because one of her things is that I need to start taking pictures more.
Right.
And it was kind of hard to do because prom was very overwhelming for me because like there were two main areas. One area where like the dance floor and all the music was, as well as like the chairs where you eat, and then another where like all the food would come in and everyone first like came in and they were like a couple of different like picture stations and so forth. I got overwhelmed in both rooms. The one larger room because I just felt like there were just so many people around, because the thing is, I get claustrophobic when there's people around, but not when I'm by myself. Like, I can sit in a closet and be totally fine, even if I'm crammed. But if I'm in a larger space with multiple people, I all of a sudden feel claustrophobic. And then when I went to the other room, they were blasting the music, and, like, you had to scream for anyone to hear anything. And, like, my other sense was kind of in overdrive, and I had to kind of switch between the rooms because it just was not comfortable. And at one point in the room with the music, the lights started to change, so my sight was also, getting overstimulated. And thankfully, the one friend who was the senior that wanted me to go saw how I was acting and ended up asking, like, one of the teachers, like, hey, is there, like, a safe room where, like, me, her, and it was one of her other friends where we can all go? Because I didn't want to be alone, but I also didn't want to be in a giant room full of people.
So it's probably worth noting briefly that you're what's referred to as a highly sensitive person. Or at least
likely.
That's what we suspect. And there's a lot of people out there, people your age and in all age ranges, that are highly sensitive. And even to a certain extent, I am too. Like in large congregations or in loud areas, it makes me feel uncomfortable. I have a difficult time hearing things and so forth. And a lot of public venues now, in fact, a couple of conventions that we've gone to, have, what are they? Not sensory deprivation, but like quiet rooms.
Yeah.
And the quiet rooms are really basically someplace that someone who's overwhelmed by what's going on can kind of go in there. It's not noisy. You don't have flashing lights. You don't have people bothering you. It gives you a chance to decompress and chill out before you go back in and digest things again. So they came up with something like this.
Yeah,
at the prom.
Yeah, basically, we were sent out into the one outdoor area because when the dance technically started, like, they ended up blocking the area off. But the one teacher, like, said that there was either that or, like, there was an indoor room. And, like, me and my other friends were like, yeah, can we, like, go out? And they allowed us out, and we were allowed to go and, like, get food and so forth. So we pretty much spent the entire time out there. And then eventually 2 other people who were kind of overstimulated by everything also ended up coming out. And I was able to bond with all of them because, like, I'm fine with smaller groups of people, but in larger groups, I can't. And it was also really nice outside. It wasn't too warm, wasn't too cold. So everyone was able to kind of just, like, chill out basically, and it was much less anxiety inducing. But the only thing that happened, and we stayed out there for pretty much the entire prom outside of like going inside for dessert around the time that it was ending, and that's kind of when the anxiety ramped up again. Also, when I pretended to actually be a part of the prom and try and take pictures, because like I went into the room at one point, but the music was so loud and the lights were flashing that I'm like, nope, and then I just stood partly outside the doors, zoomed in my camera, and pretended to take pictures like I was inside. So
bottom line, was it a good experience? Are you glad you did it or no?
I'm glad they had something else out there so that I could, I was like the time I spent with my one friend and the other kids was definitely like the highlight of it because it was, the most calming part of it, and I felt fine with it. The food was pretty good, though I don't actually think I'm going to be doing my senior prom because,
that was going to be my next question.
Because the whole point is kind of to be inside and doing the dancing, and it's like I don't know if it's going to be the same venue next year, and I don't know if there's going to be another place like it. They would be, but like you don't really go there to not socialize and so forth, so I didn't really get...
Well, it's just not your jam, and there's nothing wrong with it. I never went to either junior or senior prom.
At least I can say I have the notch on my belt for it, so...
There you go. That's something, right?
Yep.
So school is out. How did you wind up for the end of the year, class-wise, grade-wise?
I got all A's, pretty much.
Well, that's a shocker there because you never get A's.
I know it. I know. Big shock.
It's amazing, I know. So where was your ranking?
I was third in my class out of like 200 something kids.
Okay.
Maybe 300.
That's pretty
not
impressive. So you're done, right? So you're done for this year.
Yep.
You're still in the engineering academy. Going into your senior year, what classes are you going into now? Is there any classes that you're looking forward to? I know you're looking forward to not being in a history class this year.
That is true. I am thankful I'm no longer in history. I'll admit that was probably one of the worst classes I had last year, mixed with the other engineering class I had the period before that. So, but they were terrible for different reasons.
So what are you looking forward to next year?
Well, I'm looking forward to not having like a constant array of certain classes. Like, thankfully, I don't have any more history. I unfortunately still have to take a science because, my schedule got screwed up my sophomore year. But granted, knowing what kind of chemistry class I could have had that year, I'm kind of grateful I had it my junior year. So I'm kind of grateful I have biology now, so at least I won't be stuck with the kids I was stuck with freshman year and so forth, because I'm likely already going to have to be stuck with them in my other engineering class, and having 2 class periods with them without the one friend I had in my first few years, I'd be much... I don't know if I could really stay sane after that. I know I have to take calculus, advanced calculus technically. I don't really know what to think about it. Pre-calc was all right. The teacher was nice, but it was definitely a different type of math, but I was still able to do fine in it, so.
All right. Well, it sounds like it's kind of a wait and see type attitude.
I am kind of looking forward to the not technically academic classes I'm taking, like cooking and so forth, because at least I'm not going to be cruising my final year, obviously, but it'll be cruising considering how many other advanced classes I had last year.
Right.
And honestly, after junior year, I'm kind of just looking for any type of break at this point.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. You also took your SATs. So now, it's probably worth mentioning that our approach to your SATs this time around was you were testing the waters. You weren't going out of your way to take pre-tests. You weren't going out of your way to study. It was literally show up, do the test, and see where you stand and see what you have to focus on to study on. So in doing that, before we talk about what you scored on the tests, how did you find the test? How did you find the process? Was it complicated? Was it overwhelming? Is there advice that you could give to other students who might not have taken the test yet? What are your overall thoughts on it?
I mean, the way that I did it, the process, at least to get there and so forth, was honestly pretty simple. Everyone was honestly really nice, and it wasn't, at least for me, it wasn't a stressful environment. I didn't entirely like the idea of taking the SAT, but and I don't know how stressful it was for other kids who were taking it more seriously. Not that I wasn't taking it seriously, it was just I wasn't riding on it as much as a lot of other kids were, or at least, having had studied and, hoping to get a good grade on it and so forth.
And overall, our approach to it was you're going to take these, you're going to see where you're at, and then next year you'll really take them, and that'll be the ones that we use for college for you.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a lot of pressure on you going in. It was literally just show up, check the boxes, and see where you wind up with your knowledge.
Yeah.
Where'd you wind up?
1270, I think.
Was it 1270?
It was 12 something, 1270 or 1250. I don't quite remember.
Out of how much?
I think 1600, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So are you happy with what you got?
I mean, I guess considering, I had no preparation for it.
And I think that's really the context in which we have to look at it. is you literally went in there blind, took the test, and really came out with a score that a lot of kids would envy who, busted their butts to try to study for. But we're going to take them again next year. We're going to look at the areas that need improvement. We're going to study on those and improve those and see where we wind up. And whichever test is highest, we'll take that.
And if this ends up being the highest, I still think it'd be a good,
what you scored was nothing to be ashamed of. That's for sure. And I think Mommy and I were thoroughly impressed with where you wound up. So I think we're happy with your SATs so far. And the last thing I did want to talk about with school is you guys are planning your senior trip for next year. So where are you going? Are you excited? Are you interested? What are your thoughts?
Okay, so I think for our senior trip for our school, our school always does a couple of days at Universal and Disney World, Florida. Although I can probably just say Disney World because I don't know if any place else calls it Disney World.
Other world.
And I am kind of excited, not entirely for the Disney stuff because I've been more times than years I've been alive. So
we'll make sure we edit that part out so Mommy doesn't hear that.
It's not that I'm not excited. It's just I've been there so many times. I'll definitely help out anyone that doesn't know the ropes.
Yeah, you're going to be like a professional tour guide. You've been there so often. But
I've never been to Universal, and I am kind of excited, mostly because I hear there's a SpongeBob store. So
I heard that, yeah.
So I'm kind of looking forward to that. I'll obviously also check out the rides outside of the one Harry Potter one because I hear there's the giant spider in it. So I'd rather not.
Well, and that's the thing. It's a shame that you're not a Harry Potter fan because it's a huge Harry Potter attraction, too.
Yeah.
So, all in all, you think you had a good school year? Straight A's, excellent scoring your SATs. You survived the prom. I'll give you that.
That's all I can really say. I survived. That's all.
Right.
Outside of the grades and so forth, if we take all that out and I just talk about my experience with it, I'm just going to say I survived 11th grade.
Okay.
Did I enjoy it? Not really. It was a very stressful year. I'll just say that much. It was probably the worst year in high school I've ever had.
Well, hopefully next year won't be nearly as bad.
And hopefully this year stays the worst year in high school I've had.
Let's hope. We're going to take a quick break right now, and then we're going to come back and recap some recent events that we thought were interesting. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. This is episode 190, catching up. So we did have some interesting recent events go on, one of which happened to be some highlighting of your artwork. So let me just set this one up. You have a very unique art style that you tend to turn towards a lot of pop culture type stuff. You've made a lot of pictures, custom artwork for birthdays and anniversaries and stuff like that. And you made one for Mommy for Mother's Day. Was it Mother's Day? You sure? Okay, so it was for her birthday. Yeah, because it was posted back in February. And Mommy is a big fan of Svengoolie, which we get here locally on MeTV. And Svengoolie is kind of like a campy variety horror type show that, they show old movies and they do funny skits with it and stuff like that. But one of the things they do is they invite you to provide your own artwork or pictures, and they'll post it up on their website and on the show. And you had done one for Mommy that was themed to Svengoolie. Why don't you introduce the actual artwork for us, what you did, what was involved?
Okay, so I wanted to obviously draw something for my mom's birthday, and one of the ideas was, well, you suggested the idea of drawing something based on Svengoolie because they were starting to show artwork that was submitted to them, and you figured that when I finished it, I could also submit it there as well. So basically, what I ended up doing was I wanted to add, while I don't always watch the show, I have enough knowledge about it, so I wanted to add a couple of little nods to it. So obviously there's Sven in his regular outfit. There's also the one chicken puppet he has, and I don't know if the one floating green skull guy is still there, but he's there as well. He's holding his one shield that blocks the rubber chickens. He's also sitting in his coffin, and he also has a spear. It's supposed to be a stake, and and on it actually says for Dracula, but it's pinning a dead chicken head on it. And then behind him there's various iconic older horror movie characters like Dracula, Frankenstein and Frankenstein's Bride, the Invisible Man, as well as the sea monster.
So for our viewing audience watching the video, we have a shot of it here. It's the actual it's Madison holding the actual artwork, and in the background is the episode from June 15th of Svengoolie, in which they highlighted it. They did a big intro and got our name mentioned. And what was really funny about it was Mommy has a number of friends who watch Svengoolie, some of whom she didn't know watched Svengoolie. And when they heard that it was our town with your name, all of a sudden her feed starts erupting with everyone wondering if it was really you. Was it your artwork? Congratulations, stuff like that. So there were a lot of accolades that came your way from the actual event itself.
Yeah, and of course I heard Mommy screaming when it ended up coming on and telling me and you to both come and see. So we ended up watching the whole exchange as well.
So how does that make you feel to actually have your artwork featured on a show like that and getting some attention?
It feels good, I guess, because I'm not super public with my art. I do eventually want to see if I can be a little more public with my art, but I'm still kind of working that out. But having it actually pop up on television and be acknowledged by a show, it's definitely it felt good.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So one of the other things from our holidays, usually the Mother's Day, it was a tradition that I had started literally before you were born, making Mother's Day movies so we could kind of capture all the images from the year, or at least a lot of images from the year, and show you growing up through the year. So for quite some time, I made these videos, and relatively recently, in the last couple of years, you started making them in my stead, so that you could put your own spin, your own artistic touch to it. So this year you did two. You did one for Mommy for Mother's Day. And you also, well, technically you did two for that because you did the highlight reel as well.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Which was hilarious. And then you did one for me as well. So this new genre of video editing that you're getting into. Talk about that a little bit and what appeals to you and what's involved with it? Okay,
so obviously I've gotten into video editing a bit more, and I feel it feels like, it's an interesting hobby for me, I think. Like, I like the idea of taking an audio and then various images and then, like, putting the images together to match with the audio. I feel it is almost kind of like the musician in me who likes, like visuals when it comes to like certain music beats. And I feel like there's an element of that in it because like a lot of the videos I've made have had some sort of song with them. So I always like when there's various pictures, I always cut it to like a certain beat, or I have like the image or video relating to like something that's being sung or something that like you hear and so forth. And like I really like that. I feel like it is a very creative medium because like you're making an entire video and then like you can look back and like watch it and see it all together pretty much. I'm able to like tune them all to the beats. I can like zoom in, zoom out, move the images along to make the video look more like a video and not just like static images and so forth.
Yeah, it's interesting because nowadays the technology exists to make video editing for the novice very easy. Even on, like, if you did yours on a Mac, most of the video editing I do in Adobe Pro for the podcast on a PC. But like iMovie on the Mac or Final Cut Pro on the Mac has an automatic effect called the Ken Burns effect that allows you to take a static picture, add a little bit of motion, some cropping, some cutting, some movement to it, and it gives it more of a lifelike feel to it. But that's really only part of what it takes to make these videos. One of the things that you point out is timing the videos. So you've got a soundtrack to the video. And in order for the video itself to work, your transitions has to be timed. And while you can apply a Ken Burns effect to all the clips that you have in there, and it'll do all the moves and transitions and all that, it doesn't do it to the timing of the beat. And knowing that, and knowing how you want to cut this up and how you want to arrange this is one of the things that really is an art form. And it's something that takes time, and it takes a certain eye and a certain ear for. And I'd play them for the audience, unfortunately, but we'd get a takedown notice because we don't have the rights to the actual music that you have on there. So we can't really get the effect that we're looking for. But it's worth knowing that it's not just about putting a bunch of clips together and throwing a Ken Burns effect on it. It's about taking the time, arranging the clips, and timing the clips and the transitions to the musical beat itself is what the art form is. Plus, you go through and you review, hundreds of pictures from the whole year and pick the pictures that are best going to tell the story that you want to tell.
Yeah.
So it's another really good way for you to express yourself artistically, and you're very good at it.
Thank you.
So the next thing that we had was actually last weekend, was it? Yeah, last weekend we had kind of a health scare. So I got out of the shower on a Saturday morning and I found you writhing in pain on the hallway floor with severe abdominal pain. Take it from there and tell us the story.
Okay, so you found me there on the floor, and so I ended up waking up that morning, and for some reason, my lower right side on my stomach was like, I felt pain there, and it didn't feel like any cramps I would have expected, like normally as a woman, obviously, and it ended up like getting worse over time. I tried like getting up to see if I could, like, what was going on. It was kind of a way to orient myself and to see if I just like slept on it wrong, or, if I needed to like do something. And then at one point I kind of tried to just go back upstairs, and I ended up kind of just falling to the ground at the top of the stairs, writhing in pain, where you found me. And you ended up getting me to my room, and I kind of told you how I was feeling, because if like putting pressure on it in certain instances would stop the pain, but then it would immediately shoot up in other areas. And like we had a couple of different theories. We initially thought it was menstrual cramps, which I took medicine for. That wasn't helping. We then thought it was a gas bubble because, you know, putting pressure on it, it would move and so forth. So we figured I had to, you know, get it out pretty much. But pretty much trying to do anything with that wasn't helping, and I ended up shifting between the bedroom and the bathroom, trying to find a way to get comfortable, and I just wasn't able to. Mommy had gone out at this point to get Gas X, so that, you know, hopefully that would help. I tried it once and puked it all up. We tried it was a couple hours later. My mom had given me some orange juice with what was the thing that was put in there?
It was a laxative that was put in.
Yeah, and I was keeping
in case it was a constipation situation.
Yeah, which we also thought that was possibly that. So she gave me that. I was keeping that down fine. So then she said, and since it still wasn't getting any better, she told me, okay, why don't you take another one of those? I tried eating it slowly because they were chewable stuff. Still came out. And
wrong way.
Well, yeah, the wrong way. And after that, we kind of just determined that, yeah, no, you're still in pain. Nothing's helping. We're taking you to urgent care.
So we take you to urgent care, and you go back there. You're in pain. They take your vitals. They do this. They check your temperature and all this stuff. And their response basically was, you might have appendicitis. We can't help you with that. You have to go to the hospital. Which I have to tell you, the experiences that I've had with urgent care make me wonder why they exist.
Yeah.
If you don't have a cold, then they can't do anything for you.
I mean, yeah, and I still remember when I ended up busting my knees during marching band, and like we weren't sure if I'd broken them or not because I was limping. They said, okay, well, we have to send you to another urgent care because they have an x-ray or something. And it was like a traveling back and forth, and it's like, why don't all of you have this? This is urgent care. Like, what?
So we wind up at the hospital. You wind up getting an ultrasound, an MRI, and various other vital tests and stuff that they do. And what did they come back with?
The good news was that it wasn't appendicitis, and the bad news, which technically relating to the possibility of appendicitis wasn't bad news, I had a tiny kidney stone.
So you had kidney stones, which I had years ago. I had 2 occasions where I had them, and I can attest to the fact you feel like you're dying. The pain is so bad, you feel like you know, something ruptured inside of you. So they gave you fluids. They gave you some medicine for anti-nausea and basically sent you home with a strainer and said, here, pee through this until you capture it.
Yeah.
Which really is the only thing they can do. They did give you pain medicine at the hospital. They gave you initially morphine, and they gave you something less than that afterwards. How do you feel now? How are you doing now?
Well, I had started taking pain medicine when we got back, but, you know, over-the-counter stuff. I've been doing fine, honestly. I haven't felt the pain since. So, thankfully, after that scare, I think I've been doing fine.
That's good. That's good. So the next big thing that we got coming up here is Wednesday of next week.
Yep.
You get to get up at like 2:00 in the morning or something to go to the airport. You're flying out. Where's your connecting flight? San Francisco?
San Francisco
So you're flying from Philly to San Francisco, and then from San Francisco to Kyoto? Osaka. So you're heading to Japan. Tell us what's going to happen in Japan. What kind of fun are you going to have?
Okay, so there's a couple of different things planned. I don't remember the entire schedule. I probably should because, you know, it's less than a week away. But basically, we have a bunch of different stuff. We're gonna start off in Osaka. We're gonna head to a couple of different areas as well. I think Kyoto and Tokyo are like the next big areas. We're gonna be able to take the bullet train,
Which I am so jealous about.
Yeah. We're also gonna go to Mount Fuji and experience some of that. I think they mentioned that there might be like an amusement park we might do, and then
An amusement park? Really, just some random one?
Well, well, it's not the one that you're thinking of right now.
Oh.
And then they originally put out and like there's also going to be like downtime where we can get our own foods. There's also like scheduled foods where we're all going to be eating together. We have a bunch of different hotels we're going to be staying at. And then another thing that they had like just recently put out was that the main teacher behind it and like the tour guides are trying to find we're making like excursion time where there was potential to go to Tokyo Disneyland.
Which was like, yes, please, twice.
Yeah.
So mommy was very upset that she wasn't a chaperone on this, but she was very excited that she has someone going to Tokyo Disney to buy her a bunch of Haunted Mansion stuff.
So
are you excited?
Yeah, in multiple ways, I guess. Terrified,
Yeah,
mostly.
This is kind of like the prom. It's kind of outside your comfort zone quite a bit here.
Yeah, it's like I've traveled before, but never out of the country and never to Japan, so...
Yeah, this should be fun. I think you're going to have a good time. I think you're going to really enjoy it. I don't know how much you're going to learn, but have fun. That's the important thing.
Yep.
We're going to take our second break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about a very special event that we attended this weekend. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. We are catching up on this episode 190 before we get into the more terrifying aspects of growing up too fast. So this weekend we went to a pop culture convention, which isn't unusual for us. We go to quite a few of them. This one was a gaming-centric one. And the main reason, or the main impetus for us going to this one, was because they had a series of voice actors there from a game that you and I and Sam
And some of my friends.
Not so much Mommy, but some of your friends play passionately. And you have how many hours into the game right now on Steam?
Well, on my computer, but that doesn't at all account for PlayStation because we have multiple. 468 hours, probably got more because I put more hours in since I checked last.
And I think I had 767 or something like that.
Something like that.
So, and again, that's just through Steam. That's not through the PlayStation because we've, as a household, have purchased this game 4 separate times now. And that game, which if you listen to any podcast that Sam does or Sam and I do, you would know already, is Baldur's Gate 3, which is by far the best game ever made in history as far as we're concerned.
Yeah.
It did win the best game of the year. But we went to see some of the some of the stars of the show, of the game, I should say, not the show.
Not really a show.
Not really a show. But we went to see, the convention was Too Many Games, I think, with a number of guests that a lot of people probably would recognize some of the names, Steve Bloom being one of them, probably one of the most famous voice actors out there. But we went to see Neil Newbon, who plays
Astarion.
and who won Best Actor award at Video Game Awards. We went to see Samantha Bayard, who plays our favorite character in the game, who is
Karlak.
Karlak. And we went to see someone who I did not see any kind of resemblance to her character when we met her, Maggie Robertson, who plays
Orin.
Right. So we've never, and I have to kind of preface this, we've never gone to any of these conventions to pay for signatures. It's just, I don't do hero worship. I don't do celebrity worship type stuff. So I've always had a hard time paying people to sign a piece of paper or a photo or whatever. This wasn't that hard for me. It was difficult justifying the first one, but the experience more than paid for it. So the first one, we didn't even do anything to the show really at all.
Yeah.
We spent about 4 hours there just trying to get the signatures. And the first one we got was Maggie Robertson's. Tell us about that. How was that for you? How was the whole experience?
Well, I had initial timidness, I'm not gonna lie, because it's not even the fact that they're, the voice actors of my favorite game ever, but it was mainly just the fact of being an introvert, expecting to meet people. Like, I can meet someone normally and be totally fine, and, it didn't even matter, who they were. Being expected to meet and introduce myself to someone else, it's like, anxiety kind of was at this point. So, she was obviously the first one we ended up seeing, and you actually talk to someone else initially to get the payments through.
Yeah, they all have handlers, so you pay through them, and they kind of set the scenario up for the celebrity there.
And the one Maggie had was honestly very nice and helped to.
Daisy was awesome.
Yeah, she helped to she almost helped to loosen me up to prepare to speak with Maggie and so forth. And Maggie herself was very kind and also very funny. She was actually she was the only voice actor that actually came with her own art, because she ended up drawing two pieces of art. One was a vampire heart, and the other was Gerald the butler, the ghost butler.
So it's also worth noting that one of the things that you did for the show was related to the artwork that we talked about earlier. You have made several pieces of custom Baldur's Gate 3 art for different occasions.
5 at this point.
And we took those with us to get signed, but you also took an extra copy to give to each of the voice actors. How did Maggie react when you told her you were giving her a copy?
When I told her I was giving her a copy, she actually asked me to sign it.
Yeah.
So basically, when she was signing hers for me, I was signing mine for her.
Did you charge her $60 for it?
No.
So you should have.
I don't. I don't think I'm popular enough to do that. I'm good. I'm fine. I don't need to charge for that.
But she was awesome. She was so warm and so welcoming and funny and charismatic. She did her custom artwork for you. She even did a custom artwork on a sticky note for you.
That was Gerald.
It was such a heartwarming experience to see. She saw how nervous you were, and she went out of her way to try to make it comfortable and enjoyable for you. What was your overall impression of Maggie?
Very nice. I liked her. Definitely, not she actually plays more like evil characters outside of
She
Auron,
does,
and
yeah.
Auron is supposed to be like one of the most evil characters in the game, but she was like probably the most cheerful.
And what was funny was she never slipped into character. So you never got to see how she played the character, which probably is a good thing because the character Auron is kind of a psychopathic killer in the game. So you didn't want her slipping into that character. But like Mommy started playing the game, but never got up to the point to seeing that character. So she didn't recognize the voice, didn't recognize the character. So after we got Maggie's signature, we went to get in line for Samantha Bayard, who we were originally there for because she's our favorite character. Had some timing issues with that. So we jumped in line for Neil's and we're in line for a little bit there, and he went for a food break. So we got a number to come back and we got in right away after that. What was your experience with Neil, with Astarion?
Okay, so while Astarion isn't like my favorite character in the game, I feel like meeting Neil was like my favorite interaction because I've seen like he does his own like he has his own YouTube channel and like he has his own playthrough of Baldur's Gate, so I kind of knew how he was like with the fans and so forth, and his interaction was probably my favorite because like it was very clear, like he could tell I was an incredibly anxious individual, and like he like noticed and like made sure I was comfortable, and also like even gave me some life advice as well, which was nice. And he also like constantly slipped in and out of character, which was interesting. So he was definitely like my favorite voice actor to meet.
Yeah, I think as far as I'm concerned, I think Neil was probably the best experience. And that's not to take anything away from anybody else.
Yeah.
But he was personable on a level that I didn't think anybody would be under those circumstances. You had talked about being nervous going into your senior year. And he kind of conveyed some of his experiences. And one of the things he said was travel, whenever you get a chance, travel. And you said, well, I happen to be going to Japan. And he conveyed stories about Japan and what it's like over there and what the people were. So it was like, it wasn't just a factory of signing, signatures here. It was literally a personal experience that he constructed on the fly right there. And the fact that he kept slipping in and out of character, like, was just, and he was doing it with all of us. It wasn't just you. I thought that was so cool. And he did it so smoothly. I often wonder how much of an actor goes into the characters that they play. And I look at our experience with Maggie and I realize that was just a character. She clearly is not anything about that, like that character, because of the nature of the character. I think that's different with Neil. I think a little bit of Neil goes into each of his characters to make them a little bit more genuine. And it sort of came out.
Which, makes sense as to why he got so many awards for being one of the best actor in the game.
Absolutely. And then finally, we got to see Samantha. What was the experience with Samantha?
So she was also very nice as well. All of them were really nice. And she had an interesting way of going about like quotes and so forth, because with some of them you were allowed to have quotes and others kind of just, put the signatures and so forth. And she actually had this interesting system where you would roll a D20 and like it would be one of like the famous quotes from Carly, because she has some of the most quotable lines.
Yeah, she does.
I thought it was funny that one of the lines I ended up seeing on it was, "Oh, was that Gail's granddad?" And I thought that was kind of adorable. I ended up rolling a 13 on it, and it was "Hey, good looking," which I thought was a pretty good quote. So she added it, and then we also obviously got a picture with her. So she was very nice. All of them obviously were. So we got a bunch of pictures with all of them.
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate because by the time we got to Samantha, it was about an hour before the end of the show. We were exhausted. clearly she was exhausted. She had been there for a 3-day show.
Yeah.
So the fatigue was sort of setting in. So it wasn't as energetic an experience as we got with Neil, but we got Neil right after he had lunch too.
I mean, yeah, so.
It was all about timing there, but I'm glad we did it. I think it's an experience that will live with you for the rest of your life. It gives me a whole new appreciation for voice actors and how difficult the work is and how versatile they are. And I really enjoyed it. What are your final thoughts on the Too Many Games convention?
Well, it's probably a convention you have to go to for multiple days because it is so gigantic. And if you're just going there for signatures, you're going to be there all day.
Yeah.
And we only got to see one of the showrooms. They had so many other showrooms. I'd probably have to take more breaks, though, because, like, outside of being in the signature area, the main, like, area with, like, all the booths and so forth, I immediately got overwhelmed because there were just so many people there.
Yeah, it was packed.
So, it was an interesting convention, but definitely one I think I'll remember.
Yeah, I think it was awesome. I'm glad we did it. It was expensive, especially when I don't walk away with any, Star Wars collectibles, putting out that kind of money, but it was definitely worth it. So I think that's all we had today. This is kind of how the new format's going to go for now. We're going to see how well it works. It's going to be more of a conversation. I think this worked out well. Less pressure, more fun.
Yay.
We'll do that moving forward. Before we do go, I want to once again invite everyone out there to subscribe to the podcast if you don't do so already. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc. Please email us your comments, your suggestions, your thoughts to comments@insightsintothings.com. Look for us on X at insights_things. Check us out on Twitch 5 days a week. If you're if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch monthly subscription. We would appreciate it if you throw that our way. That helps us keep the lights on here. You can find us on Facebook as well at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, where you can find links to that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, usually hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, usually hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into I Have to Clear My Throat Teens, episode 183, Teens and Anger Management. I'm your host, Joseph Frog at his throat Whalen, and my expressive and informed co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hello, everyone.
How are you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. If I was doing any better, they'd have to arrest me.
Why, though?
That's just a joke, I guess.
Fair enough.
Anyway, so anything exciting happened this week?
I got my hair cut.
You did? Just one of them?
No.
No, you got them all cut?
I got my hairs cut then.
There you got my hairs cut. Y'all.
Really?
Yeah, why not? Dad jokes, sweetie. That's really all I got.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anything else exciting happen?
It's almost Thanksgiving, I guess, so that's pretty cool.
I guess that's exciting. I was kind of referring to your report card.
Oh, yeah, my report card.
That's going to cost me a boatload of money because you got so many A's in it this time. But congratulations to you on that.
Thanks.
So today we are talking teens and anger management. In a 2022 survey of 1,000 parents of teens, 2/3 identified anger as a concerning indicator that would prompt them to seek treatment for their teenager. Adolescents frequently experience anger due to the significant changes they undergo physically, mentally, and socially, compounded by the substantial decisions they face. Although teen anger is a common emotion, its origins can vary. It might stem from appropriate emotional expression or even be linked to a mental disorder. Explosive and violent outbursts, as well as common anger episodes, can sometimes be indicative of an anger problem, necessitating anger management treatment. In today's episode of Insights into Teens, we'll talk about how parents can help kids with anger management. But before we do that, I want to take a moment to invite our listening audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. Pretty much any place you can find a podcast these days. I would also encourage you to write in and give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter or X at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
We shall.
Let's commence shelling. So once again, we're tapping into that wonderful well of knowledge at newportacademy.com for this week's notes. So they ask, what is healthy anger in teens? The concept of healthy anger in teens is a seemingly paradoxical idea. Anger, a completely normal emotion, can actually be beneficial if expressed and managed constructively. This is particularly relevant for teenagers who often face challenges and situations that evoke strong emotional responses. Let's consider a common scenario. A teen faces an unfair situation, like an undeserved punishment from a teacher. The situation naturally triggers anger. Such emotional responses are not only valid but also natural. However, the way teens express this anger is crucial. It's important that their expression, whether through raised voices or tears, doesn't lead to harm. Communication plays a vital role here. Open conversations about the situation, where the teen's perspective is acknowledged, can validate their feelings and promote understanding. A study by the American Psychological Association found that teens who feel heard and understood by their parents are more likely to manage their emotions effectively.
Parents are instrumental in guiding teens through these emotional landscapes. They can provide tools for processing anger constructively. For instance, physical activities like running or creative outlets can be excellent ways for teens to release the energy associated with anger. A 2021 research article in the Journal of Adolescent Health emphasized the benefits of physical exercise in regulating emotions in teenagers. Encouraging healthy coping mechanisms is essential. Apologies.
Just read it the way it's written.
I'm trying. This not only aids in managing anger, but also equips teens with life skills for handling emotions. A survey conducted by the National Institute of Mental Health revealed that teens who practice healthy coping strategies are better at navigating emotional challenges. Understanding and managing anger in a healthy way is a vital skill for teens. It's a collaborative effort where open communication, acknowledging feelings, and constructive outlets play key roles. This approach not only helps in the current situation, but also prepares teens for emotional challenges in the future.
When should you worry about an angry teenager? Well, anger is a normal emotion. How it's expressed and its intensity can sometimes signal deeper issues. Unhealthy anger in teens often appears when their anger is out of proportion to the situation or when it leads to uncontrollable or violent outbursts. If a teen frequently gets angry over minor things, this is a red flag. Physiologically, the body isn't meant to sustain high levels of anger frequently. Research has linked such persistent, intense anger to mental health issues like teenage depression. Sometimes, a teenager's anger is actually a sign of deeper emotional struggles. They might be dealing with feelings they're not comfortable sharing, leading to irritability and frequent outbursts. Engaging in open conversations can help uncover these underlying issues. A study published in the Journal of Adolescent Health highlights the importance of understanding the emotional context behind a teenager's anger.
Hormonal changes during adolescence also play a role in fluctuations, including anger. While these hormone-induced mood changes are often temporary, it's still crucial to monitor their impact on the teen's well-being. Distinguishing between normal mood variations and unhealthy patterns of anger is key. Identifying signs of unhealthy anger involves looking at the frequency, intensity, and appropriateness of a teen's emotional responses. Managing this requires open communication, offering tools for anger management, and recognizing potential underlying emotional challenges. By addressing unhealthy anger, we can support our teens' emotional health and overall well-being.
So, I think the bottom line is everybody gets angry. Why you're getting angry and how you deal with that anger is really the important thing. So in your own life, have you experienced situations where you felt your anger was justified, yet had difficulty expressing it constructively?
Yeah, I've certainly had situations where I think my anger was justified. And at this point, I do kind of have instances like that now. It was way worse when I was in 6th grade. I always seem to bring that up sometimes when 6th grade was kind of the year where everything kind of hit me like a truck or something. But I am realizing now that there are things that I kind of get mad about, and I think justifiably, people being annoying in class. I understand that, it's not that big of a deal, but specifically there's this one period where they consistently are annoying and deliberately make themselves annoying, probably just for the attention, because my entire class is pretty much just full of class clowns. And, I don't do anything about it. I kind of just, say stuff under my breath. I could probably be doing something a little better by just not really paying attention to it or actually trying to be hey, I want to actually put a stop to this in a more constructive manner. I don't entirely do that right now. I kind of just say stuff under my breath and try not to listen to them.
So kind of a passive-aggressive way of dealing with it.
Yeah.
Well, considering the role communication plays in managing emotions, how do you feel adults, like parents or teachers, could improve their approach in understanding and addressing the anger teenagers often experience?
Well, I guess this is sort of just a general thing when it comes to most adults and their views on emotional expression. I wouldn't just chalk it up to like, oh, the teenager, they're just being a teenager. It's, whatever, you can't. Teenagers are rebellious or like mainly just following stereotypes of teenagers.
The infamous teen angst angle.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like, the whole it's not a phase, mom, or whatever. And I feel like if adults like listen to that less, like there would actually be good communication between them and their teen, because more than likely that if like your teen's not telling you anything and you are just following those stereotypes, they're probably not telling you anything because they don't think you'd respect them enough to actually communicate with them in a productive manner.
That's a very good point. Respect is something that's key to communication, especially when you're talking about things of this nature where it's a highly emotionally charged thing and the parents aren't giving the kids the respect they need to sit down and talk to them. They obviously recognize there's a problem and they just want to explain it away as teen angst, or you're going through a phase, or it's not a big deal, or you'll get over it. It's a mistake that I've made in the past, and one that I'm learning slowly, but I'm learning to certainly take it a little bit. I don't want to say too seriously, but certainly understanding your perspective when it comes to situations like that.
Yeah.
So, what are some methods that you've found effective in managing strong emotions, and how do you think these strategies impact your overall well-being?
Well, a lot of it I do feel is kind of talking about it. Like, this podcast was actually, originally created as a way to help me get through some of the more complicated emotions. And whenever I can, with either you or mommy, I would normally talk about stuff that would make me angry. And sure, looking back at a lot of it, it could kind of seem more meaningless, but the idea of at least talking about it and getting my frustrations out in a way that, like, I'm not directly shouting at anybody, but I'm just explaining my frustration about a specific thing, I feel like has been very helpful. Another thing I found is the idea of kind of taking your mind off things by watching videos, playing video games, or doing something in a more like relaxed manner that kind of can take you off the edge.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think all of us need some kind of release like that, or if not a release, at least a distraction to kind of de-stress and come back energized to deal with these things.
Yeah, and that sort of thing also helps me from ever lashing out at anybody because, a lot of the times I like to consider it sort of like a steaming kettle or something, where it's like, if I don't let out like some steam, sometimes it's like I'm gonna burst.
Right.
And when I burst, I'm not going to be able to control myself. So, and if I keep it all inside, that's really not going to help, and it's just going to get worse and worse until I explode in an uncontrolled manner.
Right. So you let it out in controlled bursts. This way you can control it, you can manipulate it, and you can even use it for constructive purposes in situations like that too.
Yeah.
So as of right now, do you think that you're a very angry person at this point?
Not really. I certainly used to be, to the point where I had almost no emotional control and would lash out at my friends, and even one time I lashed out at a teacher. And I really did not have a huge emotional control. I also thought very negatively and very rarely ever thought positively. Right now, I feel I'm not really an angry type of person. I can certainly be miserable at times, but, like, I'm not particularly angry. I can certainly get angry because, like, there are certain things that can just annoy me, but I don't really lash out anymore like I used to, and I don't always get angry at, like, the littlest things anymore, so I certainly would say that I've gotten better with my anger.
Okay. Well, and that's good. I can freely admit that when I was your age, a little bit younger, I had serious anger management issues, and it stemmed from a lot of different sources. There was some significant stress points at home because of my father. There was school stress that everyone winds up going through. It's different for everybody, but Everybody winds up going through it. I struggled in a couple of classes. There were certain pressures socially that I was under that caused it. So for me, my anger issues were multifaceted. And it took a while for me to finally get a grip on them and figure out how to deal with these things and deal with them one problem at a time as much as you can. So I think we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, you're going to tell us what causes teen anger, at least some of the causes of it. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and anger management. And now we're going to talk about what causes teen anger. Understanding the factors behind teen anger is essential to address the question of why adolescents may be experiencing heightened anger. It's important to differentiate between normal, healthy, and potentially problematic, unhealthy anger. The causes of teen anger can be diverse and complex, and investigating these underlying reasons is crucial for effective intervention.
There are various factors that can contribute to teen anger, each requiring careful consideration. While occasional bouts of anger are normal during this developmental stage, persistent and pervasive anger may signify more significant issues that warrant attention. Some potential causes of chronic teen anger include underlying mental health conditions. Anger can be a symptom of an underlying mental health condition such as depression, anxiety, or oppositional defiant disorder, which we talked about in a previous podcast. In some cases, anger may serve as a defense mechanism for deeper emotional struggles. Substance abuse is another cause. Substance abuse can exacerbate and distort emotional responses, leading to heightened anger and irritability. Identifying and addressing substance abuse issues is crucial for managing anger.
Unprocessed trauma is another one. Past traumas can fuel unresolved anger, as the emotions associated with the trauma remain unprocessed. Therapy is often necessary to help teens work through and heal from traumatic experiences. Learned behaviors is also a factor. Teens may learn unhealthy ways of expressing anger from family dynamics or their environment. Family dysfunction, modeling of aggressive behavior, or a history of conflict at home can contribute to maladaptive anger expression. The final factor they list here is unprocessed emotions. Teens might struggle with processing a wide range of emotions, and anger can sometimes become a default emotional response. This can stem from an inability to understand or communicate their feelings effectively.
Addressing some of these underlying issues requires professional help and intervention. A mental health or substance abuse diagnosis necessitates specialized medical and therapeutic treatment. Teens who have learned negative behavior patterns might benefit from anger management classes or therapeutic interventions that address underlying family dynamics. Furthermore, individuals who rely on anger as a way to express their emotions can benefit from therapy aimed at enhancing emotional regulation skills and fostering healthier coping mechanisms.
Recognizing the sources of teen anger and distinguishing between normal and emotional expression and potentially harmful patterns is essential for providing appropriate support. Identifying and addressing underlying factors through professional help can pave the way for healthier emotional development and effective anger management strategies.
So, do you find that you run into anger issues, whether they're minor, severe, healthy, unhealthy? Do you get angry? Are you the type of person who just doesn't get angry?
I can certainly get angry. I'm not gonna, say that, oh, I never get angry. I know that, like, one of my friends might have mentioned something where it's like, I never see you getting angry, I just see you getting disappointed. No, I can get angry. It can either be because the cats are being bad, people are just being really loud in school when I'm trying to focus on an assignment, there's just technical issues I'm facing, or I'm, like, working on, like, writing or drawing something, and, like, I keep making the same mistake over and over again, or I don't think it looks perfect. And even though, like, I'm, drawing and trying to continually fix it, I always seem to ruin it.
So it's almost like you get angry at yourself more than you get angry at other people, it sounds.
Yeah, kinda.
Are there any particular strategies or support systems that you find helpful in managing intense emotions like this?
Well, usually stepping away from those sort of things and, like, trying to focus on something else or doing something else that's a little more calming can usually help. I might just watch a YouTube video or just go pet a cat, or if I can't do that, just try to focus on something else and try to just step away from it and kind of, like, take time to, like, calm myself down pretty much.
That's a good idea. I mean, divorcing yourself from whatever is making you angry is always a good way of helping to cope with that. In your opinion, how much do you think your environment and the behaviors you observe around you influence your own expression of anger? And caveat here, I'm probably the number one expression of anger in this house here. However, I will say that my anger, when I get angry, is almost always directed at inanimate objects. I go through painstaking meditative processes to limit it to objects, mostly technology around the house, rather than individuals around the house.
I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this before, but I feel like your anger towards inanimate objects is what kind of led me on the path of, like, if there's some sort of technological problem or there's some, like, object that normally always works but for some reason isn't working right now, I will get angry at it.
Well, and it's worth mentioning that most of the angst that I have that generates anger is from technology. And I work in technology. That's my chosen profession. And the technology around the house that usually causes the most anger are things that have to do with the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, knock on wood, we're doing pretty good today without any technical glitches, until I say that, of course. But we could turn everything off, finish the recording, walk away, come back tomorrow, turn it back on, and nothing will work, and for no good reason. And being of an analytical mind and a troubleshooting person that I am, that drives me insane, and that's what causes most of my anger. Does that influence you, though? Does seeing me, for lack of a better term, act like an idiot like that, does that influence you and make you angry, or do you feed off of that?
I don't think I ever really feed off your anger. It's kind of more of a mimicking thing that happens without, like, anything relating. Like, it's probably like you'll be angry at something and then I'll be angry at something else, but it'll be a very similar thing. Whenever you do it, it's more I'm afraid than I am angry.
Well, and why would you be afraid? It's not like I've ever hurt anyone in that anger.
Yeah, but I don't really like people shouting And there was one specific time recently where we were planning on doing a podcast we had been planning on doing for a while. And I just said planning twice. My apologies.
Sorry, we'll give you an extra commission on that.
Thanks. And Mommy's headphones weren't working because we were doing episode 180.
Yeah, okay.
And when you told me to find the plug for it, I accidentally hit the switch on the adapter and everything turned off. And you had already like troubleshooted multiple times trying to get this to work. And then you pretty much just lost it. And I was just terrified.
Well, and you know what? It's funny because in that instance, I took your tact. I had to walk away.
Yep.
I was so frustrated by that point in time that it could have been anything that would have set me off. That one more problem that I ran into that day and we weren't doing a podcast. It just so happened to be that you turned the power off, which maybe that was for the best, because maybe if we had sat and tried to go through it and something else came up, it would have made it worse. So. But that was my coping mechanism. I had to walk away because my blood pressure was up. I was agitated, and I was too annoyed to continue down things. So maybe you saved me more problems than it caused.
Maybe.
But we all get angry, and when it happens to me here, and I yell and I scream and I curse and I make a big deal, I'll walk away. And usually my rule of thumb is, you get 3 shots. I'll walk away. That's 1 shot. I'll come back. I'll try it again. If I get frustrated, I'll walk away and I'll come back one more time after I've calmed down. And after that, if I can't get things to work the way they're supposed to work, then I'm done. I quit. I walk away. And I come back another day. And we came back a couple of days later and we did a podcast and everything was fine.
Yeah.
The headphones still didn't work, by the way. I still have to figure out what the problem is.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, we all get angry. Turn it into something good.
Yep.
We're going to take another quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about specifically why anger is anger in boys more common? I could have said that probably 12 other ways too, but
yeah.
Or at least, is that a perception? Is it a perception that it's just in boys? Because growing up, it always was, it's what everyone thought for me. But we'll talk about that when we get back in 60 ticks.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and anger management. And now we're going to talk about why is anger in boys more common, or, if it's just a myth or something or whatever.
Something like that.
Something like you said before.
A man, a myth, a legend.
Yeah. The prevalence of anger in adolescent boys raises questions about its underlying causes and implications for mental health. Understanding why anger appears more common in boys can shed light on the unique challenges they face and the importance of early intervention. Mental health conditions. Boys are more prone to express underlying mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, and bipolar disorder through anger and irritability. This can make it harder to recognize their emotional struggles, and these symptoms might be misconstrued as simply bad behavior.
Research from the Journal of Family Medicine and Primary Care suggests that boys often externalize their emotional distress through anger, aggression, and even violence, rather than displaying the more stereotypical signs of sadness or hopelessness associated with depression. The difference in emotional expression can make it challenging to identify when boys are struggling with their mental health. Societal norms and expectations can play a role in shaping how boys express emotions. Boys may feel societal pressure to exhibit toughness and suppress vulnerability, which can lead to masking their emotional pain with anger. Boys might encounter barriers in seeking help for their emotional struggles. Societal stigma around mental health issues and a cultural bias against seeking help can discourage boys from reaching out for help.
Recognizing that disruptive or aggressive behaviors in boys might stem from deeper emotional challenges is paramount. Parents and caregivers should be vigilant about these signs, understanding that outward anger could be an indicator of a significant underlying mental health disorder. Providing a safe and open space for boys to discuss their emotions, seeking professional help when needed, and addressing societal norms that discourage emotional expression can contribute to healthier emotional development. Early intervention and support can help boys navigate the complexities of their emotions and mental well-being, ultimately leading to healthier outcomes.
So, is it a perception that boys have more anger issues, or do you experience that boys tend to have more anger issues?
I do feel like there's certainly this idea that men kind of experience more anger than women, and I do feel it's more or less the idea that they can't really express any other emotion, because I've seen like a lot of people online kind of talking about how like men aren't really supposed to be vulnerable, and there's like the societal stigma of like they have to be tough and emotions are weak or whatever.
So you think you would agree with the statement that it's societal and cultural factors that play a role in how males typically handle their emotions.
And also the idea that, like, they're not really able to talk about mental issues that they experience, and obviously the stigma around mental health for them.
No, I agree, and I think that's certainly been the case, but I can say since I was your age, things have gotten significantly better. There's a lot of those barriers are coming down, fortunately. And there's a lot more support outlets out there for men. And a lot of times it's not the traditional mental health type things that you would look at. A lot of times it's through clubs and it's through very masculine sort of activities, so that men can ease into that sort of thing, which is, I think, is a good thing.
Yeah.
But what barriers do you think exist for boys in seeking help, and how do you think these could be overcome?
Well, the barriers that they might experience could possibly be peer pressure that they have from their classmates, their parents, their teachers, or just really anybody in their life basically saying like, oh, your problems don't really matter all that much, or, oh, you're not supposed to be feeling that sort of thing. And I do know that there are people out there that kind of say things that are basically like, oh, men, you can't be this way because you have to be strong and you're supposed to be doing that. And if you're not, then you're not really a man. And I feel like that stuff can really get to younger boys, and when it comes to actually shaping them as an individual, I feel like that really can negatively affect them. And if they're going to be able to overcome those barriers, we kind of have to change the social stigma around their mental health and basically say it's okay to feel any sort of emotion. You're allowed to do that. Like, it doesn't make you weak. You might even be seen as being stronger if you're able to be more vulnerable to people that you trust.
I agree. And we've thrown the term toxic masculinity around in the past. And you hear it in society a lot, and it usually refers to something very different. But I think this is another form of toxic masculinity where the expectations that are placed on males to act tough and to not be vulnerable and to, not succumb to your emotions. I think that's another form of toxic masculinity because it forces you into unhealthy situations.
I mean, yeah, and I've seen like a lot of different older men kind of saying that that the only thing that they can feel is anger and that there's nothing else. They're not allowed to feel sad. They're not allowed, and they'll shame other men if they ever feel sad or even cry.
Yeah, and you know what? The sad thing is that there's enough anger in the world that we don't need to foster any more of it.
Yeah.
So a lot of parents want to know, how can I help my teenager manage their anger? Well, assisting adolescents in managing their anger requires a balanced approach that combines effective communication, emotional regulation techniques, and clear boundaries. Here's how parents can help their angry teens navigate their emotions and develop healthy anger management strategies. The first is obvious: offer help. Let your teen know that you're there to support them in their journey to manage anger. Provide reassurance that it's okay to feel angry, but that it's important to express and manage those emotions in a healthy manner.
You should also prioritize battles. Recognize that not every issue needs to be confronted. Letting go of minor complaints can prevent unnecessary conflicts and provide a calmer atmosphere for addressing more significant concerns. There's also positive framing. When addressing issues, start with praise or positive aspects of their behavior before addressing criticisms. This approach can reduce the feeling of being judged and create a more receptive atmosphere for conversation. You should also model self-control. Parents should demonstrate emotional regulation themselves. Taking a time out when feeling angry and addressing issues calmly can serve as a valuable example for teens to follow. You should also respect personal space. If a teen wants to step away to calm down, allow them the time and space to do so. Pushing for immediate interaction might escalate the situation further.
You should also encourage open dialogue. Create an environment where teens feel comfortable discussing their emotions openly. Encourage them to express what triggers their anger and explore ways to address those triggers constructively. Teach problem solving. Guide teens through problem-solving techniques. Help them identify alternatives to angry outbursts, empowering them to find more constructive ways of addressing challenges. Also, set clear boundaries. Establish boundaries for behavior, ensuring that both parties understand the consequences of crossing these limits. Consistency in enforcing these boundaries can help teens understand the expectations.
There's also relaxation techniques. Incorporate relaxation techniques at home to help teens manage anger in the moment. Techniques like muscle tensing and releasing or visualization of a safe and calming place can provide immediate relief during heated moments. And finally, we say this a lot, you should seek professional help. If anger issues persist or become detrimental, consider seeking professional help. Anger management programs, therapy, and counseling can offer teens the necessary tools to navigate their emotions and develop healthier coping mechanisms.
By combining these strategies, parents can play a significant role in helping their teens develop the skills to manage anger, communicate effectively, and navigate challenging emotions in a productive way. So after talking about all of that, and they're all many things that we've talked about numerous times dealing with other emotions other than anger, considering all the strategies that we've mentioned for managing anger, like offering support and teaching problem solving, which ones resonate most with you, do you think?
The offer support ones resonates with me because, I feel like that's one that is very helpful. It pretty much shows that, you're willing to help your teen. You don't just think it's some sort of phase or them being rebellious. And it shows that you actually care about your teen enough to, want to admit that, yes, this is a bit of a problem, but don't worry, I'm here for you.
Now, you play a supporting role emotionally with a lot of your friends for a lot of other scenarios that we've talked about on the podcast in the past. Do you find that any of your friends have anger issues that you have helped them cope with or guide them through based on your own experiences?
Yeah, I do remember that some of my friends who were around the age that I started to have struggles with trying to control my emotions. Around the time that they were that age, they also had similar issues to mine, and pretty much whenever they would get angry at each other or would just be angry in general, they would talk to me, and I'd always tell them, hey, best thing to do, get away from whatever's making you angry, try, some coping strategies. And if they ever did, need to rant to me about, like, whatever problem they were having, I was always like, okay, let me hear the situation, tell me what's going on, I'll see what I can do to help.
Yeah, and a lot of times, like you said before, just being able to talk it through, having someone that can just listen to the problems that you're running into can be a great way to de-stress and relieve some of that anger that you might have. So whether it's an adult, whether it's a counselor or a parent, or just another friend, having someone there that can listen, that won't judge you, but will give you your space and hear you out, I think is a huge help that can benefit teens.
Yeah.
So I think that's all we had. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts and finish up the business of the podcast.
All right, so to everybody out there, I just want to say that anger is a very natural, very normal emotion. It's something I feel everybody pretty much experiences, obviously on different levels. I feel anger can be very productive when it's able to be used in such a way, but it can also be very destructive. Finding good ways of coping with anger, I feel, is very important. And to parents out there who are experiencing or who have teens that have issues with dealing with anger, I feel like, offering support is the best thing to do. Don't judge them for it. Don't, resort to teen stereotypes thinking it's just a phase they're going through or they're just being rebellious. A lot of the time that's kind of going to invalidate their feelings, and it's more than likely going to make them not really trust you as much. So really best to do is just offer support and help guide them through it.
Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
Another fantastic topic. Before we do go, I want to once again implore our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're on Google, Spotify, iHeartRadio, anywhere you can get a podcast. Also, be sure to reach out to us. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your suggestions for topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on X at insights_things. We do have high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We still stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, now being hosted by you and Sam, and Insights into Tomorrow. Not really sure how many times we're going to be doing it, but it's hosted by you and my mother.
For the record, we've got 2 episodes scripted out and ready to go. We'll probably be filming one later this week after the holiday. That's it, folks. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 191, Land of the Rising Sun. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my adventurous and worldly co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
So how you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. Little tired, but I'm all right.
Little tired, still suffering from jet lag?
I don't think anymore, just tired because I'm actually doing stuff now.
Okay, all right. I know you had a rough time with the jet lag, and we're going to get into all of that today. On today's episode, we're going to recap your, was it 10 days in Japan?
Kind of, technically.
10 days in Japan and 3 days in the air.
Well, more 8 days, technically.
Okay. We do have the agenda. We're going to run through that. We're going to have you tell us what it was like, how interesting it was. And yeah, that's what today's podcast is going to be about, because I think a lot of other kids out there would appreciate it from the perspective of a teenager. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite the listening and viewing. I was going to say subscribers, but I'm asking you to subscribe. So if I'm asking you to subscribe, you're not a subscriber yet. So our listening audience and our viewing audience, you can find us listed as Insights into Things for all of our podcasts, both video and audio. You can also find us listed as Insights into Teens, just our audio podcasts, and they're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to write in, contact us. We do have a call-in number now, so no one's actually answering the phones, but you can leave a voicemail on the message itself, and we'll get you on a future podcast with your comments. You can call in to 856-403-8788, or you can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter, or X as it is now, at insights_things, where you can find links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. So before we get into all the fun stuff you did on the trip, we kind of have to talk about the transit, the plane ride there. So you had 2 flights over. You had 1 flight from Jersey to San Francisco.
Well, more Philly to San Francisco.
Well, yeah, Philly to San Francisco, coast to coast you went.
Yep.
You had a little layover there. And then from there, you jumped across the Pacific all the way over to Japan. How long did it take you total getting there?
Well, it took about 5 hours from Philly to San Fran, and then around 11-ish hours, a little more, a little less. I still don't entirely remember. They technically gave us how long it was, but about 16 hours, I'd say, overall.
For just to get there.
Yes.
Now, the other interesting thing, and something that I was struggling with the entire time you were there, was not only the time difference, but you crossed the international date line. So you were in the future for us. You were 13 hours in the future for us, right?
Yep.
And I just could not wrap my head around that. How did that affect you when you got there, being literally 13 hours off your regular clock?
Well, the jet lag was probably a cause of that, because like when I ended up getting off like the international flight, I felt like I was gonna puke. I needed the bathroom. I wanted to eat. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream. I wanted to collapse all at the same time.
Sounds like you really had a good time on that trip then, huh?
Well, when we ended up landing that day, and of course, at that point, it was like 2 p.m. that day, and we had something to do, and I'm like, can we please just head back to a hotel? I don't feel good. But by the time we actually got to the thing, we had like an hour-long bus ride, so I was able to kind of calm down.
That helps. So this trip wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing, obviously. This is something that had been in the works for several years now. What did you do prior to the trip to kind of prepare you for the journey or to get you ready to immerse yourself in culture in Japan?
Well, for one, I started using Duolingo and, got to the point of understanding that, it really wanted you to continue your streak because it held your family hostage.
Yeah, it does. It does tend to do that, doesn't it? It's very insistent.
So I'd been using that at one point to, learn Japanese to maybe make communication a little easier. We ended up getting a suitcase specifically for because like they didn't want us to have to check our luggage because it wasn't going to be it was going to take longer
because of the layover
and connecting flights and so forth. So they ended up wanting us to basically have a carry-on bag. So we had to pack like 9 days worth of clothes and anything else into like a pretty decently small suitcase. And we had to basically have that and also possibly have room for souvenirs. And like a bunch of people ended up just buying another suitcase and checking their luggage when we ended up leaving.
That's funny. So what did you do on the flight? Were there movies? Did you have books? Did you have any kind of activity or games or anything? Because that's a long flight.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you're like me. You didn't sleep on the flight.
Pretty much, yes. So you had the 5-hour one, which I technically fell asleep during 1 hour of it, but I really wouldn't say I was sleeping. It did not feel like I was sleeping at all. I more so just lost consciousness at that point. I didn't feel rested afterwards. They didn't have really anything, but I ended up getting books from like Five Below that were like puzzle books that I could, write in and keep myself occupied. It was honestly it was kind of a boring flight, and like it wasn't a very fun one, I will admit. But then on the international flight, we had like actual TV screens. They gave us headphones, and you were able to watch movies, watch TV shows.
That was from San Fran to Japan.
Yes, you were able to watch movies, watch television, and there were even like games on there. There was even actually a mode that I kind of liked, and it was basically like a sort of work focused but also like sleep mode kind of thing, where like you would just play like calming music in the background. So if like you needed to work on something, you had that, or if you wanted to sleep but needed noise to block out every other noise out there, because there's no way you can sleep on an airplane, you could do that. And as I alluded to, I did not get any sleep, because anytime I would try to go to sleep, something else happened. Like I tried to go to sleep at one point and someone else's light went on. When the light went off, someone was snoring. When the person stopped snoring, a child would be screaming. And when a child wasn't screaming, a child was just talking loudly to a parent.
At least they all took turns, right?
Yeah, which, that kind of made it a little agonizing. And that's kind of why on the returning flight, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to bed. I don't care. I'm not going to sleep.
So I arranged the show notes based on the itinerary that you had. So if I have something out of order or something like that, just let me know and we'll kind of speak around it.
Of course.
So your first day, you were in Osaka.
Yep.
What were your first impressions of Osaka? What stood out to you that you saw?
Okay, well, we ended up taking the airport was actually kind of interesting looking, because at one point after we went through, because of course, it's strange to see like all the signs not in English and instead in Japanese, because, that's the country you're in. But like it's still kind of weird to see. There was also like a lot of like cartoon characters that like were part of like the signs and symbols and so forth. And then at one point when we were like in a station where we were going to get to the bus, it did not at all look like an airport. It looked more like a mall because like it was colored certain ways. It was very bright, and I also saw some interesting elevators which I hadn't seen before. And when we were on the hour-long bus ride, we ended up seeing like some of the shorelines. A lot of the buildings were very interesting because some of them, like the architecture was modern, but not modern as in the United States. Like they were built in kind of interesting blocky ways, and then some of them looked more traditionally Japanese as well.
Okay. Interesting. So you guys did do, or you were supposed to do, a walking tour of Downtonbury Canal Street. Is that where you guys ate? And how was that experience for you?
Oh boy. So yeah, we actually did see like the canal, and they actually had like boats going across. So that was kind of neat because we were like stationed on the bridge at one point, and we ended up having like a 5-minute walk down the street. And it was kind of nerve wracking because like a lot of like the stores and so forth were like very loud because like there were like 3 instances of I think the same store where there was this animatronic crab, and it was like gigantic at
That
the
sounds
front.
terrifying.
And yeah, and its legs would move and its arms moved up and down. It was really weird. And its eyes would also like bob up and down as well, which was very interesting. And obviously the rest of it, like there were a lot of signs. There were a lot of street vendors out there where you could get food and so forth. And basically after we like walked down the entire the street and we were told where certain like food options were, we were given a couple hours to basically go and find your own dinner. And then we were going to meet back at the place where the bus was so that we could get on the bus to go to the hotel.
So how did finding food work out?
Initially, I wasn't really able to do that because I ended up kind of having a panic attack. Because I'm not great with people, like in general, and I was also in a foreign country, a place I'd never been before, which I don't have great experience with that either. If I'm not at a place, I get like very antsy if I haven't been there before. So it's like I'm always kind of like looking around, like, where am I? And the prospect of actually going and talking to people to get food, I can barely do that in the United States. But there was an extra layer to it because in Japan, most people don't speak English. It's not really a primary language. So there was obviously going to be a language barrier there, and I was kind of freaking out. And at one point when me and my one friend, she was getting this thing called melon bread, which I did end up having at one point, but when she was getting that and I was in line behind her, at some point I just freaked out. I was getting scared. People were like walking, and like the thing is, in Japan, they also don't really, like, personal space isn't really a thing, because like they'll just walk past you with like the smallest gap in between you and somebody else, which I had to learn to adapt to. But like I ended up like pushing myself against a wall, and I was kind of like crying at that point and freaking out. Thankfully, one of the moms and her daughter ended up like finding me and basically helped to coax me and so forth. My one friend ended up getting me one of the melon bread with ice cream. It was pretty good. I do recommend it. And then I ended up getting the confidence to buy a tempura crab leg, which is basically just a crab leg but fried.
Okay.
Deep fried, rather.
So you did get to experience some of the street food there, some of the terrifying experiences on the street there.
Yeah. But one thing of note is that there was a stand called Kobe beef, and it's basically just beef on a stick and so forth. I would not really recommend getting that because when someone ended up charging it to their debit card, it came out to be like $75.
Well, because Kobe beef is a delicacy in Japan. It's like the finest grade of beef that you can get.
Yeah, so it cost them like $75 US for it. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend that.
That would be like going to a restaurant here and ordering like a 15-ounce filet mignon.
Mm.
So that's understandable. So the next leg had you going from Osaka to Kyoto, but you stopped in Nara, Japan for a couple of shrines. Tell us how that was. I know you guys did a lot of shrines while you were there. You had Shinto, you had Buddhist. What was the experience like? Did you feel connected to the culture at that point? Was there a historical thing that was interesting? What can you say about that?
Okay, so we visited 2 shrines in Nara, one that was Shinto and another that was Buddhist. The Shinto one was the one that had like the most lanterns in it. It like had 100 or something lanterns. And I did like find it interesting how connected it was to nature, and because like in Nara they hold deer sacred. So both the Buddhist temple we went to, where we ended up seeing like the Nara Great Buddha. So the Buddha and the Shinto shrine we went to, they were both connected to something called Deer Park, which we also ended up going to because the deer were sacred in Nara. So the shrine was very calming and beautiful. They had like a prayer area. There was also we had a tour guide as well, and there were torii gates that were basically these like large orange gates, and that basically marked if you were at a shrine, and you'd like bow in front of them before you walk in, and then when you left, you would turn around and bow, and then you would leave. You'd also wash your hands a certain way, as well as your mouth, as a form of purification, because water is seen in the Japanese culture as a form of purification. So we did that, and then when we were at the Buddhist temple, we actually learned the history of like this gigantic grand building and how it used to like be much bigger, but like fires and like various things would end up destroying most of it, but it would be rebuilt, and there was actually like history inside of it where like you could see like they had like different models of it.
Oh, okay, cool. So you see the different versions of the temple.
Yeah.
All right. So it sounds like it was kind of cool. It wasn't overly stressful then.
Well,
okay, maybe
that
it
was
maybe it was.
Well, that wasn't what stressed me out. It was more so the fact that at that point my legs, like I don't walk often, so my legs were really starting to hurt. It was also pretty hot for me, and it also started raining. And at that point I was also hungry and tired, so at one point when we were leaving the Buddhist temple to go to the deer park, I ended up breaking down.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you kept score.
I keep score of all my breakdowns because, not really the most normal thing to be happening, as I didn't see anyone else that had breakdowns like I did.
You were very out of your element. I give you a lot of credit for how brave you were in stepping so far out of your element.
Thank you.
So you move on from Nara to Kyoto. And in Kyoto, you saw the famous Temple of 1,000 Gates.
Yep.
Tell us about that.
Okay, so...
Because that seems excessive to me.
I mean, yeah. It was honestly very interesting because there was a lot of culture with that, because we also learned about how the fox is seen as a lucky symbol, and there were a lot of like different fox statues, as they were kind of seen as like the messengers of the gods. So we learned why like the fox was a lucky animal, because the thing is, the fox eats the mice that eat the rice, because rice is obviously grown in Japan, and it's seen as as their most valuable crop. So anything that kills the mice is seen as a lucky animal. So cats and foxes tend to be those lucky animals. So there's like these masks that are made that are meant to, embody the animals.
Interesting. That's a very practical approach to how they determine what animals are lucky and not. Some places, and I guess a lot of cultures are like that. Like Indian culture reveres cows, and I guess the cows play a major role in life there. But, the fact that they're revering animals that protect their food source makes a lot of sense. How did you find the gate? So you didn't walk all the gates, right?
Yeah, we ended up like walking under some, and then there was a pathway with smaller gates that were actually donated to the area, and then there was like this one-off area that had a couple significant like religious shrines and so forth. There's actually this interesting ritual I want to bring up where basically you would put in a coin and you'd make your wish in your head, and there was this rock. So if you lift the rock and it's heavier than you think, your wish won't come true for a while. But if you lift it and it's lighter than you think, your wish is going to basically come true instantly.
Almost sounds like Punxsutawney Phil and the groundhog,
Kind of, but I honestly thought it was interesting. And they also mentioned how there are tour gates that you buy in the one shop area, and people actually bring it up the gates up to the mountain to basically leave it there for the Shinto god. And I did end up looking down all the gates, and not only are the gates like in a line, but there's also like steps to where you go up. And I have heard that of people that do that, but I think it takes like 3 hours to get up them all. It was very impressive to see. I didn't do it because I'm not good with stairs and heights and so forth, but it was very impressive to see, and it was very interesting how like there were different like obviously how we have here Punxsutawney Phil for Groundhog's Day, they have, the stone rocks for their wishes, and they had other things that were meant to be wishes. Like there were these wooden tablets that you would buy at them. You'd write down your wish and you'd leave it on like these boards.
Okay. So having visited the various shrines and having your first taste of Japan there, how would you describe the cultural importance that the shrines and religion play in the lives of day-to-day people in Japan?
I feel like after seeing all the shrines, wishing and praying is like a major aspect of the culture for Japan, as well as the symbols like the fox and the cat, and I learned more about like how each of those symbols were lucky in their own ways. And the whole like wish making, because like the thing is there's like many gods in Japan. There's like matchmaking gods, there's gods of nature, there's gods of the mountains, and each of them hold various significances. And basically, like especially with Shinto, you basically don't have to believe in it fully, or at the very least, you can have most of your beliefs held in one religion, but you could still go to like Shinto shrines and pray there, and the god will still like hear you and grant you your wish or your prayer. And a lot of them also don't depict their gods either. It's just like you have a general shrine area. You don't see what the god looks like, but you still, offer up your prayers and wishes.
Interesting. It sounds like it's a very passive way of going about religion, unlike some of the more Western style religions out there. It actually sounds kind of inviting.
And I did actually see like there were other like, it wasn't like just Buddhism or Shintoism. There was also like, I did actually see like a Catholic church in Japan as well, a couple of other churches and stuff like that. So there are like obviously other religions there, and it was definitely interesting to see how all of it kind of played into not only the cultural history of Japan, but also the architectural history and just the traditions of Japan.
Fascinating. Well, I think we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to pick it up in Kyoto on day 4 and move on from there. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We are talking about a recent trip to Japan that you took. So you were in Kyoto for 2 days?
Yes.
You went to the bamboo forest. So tell us about the bamboo. What do they have in the bamboo forest?
Well, you could take as many guesses as you want, but I'm assuming you'd get it on the first try. Bamboo, pretty much. And like there was one spot where like you could go deeper into the forest, and but like we ended up kind of stopping there. I didn't go into it because at that point we had already seen a bunch of bamboo. It was very pretty and it got me to appreciate nature, but it was really like, like, at that point, I didn't really see too much of a point in going forward because there was also, like, a whole other town where we were expected to get lunch at, which by that point and all the panic attacks I had, I was like, you know what, just take me to the bus, please. The bus was still there, so it's like, can I just stay at the bus? So our tour guide, Keiko, was thankfully kind enough to escort me back to the bus because it was genuinely a really long walk and my feet were already hurting, and I'm like, yeah, I can't, because like that was the busiest street we've seen. Like there was no space between anybody, and like I had to be very careful to make sure I was still following her because the crowds were just insane, and I'm like, yeah, if I try to navigate this through myself, I'm going to panic again. Which, you know, at least I knew my limits.
That's true. So while you were there, you also visited and I'm going to hopefully not pronounce this too bad, the Nijo Castle?
Yes.
Tell us about that and the Golden Pavilion.
Okay, so the Nijo Castle was actually the first thing we did that day, and it was very interesting because obviously I have a more like kind of Western and European style of thinking of what a castle looks like. Looks nothing like that. It had purely white walls. It had a moat, which was kind of the only like resemblance to it, but it still looked like a traditional Japanese architecture. We actually went inside and
it's like a pagoda style architecture with the vaulted roofs and curved roofs and stuff, right?
Yeah, and it also had like very nice looking trees around the border. And when we actually got in the castle, there was no photography and we actually had to take our shoes off. So we ended up walking around. They had like dioramas that like, it was basically like a show. It was kind of like the place where a shogun would be, who in Japanese history, the shogun used to be like an influential political figure that like had samurai that would protect him, and I think was like it was basically a head samurai and so forth. So we ended up like seeing all the different rooms, all the different waiting rooms for if you wanted to see the shogun. We saw replicas of samurai and the shogun himself. It was very interesting. And then outside the one gift shop that everyone went to, I had another panic attack and had to go outside. Thankfully, the one nurse that was on the trip ended up kind of taking me away because it was very crowded in there and I could barely make sense of anything.
Okay, well, I don't think we need to keep score of the panic attacks anymore.
I understand that.
So at the castle, like here, when you visit a historic site in the U.S. and even in Europe, you often encounter people that are reenactors, docents that are in there trying to explain the different things. Did they have anything like that there in the tour where they had someone doing explanations of what the different things of the castle were? Anybody in costume or anything like that?
Well, we did have a tour guide that I guess kind of specialized in it, and he basically like talked about the sort of stuff. And the interesting thing is that like you can actually there's actually like still various traps in there that are like if anyone was going to break in, there'd be like different traps and so forth. And like I guess there's a way that you can tell that there's like some sort of trap in there, and he actually like asked us to be like, be on the lookout for something like that, and if you figure out what the trap is, let me know, and so forth.
Oh, interesting.
But he was our general tour guide as well.
Okay. So you moved on from that to the Golden Pavilion. Now, was the Golden Pavilion in the same location?
No, we actually like had to take a bus to a different location for it.
So what was the Golden Pavilion?
It was honestly very interesting because like the entire top half of it is made out of gold.
Actual gold.
Yep, actual
Wow.
gold. It was very like beautiful to see, and there was also surrounded by like a big lake, and there were also like trees that were also planted around it that looked very nice. Trees in Japan look very different than trees in the US for the
Yeah.
most part, unless you go into the mountain area, but that was very it was very nice to see, and thankfully it helped me. At that point, I also had another one of the parents helping me to calm down and to at least appreciate that. So yeah, the Golden Pavilion was very pretty.
Okay. So from here, you moved on to what would have been my favorite part of the trip, and that's you got to ride the bullet train,
Yep, that was the next day.
the Shinkansen. How was that? Explain to us because I know they're on a very tight schedule there. You only have a certain amount of time to get on. What was
Okay.
that like?
So we had to basically carry our luggage around for most of the trip, but when it came to the day that we spent after the bullet train, we couldn't take our luggage with us because if we were to try and get it on the bullet train, it would take us much longer and probably we wouldn't have been able to get on it. So basically, we had to pack in our backpacks what we were going to need for a night's stay in the one hotel, and then we'd eventually have our bag shipped to Tokyo. So we all had to do that, and then when we got to the station, we all had to make sure we were on time, and when the doors opened to it, we had to all rush in because they only stay open for 2 minutes, so anyone that needed to get off had to get off, and then everyone that needed to get in had to get in.
Okay. How was the ride? I know you were fast. I know statistically the train gets up to 200 miles an hour. Did you feel like you were going fast?
When I was inside, the only thing that really indicated that we were going fast is that my ears had to like pop constantly. It was actually surprisingly relaxing. The inside was kind of like a bigger airplane in a way because it had 3 seats and an aisle, and they also had like tray tables on the chairs and like a little basket to hold stuff. But like the legroom, there was a lot more legroom. The aisle was a lot bigger. It was honestly very comfortable, and the seats themselves were also like pretty
Okay.
spacious. I will admit, the outside was not at all what I was expecting it to look like. I was expecting it to be like this very futuristic, very techy, very like metallic glass, like kind of open glass sort of area, and it's like it was basically kind of like a monorail. It was basically like a plane, but as a train.
Right.
It looked like it had kind of like a polyester white stained outside, and I'm like, what? This doesn't really look like how I was expecting it. I think it was kind of like I thought it was like future techie and so forth, and it really kind of didn't look all that like futuristic. The inside was nice looking, but like it still kind of resembled like you were inside of an airplane, and I'm like, okay, did not expect this at all.
So you've ridden trains in the US and now you've ridden a train in Japan. How do they compare?
Well, with this one, there were like a lot of tunnels, and like there were tunnels that were immediately pitch black to the point that when I was filming at one point, we went in one of the tunnels and like I could clearly see my reflection because of how like dark the outside was. The train itself was fast, obviously, and the boarding part of it, like the doors themselves were honestly like very small, surprisingly, and like you did kind of have to push your way out because it literally stayed open for only 2 minutes, and like everyone was worried that we either left someone at the station or we left someone in the train. Thankfully, we all got out in time, though.
Okay, so from there, where did you wind up? So you went there, you went to see Odawara Castle next.
Yeah.
What was that? Was that smaller or bigger than the first castle?
I mean, it was kind of not, I think it was a little bigger
Okay.
than the other one, but like the other one, like the building itself was smaller, but like the whole like protection it had around it, I think was bigger.
Okay. So you were also up in the Fuji Hakone Izu National Park, if I pronounced that right. That was where you took a cruise on Lake Ashi.
Yep.
How was that?
Okay, so well, we actually did a couple of things there. For one, there was a cable car ride up the one mountain. I didn't do that because I'm afraid of heights, but I stayed down with I think the teacher that I ended up orchestrating the whole trip, and there they had like a bunch of, you were also supposed to do lunch there, so there were a bunch of different like restaurants and so forth, and that's where I actually got the first souvenirs, and that's actually like the part of the trip that I actually started to enjoy more. The boat cruise was very interesting because the boat itself had like 4 different layers to it, and like there was a very cozy looking relaxation area on the second floor. On the third floor, they had like swings that were kind of like, they were bolted to the ground, but like you could still kind of swing in them. They also had like almost beach chairs and benches as well. They had like a lot of comfortable looking seating, and the lake itself was actually formed because of volcanic activity, so it's at a high elevation, but like water circulation was cut off because of the mountains that were created, so it turned into a lake. So there were mountains all around it, and you could also see a lot of the buildings, and I got a lot of really cool shots from it.
So that region itself is actually very well known, the national park region there, for its natural landscapes and stuff like that. Does it compare to anything you've ever seen in the United States, or is it something that's just unique to Japan?
I mean, like, I'm pretty sure there would be, like mountain ranges that were kind of similar, but I did think it was interesting that all around the lake it was mountains, and like some of them got higher than others. And when we were on the bus, there were a lot of really interesting like mountain areas that we actually like drove past. Some of them actually looked like they were steaming, but it was probably just the fog, but it was still like, really cool to see.
Okay. So from there you were moving on to Tokyo via Kamakura, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you stopped at the, I'm going to murder this one, Hashimangu Shrine, where the great Buddha of Kamakura is.
Yes.
Let's talk about that one a little.
Okay, so that one, it's pretty much at the area we went to, it was pretty much just this Buddha. And while it didn't compare to this, it was a little smaller than the first Buddha we'd seen in Nara, but like it was still like interesting to see. We ended up getting like some more history about the Buddha itself. There were like there was like incense that were being burned. There was also something in front of it that was like fruit and offerings and so forth. But that was also kind of just it. The Buddha itself was like, I think you could actually pay money to like go inside the Buddha. But for the most part, the Buddha was kind of just the whole thing. And we were given like over an hour to stay there, and at one point me and my friend just ended up going to just go back to the bus. That was also the first time I experienced a public restroom in Japan, and by first I mean only.
Okay.
Because, I mean, I don't like public restrooms in general, but in Japan, they have bidets, like, everywhere pretty much, because, like, 80%, after it was made, 80% of, like, Japanese homes now have bidets.
So explain for the audience what a bidet is.
Basically, it's a very high-tech toilet that has the ability to, like, it's mostly, I think it's mostly kind of something that women use, because it's not something that men often use unless they're not just going to use the restroom
So it's basically something that squirts water and washes your bottom.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
I don't know how to say that, And the thing is, some of them are actually different because some also, like, have seat warmers and can also sense when you're on it. So, like, when you sit down, your butt gets warm.
It's good to know the bidets were the highlight of the trip.
Well, it wasn't really the highlight because I don't think I'm ever really going to be able to use one because I didn't actually use the water spray function because some of them also made noise when you got on them, and I think some of them could even play music for you.
So you guys ate while you were there too, right?
Not at that place.
But you ate in that local area there.
Probably, yeah.
It wasn't a fast food place to eat at.
Yeah.
So how does the food compare from region to region? Is it similar? Do they have local food variations that they have, or is it pretty much the same wherever you ate local?
Well, in certain areas, there were actually like delicacies of like the specific region. Like some stuff was more common in Osaka than in Kyoto. And there were like even the places we went to, there were certain foods that were made specifically because of the region it was in.
Mm-hmm.
But they also had a bunch of fast food places like Wendy's. We ended up seeing like KFC's, McDonald's, Starbucks.
So they're fairly modern.
So yeah, they still have like, your typical like fast food areas that you'd see in the United States.
Okay. So from there, you moved on to Tokyo, and we're going to take our last break, and we're going to come back and wrap up your last 2 days, starting with Tokyo. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We are talking all things Japan, or at least all things Japan trip, on today's episode of Insights into Teens. So we have arrived in Tokyo. What was your first impressions of Tokyo? Big city, very crowded, very packed in, another area to be out of your element there. But what was your first impressions of it? What did you like about it? What didn't you like about it?
I mean, at that point when we were in Tokyo, like I'd finally gotten used to everything. And it was definitely different because like in Osaka, like it was a very like food centric area, which is why, we tried a lot of the food at that point. In Kyoto, it was fashion centric. And also because it used to be the capital for like over 1,000 years in Japan, the people, like we were actually told, like the woman that ended up guiding our tour the whole way, she originally was in Hiroshima, but ended up moving to Kyoto when when I think her daughter graduated. And she learned very quickly that the people of Kyoto are somewhat, like, kind of have an air of a sense of arrogance almost, like
an almost like aristocratic flair because of the prestige of the city.
Well, kind of. They would she mentioned how like some of them would make like backhanded compliments and so forth, and like if they said like, "Oh, you have a nice watch," that like you at a party, that basically meant that they wanted you to leave, which was
interesting. So while you were there, you did see a couple more temples, right?
Yeah. And
anything highlight-wise worthy of mentioning from the temples? The Asakusa Kannon Temple and the Meiji Shinto Shrine.
Well, one of them had like a set of 60 stairs that we ended up climbing up. That was
like Rocky.
Yep. I mean, there were people that made that reference as well. Like, I want to run up this like Rocky and so forth. It was very tiring to get all the way up there. But still, obviously, very nice architecture. And then the other shrine was actually a nature-based god. So the traditional Torii temple is typically painted orange, but I guess in like the nature-centric shrines, they actually don't paint them, and like you see the like natural wood of the gate.
Interesting. So you also attended the Akihabara Electric Town? Or did
No,
you?
we didn't do that.
You didn't do that. Okay. That was still on the agenda then. So we didn't do that. What else did we do that was interesting in Tokyo?
Well, there was Joypolis.
Ah, yes. Talk about that.
So Joypolis is basically this indoor amusement park. I think that one of the biggest in Japan, and it's entirely VR, but like they actually had amusement rides that used VR. I didn't go on any of them, but I did see one that did like it. There was kind of like almost an upside down roller coaster at one point where you like actually wore VR glasses. They also had a ton of claw machines, and something that I ended up using a lot in the end of the trip were these vending machines that you'd put some yen coins in and you'd turn it and then you'd get like something out, obviously.
So that's interesting that you mentioned that. So before you went, one of the other things, preparation things, was exchanging some U.S. currency for Japanese yen. What's the almost comedic ratio that you're looking at for yen to U.S. dollars as an equivalent?
It was very interesting because like we ended up looking it up at one point, and it's like about $30 in US currency is 5,000 yen in Japan. And along with that, everything is very cheap in Japan. So I actually remember I would get there were also like
except for the Kobe beef.
Well, yeah, except that. But when it came to like there was also like a bunch of vending machines for drinks and so forth. And at one point when I ended up getting a Sprite, I paid, I think, 140 yen for it, which actually is less than $1 in US currency. And it was an entire can of Sprite.
That's funny. That's almost like paying pennies in the United States for things rather than dollars.
Yeah, and I got a Dr. Pepper as well, and that was only $1.
Wow. Okay. So you guys did Joyopolis. You also had kind of a free day or somewhat of a free day that you guys could do stuff. What did you wind up doing with that free time?
Well, after dinner, me and a good portion of the trip went to Tokyo Disneyland.
And how did that go?
Well, trying to get there was kind of a pain because we wasted like an hour trying to get an Uber for everybody because we had to like get a good number of people because the max you could get is like 5, but then we had to downsize to 4 so that we had an easier time with the Uber, which was, fun to have to figure out. But when we got there, we figured out where the entrance was thanks to a couple that showed us where we needed to go. By that point, we had like 2 hours before the park closed. And like we only had to pay like $33 to get in from 5 to 9.
Yeah, that half day price is just insane. Because you guys bought the tickets ahead of time.
Yes, online.
And mommy helped you out getting that stuff taken care of. So you had your tickets walking in. You were there 2 hours. What can you do in Tokyo Disneyland for 2 hours?
Well, at one point I wanted to, at the very least, go to the Tokyo Disneyland Haunted Mansion because mommy is a big Haunted Mansion fan.
She is.
I'm saying it for the audience's sake. I don't know if they have seen anything relating to that. So
it's hard not to if you actually watch the video version of the podcast. Not get that.
I get that. So I actually went with the same parent that had been helping me because I wanted to, at the very least, get some picture of the Haunted Mansion. And I did, but they didn't come out as anything because it was not lit up like everything else.
Yeah.
So you couldn't even see it. But we were able to go on it. And it honestly is very interesting how different it is because it is actually based on the original version of the Magic Kingdom Haunted Mansion, but it hasn't been updated, at least with like the modern scenes, like with Constance's backstory or anything. So we went in. the narration is entirely in Japanese, which, not that big of a shock. They didn't have like the one like interactive queue line that they have in the States. When we got in, the ride itself, it actually starts off in like when you're in the Magic Kingdom ride, when you go through the one hallway where the lightning comes in and the paintings are changing, they actually have it so that the paintings that used to be in like the waiting area where you would get on the Doom buggies, those paintings and the paintings that were in the changing portrait line are actually like all in the same room. There's no windows. They're all like kind of tilting. The Mariner one is at the top of the wall. It's honestly a very different scene compared to
So it was definitely a different experience then.
Yep. There were books in the library that looked like they were new. One of the worst differences I saw was instead of the endless staircases, there were like 3 spider figures that were there.
You. They put them in just for you for
and
that
of course
trick.
they made them like neon colors, so they were incredibly obvious. In the lights themselves were all red, which I thought was interesting when you ended up getting in the hallway and so forth. There was also this painting that like it was like a solid thing, but it looked like it jumped out at you like a face was melting into it.
Oh, that's cool.
And then one of the doors had green light coming out of it, and like you genuinely thought like there was like scratching, and it kind of jumped at you as if something was pounding against the door. The Madame Leota scene, she was all in English, which I thought was strange, and there was a lot less going on in her seance room. The ballroom scene was pretty much the same. Constance's was again based on the original version where she was known as the Beating Heart Bride, and all throughout you hear like her beating heart. And there were actually a lot more like the jumping ghosts, like the ones that you see in the graveyard. And I unfortunately got scared by some of them, which
they always did get to you.
The graveyard scene and everything else was kind of the same, but it did actually look nicer in Tokyo. And then with the hitchhiking ghosts, when it came to the mirror scene, instead of like doing anything with like your heads or anything and switching them around, they kind of just like were in there shaking their heads like, hey, we're with you or something.
Bobblehead ghost.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and that kind of wrapped up the majority of the trip there. We're going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll let you wrap up with your final thoughts on what you enjoy, what you didn't enjoy, how you're going to rate it on a scale of 1 to 10. We'll be right back for that.
All right, so as the first time I traveled internationally, Japan was definitely interesting. It's somewhat like in the States, and then also not at all either. There were things that reminded me of the States, but also things that had nothing to do with the States. It was definitely hard to get used to in the beginning, which I feel is why I was kind of antsy about it in the beginning, but I eventually did find my comfort level with it, and it became a very enjoyable experience, and I'm very glad that I did it.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad you did it too. I commend you for having the courage. I think it took a lot of courage to put yourself in a position that was so outside your comfort zone. And yeah, you had a couple of panic attacks, but I think for the most part, you didn't give up on it. You managed to get through it. And I have to tell you, I'm very proud of you for sticking it out there and being able to cope with it, because it was probably the most difficult thing I think you've had to do in a very long time. So that's all we had for today. Before we go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, Buzzsprout, etc. I would also invite you to write into us. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us up on X at insights_things. You can find streaming 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can also give us a call now. Leave a message for us, and we'll get you on one of the future podcasts. You can call in to 856-403-8788. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 188, Teen Isolation. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my active and social co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Can't complain, really, I guess. Nobody wants to listen even when I do complain, so it doesn't really matter. Anything exciting going on?
It's spring break, I guess.
Wow, you're so excited about spring break. Look at that.
I don't know. It's just a time for me to just relax because I have school and so forth.
Dripping with enthusiasm there. I appreciate that.
Yep, always.
Today, we'll be delving into the topic that's incredibly relevant to the lives of teenagers and their parents, teenage isolation. Adolescence is a time filled with various challenges, and for many teens, the fear of social rejection looms large. In today's episode of Insights into Teens, we uncover valuable insights into understanding teenage isolation and explore how parents can play a crucial role in helping their teens navigate this challenging phase of their life. Before we do that, though, I do want to bring attention to our show subscriptions. You can subscribe to this podcast listed as Insights into Teens for just audio, or you can subscribe to Insights into Things, and that will give you access to all of our videos, audios for all of our shows, and we're available anywhere you get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, etc. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your suggestions for shows. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com or check out links to all of our social media on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get going?
Sure.
Here we go. So what is teen isolation? Adolescence, a transformative phase marked by numerous trials and transformations, brings with it an often overwhelming fear of social rejection that significantly shapes the lives of teenagers. Research reveals that teenage isolation, frequently instigated by the apprehension of rejection, has profound consequences for adolescents' physical and psychological well-being. The comprehensive understanding of the intricate dynamics of this phenomenon and the constructive ways in which parents can provide assistance is essential to address the multifaceted challenges that adolescents confront during this pivotal developmental stage.
The fear of social rejection and its ramifications. The fear of being socially rejected stands as an imposing concern for teenagers, perhaps ranking as one of the most formidable anxieties they grapple with. The potential for peers to withhold acceptance and approval can trigger an incapacitating fear, often resulting in self-imposed isolation. Notably, research conducted at the University of Michigan has revealed a striking similarity between the brain's response to social rejection and the perception of physical pain. This correlation underscores the emotional gravity of rejection and explains why a growing number of teenagers resort to isolation as a coping mechanism against potential emotional distress. Multiple factors, including traumatic social incidents, breakups, social anxiety, and limited interpersonal skills, contribute to this self-imposed solitude, intensifying its adverse outcomes.
The advent of modern technology, specifically the ubiquity of smartphones and social media platforms, presents a paradoxical influence on teenage isolation. While technology facilitates avenues of connection, it also poses a risk of diverting adolescents into isolation. The allure of virtual interactions, particularly through social media, can be insidious, potentially fostering an addictive relationship. This proclivity for digital interactions may further amplify teenage isolation as adolescents allocate preference to online connections over physical ones, consequently impeding their interpersonal growth.
Parental involvement and fostering support. In the landscape of teenage isolation, parents emerge as pivotal agents in extending vital guidance and support. Numerous parents recount their challenges in motivating their teenagers to participate in social activities, frequently facing resistance to disengage from digital screens. Testimonies from professionals in family dynamics underscore the complexity parents encounter in urging their adolescents to transcend the virtual realm. Nevertheless, parental intervention can serve as a decisive catalyst in disrupting the cycle of isolation.
As one might expect, teenage isolation frequently results in intensified feelings of loneliness. Empirical studies attest to the pervasiveness of loneliness among teenagers, peaking during the adolescent and young adult years. This paradox highlights how voluntary isolation cultivates a sense of loneliness, revealing the intricate psychological dynamics at play.
Physical and psychological ramifications. The repercussions of teenage isolation extend beyond emotional upheaval, infiltrating both psychological and physiological spheres. Adolescents ensnared in isolation are susceptible to an array of detrimental effects on their holistic well-being. Particularly noteworthy is the toll on mental health, with teenage isolation serving as a potential precursor to the onset of depression and avoidant personality traits. Physical well-being does not escape unscathed, as the stress induced by isolation can manifest in an assortment of physiological symptoms.
Teenage isolation manifests as a multifaceted quandary with profound consequences for the well-being of adolescents. The fear of social rejection, often instigated by traumatic experiences, social anxiety, and reliance on technology, propels teenagers towards self-imposed isolation. The involvement of parents emerges as a linchpin in countering this trajectory, offering invaluable assistance and encouragement to foster healthy social interactions. The paradox of isolation engendering loneliness accentuates the necessity of addressing this matter holistically. Comprehension of the intricate interplay between teenage isolation, emotional welfare, and parental influence is paramount for equipping adolescents with the tools to navigate the intricate challenges inherent in this pivotal phase of life. So that was a giant wall of text we just read through with a lot of big words in there. So what does it all mean? Well, the bottom line is isolation is bad for you. It's bad for you physically. It's bad for you psychologically. That's just a really fancy way of kind of going into that and introducing some of the concepts of it. How do you think the fear of social rejection impacts teenagers in today's society, especially considering the influence of social media and digital interactions?
I feel like social media has actually made it a lot worse because whenever anyone uses social media, for the most part, they're posting like the best side of themselves and they're not showing like any of the struggle that they're going through, because I feel like there's something everybody has to struggle with. But when it comes to social media, unless like you feel comfortable doing it, you normally leave all your personal stuff out of it and you just say like, oh, look at how cool my life is, or like, look at how cool all this is. And trends obviously are much more common through social media because it's such a wide platform and you can find out about trends immediately.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think a lot of people who use social media don't use it as a reflection of their life. They use it as a highlight reel. And everyone looks at this and you know, everybody thinks everything's wonderful and great. And while you may have had 4 posts this week about going to the movies or hanging out with a friend or whatever fun stuff you did, none of the bad stuff is out there. None of the stuff where it's causing anxiety or trauma or fear or any of that stuff. And as a result, you get really an inaccurate picture of what that person's like.
Yeah, and obviously along with that, when it comes to the fear of social rejection, if you don't think your life is as interesting as someone else online, or you don't follow the current trends, you're probably going to be left behind, even though, you know, trends happen for like a month and then they're completely discarded afterwards.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. It's, you know, I want to keep keeping up with the Joneses. A lot of people refer to it as like, I want, you know, you have this exciting, interesting life, and I want to be exciting and interesting like that. So I'm going to do a lot of that stuff. And what people don't realize is a lot of that stuff is a double-edged sword sometimes. And a lot of it is trendy. A lot of it's stuff that's a passing fad that people jump on the bandwagon with and get too involved with. So from your perspective, how do you think parents can strike a balance between encouraging teenagers to engage in social activities while respecting their desire for digital interactions as well?
Well, one thing is probably not to shame them for it or say get off the darn phone or whatever, because that really doesn't help. If you tell them not to do something, they're going to do it anyway. That's just, I'm pretty sure, a psychological thing that everybody is going to do. You tell me not to do something, I'm going to do it. You tell me to do something, I'm not going to do it. So, and like, I wouldn't say like, oh, continue to be on your phone or whatever, because that's not going to work in that case either. I know double standard when it comes to psychology, but that's, it works different ways. But that's definitely one thing. Don't shame them for being on their phone all the time. Don't like say, oh, I don't like any of the people you talk to online. Why don't you just go hang out with your friends? Don't tell them to just like, oh, I don't know, just don't make it about their generation, and don't think that, oh, teenagers are the only ones doing this. It's only because you're a teenager. Basically, like, understand the purpose of why they're in the digital landscape to begin with, and maybe take the time to like understand why they prefer that over regular life, and then also understand what do they like about real life that isn't entirely digital, or maybe relates to something they find on technology, and maybe find ways of encouraging them to take part in activities that ground them more in the real world rather than in the fiction-based realm of technology and social media.
And that makes perfect sense. And I think one of the advantages that I think you get to enjoy is that both Mommy and I grew up digitally connected. We grew up with computers. We grew up with, various social media and stuff like that. So it's stuff that we've had experience with. I remember growing up where personal computers were brand new. In fact, I built my first personal computer. You couldn't just go to the store and buy these things like you can today. So I was always kind of at that bleeding edge. And for us, when I was your age, social media didn't exist. The closest thing, we didn't have the internet at that point in time. That's how old I am. At the time, we had what were called bulletin board services, and you would dial your modem on your phone and connect to somebody else's computer. And we didn't have live chat until you got into like AOL Messenger and stuff like that. But there were forum posts, there were interactions on bulletin boards, there were online games that we would play. That was what the digital extension was for us. And it was limited in its nature. And that was a factor of the technology, obviously. But later on, when you get into MySpace and Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff, it's much more real time. It's much more in your face. And it's much more artificially curated. And I think that's probably where my biggest concerns are these days. So in the BBS days, you have what were called sysops or system operators. And they were kind of the police on the bulletin boards. If you were doing something mean or inappropriate or posting stuff you shouldn't be posting, there wasn't enough volume to require automation. So you physically had someone looking at these things. But nowadays, there's so much interaction. There's so much exchange that happens that it's not humanly possible to have someone look at these. So as a result, we're reliant on, you hear them talk about the algorithms all the time. And the algorithms themselves are in place not to police the forums or police the social media. They're in place to make these companies money. And a lot of times, the desire for profit outweighs the need for safety and security of the users. And that comes through very clearly when it comes to the algorithm-based. So that's one of the problems that you run into now is, as a result of that, most of your social media is nothing but cesspools at this point in time. So I totally understand parents who are concerned that their kids are interacting with stuff like that. But considering the physical and psychological ramifications of teen isolations we discussed, how do you think schools and communities can better support teenagers who may be experiencing feelings of loneliness or isolation?
Well, it's definitely not through like the phrases of saying like, oh, we're all friends here or whatever. It's like, no, that's not gonna help anybody. Like there are people that just don't mesh well together, so you can't force everybody to be friends. And I mean, like, I wouldn't say like advertising clubs, because there are just some kids that just won't join clubs no matter what. I guess just having some teachers or like counselors to be more engaged with certain kids that might be on the radar of like, okay, we're not really sure. Because like this kid just comes into my class. They're a good kid, but like they don't talk to anybody. They rarely ever talk to me. They kind of just go in, do the work, and then leave. And I haven't heard much else from them otherwise. Like maybe take that into account and try to, engage with them a little more.
Okay, well, that makes sense. That's kind of it's almost a passive way of trying to encourage kids to be more traditionally interactive, I guess, at that point in time. Do you find that you fall into any of these traps? Do you feel like you're overly isolated? Do you feel you'd like to open up more? I know you're not a big social media person, so we can't blame any isolation on that. So do you consider yourself isolated? Let me ask you that first.
Probably, honestly.
Okay. And based on that, is it self-imposed or is it outside forces that result in that?
It's more self-imposed than anything else.
And do you know why?
I don't really... I guess, like, I don't like being around people. Like, I have friends that I obviously enjoy being around, but, like, if I'm around too many friends for too long of a time, I genuinely feel drained, and there are just days that, and that's what I was looking forward to with spring break. It's like, after everything that happened at the end of the marking period, I'm like, I just want to go home and be left alone. I don't want to be near anybody, because like even just being in a room filled with people, even if none of them are interacting with me, fills me with anxiety, because like I'm not claustrophobic. I've literally sat in a closet before and felt completely fine. But if I'm in, like, for example, our gym, whenever we were inside and we were doing gym and some of the other classes entered, I always felt claustrophobic when, even if it was like a giant space and technically we could fit more people in there and it wouldn't be crowded, but because there were already so many people there, they were all like much closer than I would have expected because it's a big open area. I was feeling claustrophobic.
All right. So that's a very interesting point. Let me kind of expound on that by asking, have you felt that way since COVID, or does this have nothing to do with the isolation we went through during COVID?
I feel like it probably does have something to do with COVID. I know that I was just expanding my social circle a little more when I was in 7th grade when COVID ended up happening. I wouldn't really say I was incredibly social because I still didn't join any clubs at that point, and technically I never really had the chance, but I also never looked. And then COVID happened, and then I pretty much missed the rest of middle school socially at the very least. And then high school rolled around, and then I kind of just didn't. I mean, I still made friends. In fact, some of the friends I've made in high school I didn't really know until I was in high school. So I've still been making friends. It's just I found I don't I think my social anxiety has kind of gone up because of COVID, but it hasn't gone like down at all.
Right. And that makes sense. I mean, COVID, I think, had that effect on a lot of us. I feel the same way. Like where were we at? Well, we were at a show this weekend, and Mommy and I went to the show, and there was one room that was packed with people. There was one room, and you've seen the rooms. There's a new gym and an old gym at this high school, and they're roughly the same size room, and the other room didn't have as many in there. And I could literally feel like it was hard to breathe in a room. Like there wasn't any problem with the air. There wasn't some outbreak. The doors were wide open. But just that sense of the world's closing in on me with so many people around me, I get that feeling. And I attributed that to COVID more than anything else.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll talk about technology and teen isolation. We'll see if that has any effect on you as well. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teen isolation, and now we're going to talk about the impact technology has on such a subject. In an era characterized by technological advancements and digital connectivity, the role of social media in shaping various aspects of modern life cannot be understated. Among its notable impacts is its influence on the social behaviors of teenagers, a demographic particularly susceptible to its allure. The pervasiveness of digital forms has led to a shift in how adolescents interact with their peers, altering the dynamics of real-world relationships and, in some cases, leading to a sense of withdrawal and isolation.
So let's talk virtual connections versus real-life connections. Proliferation of social media platforms has introduced a novel dimension to interpersonal communication. Adolescents, in particular, are drawn to these platforms as a means of interaction, often preferring virtual exchanges over face-to-face conversations. For socially awkward teenagers, the digital realm offers a safe haven for the potential discomfort of direct interactions. The comfort of their bedrooms becomes a conduit for relating to peers through texts, comments, and shares on platforms like Facebook. This virtual interface creates a sense of security that may not be present in physical encounters.
Research conducted by the Pew Research Center provides insight into the changing landscape of teenage social interactions. A mere 25% of teenagers reportedly spent time with friends outside of school on a daily basis. This statistic underscores a substantial shift from past generations, where in-person interactions were the norm. The prevalence of online connections seems to be shaping a new norm for social engagement among adolescents.
So, what are the pitfalls of isolation? Experts highlight the adverse consequences of this technological shift. They observe that many teenagers find solace in their rooms, engaging in endless texting. That almost got dirty real quick there. Snapchatting and app-based interactions. While these virtual exchanges may give the illusion of connection, they can exacerbate the fear of missing out, or FOMO, we've talked about on the podcast before. This creates a paradox wherein the constant stream of digital interactions intensifies feelings of loneliness. The absence of face-to-face interactions further accentuates the isolation experienced by teenagers.
The frequency of teenagers' engagement with social media platforms is becoming increasingly recognized as a potential factor in their emotional well-being. So many big words, it's hard to speak. A recent CNN study delved into the relationship between 13-year-olds and their social media usage. The findings revealed a noteworthy correlation between the frequency of checking networking sites and emotional distress. Participants who checked platforms like Facebook between 50 and 100 times a day experienced a 37% increase in distress compared to those who engaged more infrequently. Those who checked over 100 times a day exhibited an even higher increase of 47%.
I'm on the same page as you, apparently. The integration of technology and social media into the lives of teenagers has redefined their social interactions and, in some cases, led to a sense of isolation. The allure of virtual connections can become a refuge for those who find face-to-face interactions daunting. However, this shift has also unintended consequences, magnifying feelings of loneliness and FOMO. As the frequency of social media use correlates with emotional distress, it's essential to recognize the complex interplay between digital engagement and adolescent well-being. Addressing this issue involves striking a balance between digital interactions and meaningful face-to-face connections, acknowledging the evolving landscape of teenage relationships in the digital age. So how much of a user are you of digital communication? I know you text, I know you email. Do you find that that's your preferred way of getting in touch with your friends, or are you more likely to pick up the phone and have a conversation with them?
I mean, I can talk to my friends through calls, but it honestly rarely happens at this point. I used to have nightly chats with my one friend, and then we kind of stopped them because we really would just be on the phone for an hour and not talk to each other. So
you run out of stuff to talk about at some point, right?
Yeah.
So how do you feel, or how do you perceive the balance between your online interactions through social media and your offline face-to-face interactions with your friends? Do you feel like one type of interaction is more fulfilling or meaningful than the other? And if so, why?
That's the thing. I technically have more interaction with my friends in face to face than I really do online anymore. Like occasionally I'll text my friends will text me and I'll text back and then we have a conversation. Sometimes it usually would result in us hanging out outside of school, or we just hang out at school if we have the same class or whatever. I don't really know the best answer for it, because like when I do text with my friends I don't really know, because like when I text my friends, it's like, yeah, I'm interacting with them and I understand it, and like we do have like our own jokes when we text, and I have noticed that like we aren't able to really tell sarcasm apart, so I can understand that being like a deterrent. But like when it's also face to face, I don't know if fulfillment is really the word I describe.
Okay. All right, I see that. We're going to take our last break, and when we come back, we'll talk about isolation and avoidance behavior.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens, where we're talking about teen isolation. And now we're going to talk about the difference between teen isolation or teen avoidance behavior. And, if there is one. Teen isolation often manifests as a form of avoidance behavior in adolescence. This behavior, also known as avoidance coping, involves actions aimed at evading specific thoughts or emotions. Okay, sorry, just felt called out there for a moment. Give me a minute. Avoidance behaviors encompasses steering clear of places, scenarios, or thoughts that trigger discomfort or distress. These behaviors can take various forms among teens. They may involve outright refusal to engage in certain activities or conversations. Social situations, including challenging discussions, might be intentionally avoided. Additionally, some teenagers might strive to minimize leaving their homes, leading to self-imposed isolation from both peers and the broader society. In this way, teenage isolation emerges as a consequence of avoidance behaviors, reflecting the complex interplay between emotional response and social interaction.
So how do we combat teenage isolation? Teenage isolation has become an increasingly prevalent concern in today's digital age, often exacerbated by the allure of technology and virtual connections. To address these issues, or this issue, and promote healthy mental well-being, parents play a pivotal role in guiding their teenagers toward real-world interactions and experiences. Here's 5 effective strategies that parents can employ to help teenagers overcome isolation, improve mental health, and establish meaningful connections. And I think you're going to find a lot of these are very similar to the techniques that we've talked about over and over again on how to improve emotional well-being. The first is to embrace nature's healing power. Engaging with the natural world offers a potent remedy against isolation-induced stress and anxiety. Research has consistently demonstrated that spending time outdoors positively impacts mood and the nervous system. In particular, outdoor activities can lower cortisol levels, reducing stress. Encourage teenagers to partake in activities like hiking, swimming, or simply strolling through a park. Or in your case, walking around the block, getting out and just getting some fresh air. By incorporating these activities into their routine, teens can experience a tangible improvement in their mental state.
The next is to instill the joy of volunteering. Volunteering not only benefits others, but also significantly enhances one's mental well-being. Adolescents can find a sense of purpose and fulfillment by contributing to their community. Tailor volunteering opportunities to their interest. For instance, animal-loving teens can volunteer at shelters or stables, while those inclined towards younger children can participate in camps or community centers. By engaging in these activities, teenagers not only combat isolation, but also derive pleasure from making a positive impact.
Prioritize physical activity. Physical exercise is a cornerstone to improved mental health among teenagers. Activities like dance, yoga, and hiking offer not only the benefits of physical fitness, but also aid in managing stress and anxiety. High school sports provide an avenue for both exercise and building positive relationships, although alternative options are crucial for teens who find team sports overwhelming. Not that you're being called out again there.
Yeah.
By selecting activities that resonate with their preferences, adolescents can enjoy the dual advantages of enhanced mental and physical well-being.
Disconnect to reconnect. Technology often serves as a crutch for isolated teenagers, enabling them to avoid direct social interactions. To address this, it's vital for parents to regulate screen time. Establishing specific times for disconnecting from the digital world, such as turning off internet access in the evenings, fosters a conductive environment for
Conducive.
Okay, whatever.
We're not trying to conduct electricity to you here. You play too long.
Fosters a conducive environment for face-to-face communication. Promoting device-free family meals also nurtures authentic connections and encourages open conversations.
Forge authentic connections through communication. A cornerstone of mitigating teenage isolation lies in nurturing genuine connections between parents and teenagers. Ongoing, meaningful conversations offer a platform for adolescents to share their thoughts and feelings with their parents. This level of communication plays a pivotal role in reducing feelings of loneliness and enhancing teenagers' sense of support and optimism. Encouraging teenagers to openly discuss their emotions fosters an atmosphere of understanding and empathy within the family.
In an era where technology can inadvertently drive teenagers to isolate themselves, parents have the opportunity to guide their adolescents toward healthier behaviors and relationships. Empower teenagers to overcome isolation, enhance their mental well-being, and forge meaningful connections. By actively implementing these approaches, parents can play an essential role in equipping teenagers with the tools they need to navigate the challenges of their formative years and cultivate a positive outlook on life.
So I wouldn't describe mommy and daddy's policy of screen time as being heavy-handed. We don't really tell you what you can do, when you can do it, anything like that. Do you think our approach is preferable? Or do you think it might be a little too loose and free-handed for your own benefit?
Honestly, I kind of think it's preferable. I don't know if I'm biased on that because I do appreciate my screen time. It's like, it's not that I don't socialize with you guys. I do. You know,
you do, yeah.
We obviously have like our own things that we do together. We have instances where we hang out, and we always have our family meals and so forth. I think that if you were to really restrict me, I think like, I don't know, like I could understand why you would want to do it, but the teenager in me would probably not really appreciate that.
So for the most part, you self-regulate, and for a lot of things, you self-regulate. We're not only about what time you go to bed or when you do your chores or any of that stuff. Is that freedom something that you find helpful to you, or do you think more guidance might be more beneficial to you?
I mean, I appreciate the freedom that I am given. Sure, I don't really take other freedoms that I probably should, like driving, which, like, you know, maybe encouraging me to take on more freedoms would probably be beneficial, because the freedoms that I do take on are beneficial in the sense of, like, I get my chores. Like, the thing is, if you were to, like, regulate my chores, it would be very annoying. Like how you used to be like, oh, laundry misses you. Like that makes me not want to do laundry. That makes me be like, okay, well, now I'm not doing it.
Right.
So if you were to regulate the freedoms I have now, I probably wouldn't want to take advantage of those freedoms. And instead of regulating other freedoms that I have or, trying to force me into taking on the other freedoms, I guess just a little more encouragement for other freedoms I don't take yet would be helpful, like encouraging me to go to prom, but not forcing me to go to prom.
Right. Well, and you see, it's just a clear example that old dogs can learn new tricks. I learned that my motivational techniques were less than motivational.
Yep.
So can you think of any instances in your own life or among your friends where avoidance behavior might have contributed to feelings of isolation?
Well, I did mention I felt called out at that moment. So, I mean, yeah, my whole thing of how I deal with hard emotions is I avoid everybody. And it's been like that for years because if I didn't avoid people, I would lash out at people and I would take out all my emotions on them, which obviously is not fair to other people. So in order to stop that, I would find things that I liked and I would simply just avoid other people if I was ever feeling angry. And, eventually I got the emotional control to control my emotions until I was able to avoid it, kind of, I guess.
Do you feel that you're isolated?
Kinda, not really, because I feel fine with it. I don't I don't know if it contributes to my low self-esteem or not, but it's like I have friends. I obviously have friends. I have loving parents. It's like I do have a social circle, but I don't like engaging with them often. It's just, I feel drained whenever I have to socially interact with some people, and obviously there are instances where I don't feel drained and I can feel refreshed, and maybe it's just because I'm not the type of person that really enjoys social interaction, and I'm not the type of person that really is able to get much out of it. Obviously, there's scientific benefits to it that I could point to, but personally, I just never really feel the most comfortable with it. And really, if I was to say that I'm isolated, which, technically I am, I wouldn't really say I am having much of an issue with it. I don't know. I'm kind of fine with it.
Well, and I have to kind of point the finger at myself for some of that influence of the isolation, because I'm very much the same way. I don't have a problem talking to people. I can go out and I can have a conversation with anyone. I can get along with anybody. I just choose not to because I find it emotionally draining most times. We've talked in the past before about some of the issues that I have with hearing in large crowds. So that's one of the reasons I'm turned off from large crowds. But I'm also the type of person who relishes his personal time, and more importantly, I relish my family time, and it's almost like a greed, like an emotional greed to me. I don't want to share that time with other people. I don't want to share the family with other people because it's time that's precious to me, and I don't want to sacrifice that. And I think some of that probably has rubbed off on you. Certainly, you don't get it from your mother. Your mother is a social butterfly. She could have a conversation with, a complete stranger at the grocery store, and she does frequently, actually. And my mother used to be the same way. And I do too, because there are some instances where people come up and strike up a conversation with me. We were sitting at breakfast the one day, and the guy was commenting on my shoes because I had a new pair of shoes or something like that. It's like, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go up to someone and do that unless it was, I don't know, something that was alarming or a danger or something like that. So I blame myself for a lot of that isolation that you tend to embrace. And that's really what you do. You self-isolate, but you embrace that isolation. And you'll interact with people, but you heavily regulate your interactions with other people, even people you get along with. Is that because of a lack of tolerance that you have? Or is that something else other than the obvious things that we've talked about that make you want to isolate?
Well, I mean, when it comes to my friends, and like, I usually only hang out with like one friend at a time, but there are instances where like, oh, it's like an extended weekend and I hang out with one friend one day and another friend the other day. And I become so socially drained after that second interaction, I don't want to talk to anyone. And I ended up, and mom is usually home at that point, and I just tell her, hey, I don't feel great, please, like, I need to be left alone for like an extended period of time. She understands perfectly, and she's like, okay, no problem, and until dinner, I'm alone the rest of the day.
Right. Now, do you think the level of isolation that you impose on yourself, do you think it's a healthy level, or do you think it's something that you probably need to work on, or are you okay with where you're at right now?
I'm honestly okay with where I'm at. I do socialize and I do have, friends more than I've expected, honestly. But yeah, I have friends. I have a social circle. Most of my imposed isolation is kind of just to cope with my own mental issues, and like sometimes I might bring it on my friends, other times I really just use it as a way to make myself feel better. So,
and you know what, I think ultimately it boils down to whether or not you're happy. And if you're happy with the way that you're set up now, then chances are you're probably okay, because I don't think the isolation that you impose on yourself is unhealthy in any way. It's not like you can't walk out of the house. I mean, there are people who literally can't even walk out of their house, and they restrict themselves like prisoners to their homes. You're not like that. And there are situations where if you need to be social, if you need to interact with people, you can do that. And you're capable of doing that. And it's not like you've got any kind of issue with it. It just drains you, and it drains me too. And that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm not big on it, because I just find it like today. I had all kinds of meetings today because we were trying to wrap some stuff up, and I was just emotionally drained, mentally drained from having to interact with people like that. Because there's a certain part of you that you can never really relax. I mean, in certain circles you can, but you can never really relax. And part of you is always on guard when you're interacting with other people, because nobody wants to be completely open and vulnerable and stuff like that. So sometimes that putting that guard up and being emotionally defensive for your own good can sometimes be very draining as well. So I think that's all we had today. We're going to take a quick break and come back and get your closing thoughts and then finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back.
So I just want to say to everyone out there that teen isolation is definitely something that is incredibly prevalent, but is something that can also have a variety of reasons as to why it occurs. I myself experienced it for many different reasons. I know that social media was one of the biggest ones that we talked about, but clearly that is not really something that works, that why it happens with me. It may be what happens with other people, but it happens for a ton of different reasons, and it can obviously go into both healthy and unhealthy territory. And when it does get into that unhealthy territory, much like everything, it's definitely best to try to break out of the habit.
Excellent. Sage words of advice as always. Before we go, though, I want to take one more chance to invite everyone to subscribe, if you don't already do so, to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. And you can find audio and video versions of this podcast and all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available anywhere you can get a podcast. I would encourage you to email us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Insights_things. You can also get high-res videos of all of our episodes on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And you can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/Insights Into Things podcast. Or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, normally hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights Into Tomorrow, normally hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights Into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights Into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights Into Teens. This is episode 187, The Importance of Being Challenged. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my attentive and intelligent co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing, I guess. How about you?
Well, that's not really encouraging at all, is it?
I don't know.
A statement like that does not inspire confidence.
Well, I don't usually exude confidence anyway, so.
True that. So we had a couple additional unplanned weeks off. We really need to kind of get back into the habit of doing this weekly, assuming our schedule permits. You've had a fairly busy schedule the last couple of weeks, which has kind of kept us out of the studio. And that's because you've been challenged. You've had a lot of challenges you've been facing at school, have you not?
Yeah.
So if nothing else, maybe we have some fresh insights and some fresh input into today's topic.
Yippee.
So we are talking about the importance of being challenged, at least from a teen perspective. Teen Challenge plays a crucial role in the growth and development of adolescents. It taps into their inherent inclination to seek out challenges, which is essential for their maturation process. Engaging with challenges aids in fostering independence and self-discovery, enabling teens to gain insights into their capabilities and identities. In today's episode of Insights into Teens, we're going to take a look at the importance of keeping our teens challenged and how best to accomplish this. But before we do that, I do want to remind all of our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find us listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights Into Teens. Audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights Into Things. I would also invite you to give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us show subjects you want us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, or you can get links to all of our social media sites on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go. So why do teens seek challenge and risk? It seems to be an inherent trait in most teens. While challenges are integral to the personal growth, some teenagers might gravitate towards unhealthy risks and choices. Engaging in such activities like drug use or reckless driving can pose life-threatening consequences. Parenting teenagers necessitates guiding them towards safe and constructive avenues for challenging themselves positively. By helping teens navigate towards healthy challenges, parents contribute to their overall well-being and growth.
Adolescence is a period marked by an intense desire for novelty, challenge, and risk-taking behavior, a phenomenon underscored by a comprehensive study conducted by University College London. This stage of life is characterized by the development of the social-emotional system, which drives teenagers to actively seek out stimulation and excitement through a variety of activities.
The study's findings shed light on the motivations behind teenagers' engagement in risky behaviors. Despite having a reasonable understanding of the potential consequences, adolescents are drawn to risky activities because they find them exhilarating and exciting. The allure of these experiences often overshadows their inherent sense of caution. This propensity can be attributed to the incomplete maturation of the teenage brain, particularly in regions responsible for impulse control and decision making. As a result, teenagers may struggle to effectively weigh the potential risks against the rewards, leading to a higher propensity for engaging in risk-taking behavior.
The research, which encompassed participants ranging from 9 to 35 years of age, consistently demonstrated that teenagers exhibit a distinct inclination towards risk-taking compared to other age groups. Particularly noteworthy is the behavior of 14-year-olds, who displayed the highest levels of risky conduct. This pattern suggests an ongoing and consistent pursuit of challenges and thrills throughout the adolescent years.
The study illuminates the profound impact of developmental changes on adolescents' propensity. I think I put that in there too many times. Like I'm getting a commission for propensity every time I say it. On the adolescent's propensity for risk-taking behaviors. The interplay between the developing social-emotional system and the yet-to-mature brain areas responsible for impulse control underscores the intense desire for challenge and excitement during this transformative phase of life. Understanding these dynamics is crucial for parents, educators, and caregivers as they navigate the complexities of guiding adolescents toward healthy outlets for their innate craving for novelty and adventure. Do you think that you have unsafe risk-taking tendencies?
No, not really.
No, I would agree, but why do you think that is?
I guess maybe it's because I'm a more cautious person, or it could be how I was raised. I like to say that you guys kind of raised me in a not necessarily isolated sort of way, or I'm not like entirely a sheltered way, but kind of in a sheltered way. 'Cause like a lot of the stuff I do, like a lot of the stuff I'm into, I normally learn from you guys, and I very rarely exceed outside of that. Maybe that's because I only ever wanted to listen to whatever you guys said. Maybe it's just like an inherent thing when it comes to me, to where it's like I just kind of listen to you guys, and then it's like, oh cool, I like this, and I kind of want to stick with this. And I don't know, because it's like anytime I hang out with my friends and like they tell me about the different shows and movies they watch, I'm like, I've never seen any of that.
That's interesting. So what are some of the examples of healthy challenges or activities that you believe you could that you believe could satisfy your desire? Do you have a desire for excitement and stimulation? Let me ask you that question first. Because if you don't have that desire, there's really no need to satisfy it, right?
Yeah, not really. Anything that I do, I kind of am the opposite in that sense. I'm not a very risk-taking. That's a weird way to say that. I'm not a person that really likes to take risks all that often. And if anything, I prefer to stay in like my sheltered bubble half the time. It's like, I'll obviously take in new information as it comes and I'll accept it, but at the same time, when it comes to like my own hobbies and interests, like, yeah, I get new ones periodically, but then I kind of just harbor over those for like years on end until I eventually find a new one.
So then it might be a better question to ask, what types of activity do you get the excitement and stimulation from if it's not risky type of activity? Is there something out there that you enjoy doing that kind of fills that void?
I mean, there's drawing, playing video games, and watching YouTube videos, typical isolationist introvert mentalities and activities, I suppose.
Okay, I guess that all fits. Considering the incomplete maturation of the teenage brain we discussed, how do you think this knowledge could influence the way parents and guardians approach conversations about risk-taking behavior with teens?
Well, maybe they'd have a better understanding to it. I know we've kind of addressed the idea of, like, the whole point of us making this podcast was to get rid of the stigma and stereotype of teens just being rebellious because they can, and they're just going through a phase, they'll grow out of it. Really, this is just a really big time for us mentally, emotionally, and physically. So, like, there's obviously major changes that occur, and one of which being intense risk taking because, we do have, like, because of everything going on, we have desires for excitement, desires for change, because we're constantly changing, again, physically, mentally, emotionally. So our interests are going to change, what we like is going to change, how we act is going to change, and really it's just a big time for us, and the stereotype that, we're all just being rebellious and just, going against our parents' wishes. We may be doing that, but it's not without reason.
And that makes sense. And I think all adolescents and teenagers kind of go through that at some point in time. Now, do you have any friends that are in your inner circle who might be more inclined to taking some of these risks that we're talking about to get that jolt of excitement out of things?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm friends with I'm surprised at how some of my friends I was able to become friends with extroverts rather. Although, I guess we can complement each other in that way.
Let's say opposites attract, right?
I guess so. So, yeah, some of my friends are definitely more extroverted and are more willing to take part in activities, and some of them are even trying to get me to do activities as a result.
Now, do you find that the things that your friends are doing, do you just not like doing those things, or do you consider them inappropriate or dangerous that you don't want to do them?
It's kind of a mix of both. Honestly, some of my friends do stuff that I'm like, okay, I'm definitely never doing that. And then other stuff, it's like, more innocent sort of stuff where I could see myself doing it, but I just don't want to.
So in those situations where you have a friend who's doing something that you fundamentally feel is inappropriate, do you take an active role in trying to discourage them from that or understand why they're doing that?
I definitely try to understand more so, like, if they are doing something more inappropriate. I don't really stop them because I personally don't think it's really my responsibility to do that. Like, if it gets to a point where it's like, okay, I probably need to let somebody know, I'll probably do that. But for the most part, it's just kind of the typical, some more typical stuff that teenagers just tend to do. And while I personally won't do it myself, I'm not going to stop my friends from doing it because it's their life. They have their own stuff going on. And I more so do my best to understand and possibly push them in a more positive direction.
Have you run into a situation where you've had a friend engage in one of these activities and have negative consequences? And if you have, what was the ultimate outcome, and how did you respond to that type of activity?
Well, there were really no negative consequences I kind of saw for myself. Any negative consequences they kind of told me about.
And what about for your friend? Any negative consequences for your friends?
Yeah, there were negative consequences for my friends, and most of it was like having their phones taken away. And like there were some instances where like it wasn't that justified, other instances where it was probably justified. And honestly, like my friends didn't seem all that worried about it. And like hearing the situation, I was a little more concerned about it, but it sounded like everything was mostly fine going forth. And it did seem like they learned a lesson afterwards, at the very least.
Okay, well, that's good. I think the important thing is assuming that you're that responsible adult who doesn't take a responsible friend, let me say, who doesn't necessarily take those risks. Being that voice of reason, I think, kind of comes hand in hand with that, with your friends, trying to, not necessarily steer them or tell them what to do, but at least advise them on what the better course of action probably would be.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about the benefits of Teen Challenge. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about the importance of being challenged. And now we're going to talk about the benefits of Teen Challenge. The adolescent phase of development is characterized by a myriad of changes and challenges that contribute to the formation of one's identity, cognitive abilities, and social interactions. While the pursuit of challenges is intrinsic to adolescent growth, it is essential to explore the distinction between constructive challenges that adhere to safe boundaries and potential detrimental risks. Recent research, led by neuroscientists from the University of Illinois, delves into the relationship between engaging in healthy challenges, the neurobiological response within the teenage brain, and the potential preventative role against teen depression.
The study utilized advanced neuroimaging techniques, particularly MRI technology, to investigate the neural mechanisms underlying adolescents' engagement in challenges and the impact on their mental well-being. The research team closely examined brain activity patterns in response to rewarding tasks, including scenarios where participants donated money to their family members and made decisions involving financial gains through risk-taking. Prior to the study's commencement, participant levels of depressive symptoms were evaluated, forming a baseline against which the subsequent challenges would be measured over a year.
The study's findings brought to light several intriguing insights into the interplay of challenges, brain responses, and depression. During the execution of challenging tasks, adolescents displayed heightened neural activity in brain regions associated with reward processing. This phenomenon suggests that engaging in challenges triggers a rewarding neural response, potentially reinforcing the desire for further engagement in such activities.
A particularly noteworthy discovery emerged in relation to the motivation underlying risk-taking behaviors. Counterintuitively, adolescents who took calculated risks for the purpose of benefiting their family members demonstrated a reduced likelihood of developing depression over the course of a year. This observation unveils and nuanced perspective on the relationship between risk-taking and mental health outcomes. It underscores that the nature of the challenge and the underlying motivation significantly impact the consequences on emotional well-being.
The research marks a significant step toward comprehending the intricate relationship between challenges, brain responses, and mental health outcomes among adolescents. It highlights the potential of engaging in healthy challenges and a means of bolstering emotional, mental, and social development. The revelation that calculated risk-taking motivated by pro-social intentions can act as a preventative factor against depression offers a fresh perspective on the complexities of risk behaviors.
So, what do you think about the idea that facing challenges makes teenagers' brains feel rewarded? Do you feel rewarded when you face a challenge and you overcome that challenge?
Not usually, at least I don't have any that really come to mind for the most part.
So, sorry. So, let me throw out a scenario here. So, you've got a test coming up, okay? Let's say, for the purpose of this argument, it's a history test, which I know you love history. And you spend 2 or 3 days studying for that test. And then you go and take that test, and you don't know if you don't get your grade back immediately. But you feel as though the questions that were on the test, you were familiar with the concepts and the answers. And you kind of breeze through that test. After the test, but before you get the results, do you feel any kind of level of confidence? Do you feel as though you met that challenge face on and accomplished something after all that studying and hard work?
No, not really. I don't really have any confidence. At least when it comes to history, I don't really have that confidence. And honestly, I don't know. Maybe history is just a bad example, but no, not really.
What about after you get the results back and you realize that you scored an A, you scored a high grade on that test? How do you feel at that point? Do you feel like you accomplished something? Do you feel getting that grade was a reward, a rightful reward for the amount of effort that you put in?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I'll be shocked if I get an A, but I don't know. I mean, I don't really know if I'm feeling the exact same amount of accomplishment that you kind of are expecting me of. If you want a better example that where I do feel accomplished, it's usually when I have to do like a new style of art. Typically, it's like I don't always have the confidence that I'm like, okay, I'm going to be trying something new with my art. I don't know if it's going to look good, and then I try it, and then I'm like, oh, that actually looks really good. I'm surprised that I was able to do it, and I feel good about it.
That's interesting that you use that as an example, because doing art is one of your feel-good therapy type things. So you get a reward when you're doing something that you enjoy. Do you not get rewards when you face challenges that you don't enjoy? Is that kind of where we're at?
Yeah, like even if I do good on a history test, it's like, okay, didn't expect that to happen. Well, better just maybe it's just because I can't really expect to like hold on to the victories, because it's like, oh, I did good on that. Well, I have to get ready for the next one then.
Well, and it's funny, there's in development, software development, there is a methodology called Agile, where you do a series of sprints, and each sprint has a certain amount of work that you do, and there's an output to it. There's an older philosophy in development that's called waterfall, and waterfall is a much longer process. It's all project-based, and at the end, you finish a project, and then you move on to something new. And the Agile, a lot of the industry focuses on Agile now because it tends to be more efficient, especially with changes in requirements and stuff. But I never found the Agile method particularly rewarding for exactly that reason. Okay, let's get in here. Let's work. Okay, we finished this sprint. We got this done. We don't have time to enjoy it because we have to get on to the next sprint. Sprint, 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 sprint. Get to the end. Move on to the next one. There was never, like in Waterfall, there was always a defined end. There was a transition period, and then there was a start of the next project. And during that period, there was a sense of accomplishment. With school, for you, you've got 4 periods, 4 marking periods, right? So you're doing that sprint from test to test, quiz to quiz, week to week, and you eventually get to the end of the marking period. You test out of the marking period, and you got to turn around and do it all over again. Is that monotonous cycle that you're kind of referring to?
Pretty much, and I honestly feel like it's with honestly any sort of schoolwork. Like, even with like my slower classes, it's like I took this test, I got my grade for it, back to like worrying about the newer subjects, because immediately after the test you have to get into another subject, and then you test on that subject, and then you get into another subject. And that's also kind of how I forget a lot of this stuff from subject to subject, because it's like, okay, I feel somewhat okay, I did a good grade on that one. Let me forget all that information so I can bring in new information and just repeat the cycle over and over again.
Well, and I think, in the spirit of how it's meant, the idea isn't to forget what you did. The idea is to build upon that and acquire more knowledge on top of the stuff that you've learned already. That's the intent.
Honestly, the way that it goes for me, it's kind of just like, okay, you had all this time to study for this big test, and now you have to learn new information, and then you gradually just forget all the other stuff that you just learned because you have to make room in your mind for all this new information because you just crammed so much of it into your brain for the test. You got to get rid of all that stuff so that you can get ready for the new test.
That's probably not the best approach to learning in school at this point.
Unfortunately, that's how I've been doing it, so.
Okay, well, I mean, the problem you run into is at the end of the year, you need to know all the stuff, or at least a portion of all of it, because you're going to have, well, you probably won't have finals because your grade average, but most kids will have final exams, and final exams are going to touch on everything you got all year long. So forgetting about it probably isn't the best philosophy. And the human brain doesn't work like that. It's not like a hard drive where you have a finite capacity. The human brain is, it's quite capable of a lot more than that.
Like, sure, I'll probably still remember aspects of it, but it's it's not in the front load of my mind, so it's not like I'll remember everything.
Okay, well, I can understand that. I think part of the problem with that approach is that challenges are a part of life. It's not just a school thing. The phase of adolescence frequently entails encouraging unanticipated obstacles. I'm sorry. Let me try that again, and this time I'll read the words that are actually written. The phase of adolescence frequently entails encountering unanticipated obstacles and difficulties that adolescents themselves did not deliberately choose. Despite their initial unfavorable appearance, these circumstances possess the potential to significantly foster personal growth and development. This viewpoint is underscored by the outlooks of a mentor and therapeutic facilitator who accentuates the influence of life's trials and tests on shaping individuals.
These challenges, although demanding, are asserted to play a pivotal role in nurturing an individual's character and abilities. Overcoming these challenges emerges as a pathway to unveiling concealed inner strength, latent skills, and inventive solutions that might otherwise remain undiscovered. The process of grappling with adversity leads adolescents to a pivotal realization. They inherently possess the capability to directly confront issues and carve out their own trajectories, detaching from external influences.
It is also proposed that successfully addressing and prevailing over hardships holds the potential to unlock dormant qualities within teenagers. These attributes encompass determination, creativity, and resilience. As adolescents navigate through the terrain of challenges, they gain a distinctive opportunity for profound self-discovery and self-awareness. This advancement prompts introspection, enabling them to forge deeper links with their identities and capabilities.
Essentially, the challenges that adolescents encounter act as a unique platform for delving into their strengths and capacities. Through their triumphs over...
Why don't you put all that together and make one word out of it?
Sorry, brain not working right now. Through their triumphs over these obstacles, they assemble a collection of invaluable skills that contribute to their empowerment. This accumulation of skills, coupled with the experience of surmounting difficulties, plays a pivotal role in cultivating a sense of self-value. This transformative expedition not only facilitates adolescents in acknowledging their inherent potential, but also bolsters their trust in their aptitude to navigate impending challenges.
The intricate interaction between unforeseen challenges and personal growth constitutes a central facet of the adolescent journey. Guided by the insights of experts, it becomes evident that surmounting obstacles functions as a conduit for self-discovery, self-enhancement, and the fostering of resilience. Ultimately, these transformative progression shapes not only... I'm not reading where the commas are. Ultimately, this transformative progression shapes not only adolescents' abilities, but also their self-perceptions, contributing to an elevated sense of identity and a fortified outlook on life. So it's worth noting, we're talking about some of the challenges that you face at school right now. As a manager of employees myself, and as someone who has higher ups, challenges themselves in a professional environment aren't just unavoidable, they're a requirement. I have to give my guys challenges. And I work with highly technical, very intelligent, very methodical people. They're all technicians or developers or something along those lines. So keeping them challenged keeps them interested in the work. If I can't provide a challenge to them, they're not advancing their skills. And in the world of IT, you're constantly learning. There's no, I've learned this and I'm done and I can just sit back and enjoy what I've learned. Technology is constantly changing. So you have to keep people interested in that. To do that, you keep them challenged. To keep them challenged, they keep learning. So not only does it keep them learning, it keeps their skills honed and focused. It teaches them how to think differently, how to troubleshoot things differently, and it keeps them interested in the work. And if I can't, this is a struggle I have with my developers. If I can't keep my developers interested in the work that they're doing, I'm not going to be able to keep them as employees. They're going to go somewhere else and find something that's challenging. The vast majority of people in the professional world are motivated by challenges. It keeps them going. It keeps them learning. It keeps them growing and becoming better people, better workers, better at their job. So challenges are a very welcome thing in the professional world. Nobody wants to be bored at work because it takes an 8-hour day and turns it into a 16-hour day if you're bored at work. If we're busy, if we're challenged, we're learning, we're expanding, we're better. I'm a firm believer that the people that work for me, when they go on to work somewhere else, they should leave under my employment or my employer's employment a better person than when they came in. And the only way to get that is through challenges. Every challenge is a learning opportunity. That's how I look at it, and that's the philosophy that I preach to my people. How do you think encountering unexpected challenges can help teenagers grow, develop, and develop according to viewpoints of mentors and therapeutic facilitators? Do you think that that's a viable approach to growing yourself as an individual?
I mean, of course, because, obviously if you do the same thing over and over again, you're never really going to change because you're not challenged and you kind of just stay the same if, that's how your life is. If you're not given new, opportunities to challenge, to be challenged, then you're really not gonna improve all that much. So I definitely understand why challenging yourself is important.
Well, and I'll be honest with you. I mean, I'll go back to the professional environment thing, and I have a tendency, if I'm not being challenged by my higher ups to excel at what I do, I'll go out and find my own challenges. And, I'll identify areas that we have a need, or there's a shortcoming, or something can be improved. And I'll take on that challenge so that I can make a difference and have that personal growth myself. And hobbies are like that. When we do hobbies, my hobbies tend to revolve mostly around technology and stuff. But it's a challenge for me to take on these hobbies and learn new things. I've been embarking on a pretty aggressive learning schedule with some of this online learning material that I have from work. And it's not just stuff that's related to work. I'm not just looking at IT stuff or computer stuff. I'm looking at management challenges. I'm looking at personnel and human resources. I'm looking at things that make me a more well-rounded person. And every time I go through one of these courses or overcome one of the challenges that they throw at me, that's an extra skill set. That's an extra arrow in my quiver that I can use later on in life and say, hey, you know what? I can speak to that. I'm an authority on that. And it makes me a better person. If I didn't have those challenges, I'd be bored out of my mind at work. Do you get bored at school if you're not challenged?
I mean, I guess, but in some way, I'm always able to really keep myself occupied. Like, there are definitely times where, like, I'm bored because I don't really have anything to do, but then I kind of have assignments that I have to do, and then the rest of the time, I'm not really that bored because I have to, if I'm not doing an assignment in one class, I'm doing an assignment for another class.
Now, do you feel that the assignments themselves are self-elevating, where you going through these, you're actually getting something out of it? Or is it just make busy work for you? Or you just, I'm cranking out this poster project or this writing project because I have to, and you don't feel like there's any benefit that you're getting from it?
It's mostly that, but like sometimes I feel like I get some stuff out of it. But a lot of the time, it kind of just feels like busy work to the point where it's like, oh, it's probably just supposed to teach me time management in the sense of like, oh, you have to get this done in such and such amount of time. The content itself really isn't all that engaging. It's just like, I mean, sure, I'm gaining like time management from it, but really when I'm actually doing it, it's just like, okay, I have free time to do it now. I'll just do it now. I'm not really gaining much from the actual assignment. I'm just going to finish it because I know I have to finish it.
See, and that's something that I blame on the teachers in the schools, because I'm the type of person that when I ask an employee to do something, whether it's a highly technical thing or, hey, the room is messy, let's clean it up and get rid of these empty boxes, it's not meant to be a make busy type thing. And I don't just expect my employees to just do what I tell them because I told them. It's important that they understand why we're doing. The teacher should articulate, okay, today you're doing a poster project and you're going to make a movie poster of the 1930s on the subject that we're doing now. And this is why we're going to do it. It's going to help to reinforce the facts that we have that you're going to be tested on later. It's going to help you learn in different ways, because instead of it just being text-based, you're going to have some visual, like, from your own experience, people retain information differently when they digest it differently.
Yep.
Some people can retain it better if they read aloud. Some people can read into a recorder and listen back, and they hear it back and they retain it better. Some people visually can do it by writing it down. So everybody learns differently. And part of the reason that you do these projects is to figure out how you learn. When we study for your history stuff. We've probably done 5 or 6 different study techniques to see which one sticks best with you. Some work better than others, and we try to stay with the ones that work the best. But that's what the projects are designed to do. It's to get you to learn in a different way, to retain things in a different way, or figure out how to learn things in a different way. You know, when I throw a problem at my guys, I did it today. We had a development meeting today. And I threw a couple of things out there to my guys, not because I expected them to solve it, but because I want them to start thinking about it. You know, if this scenario happens, what are the solutions? How can we fix it? What are the best ways to fix it? Well, there's 3 different ways that we can fix this problem. Okay, well, what's the best way? What's the way that's going to be the most efficient? What's the way that's going to be the most impactful? And what's going to be the lowest cost? So there's all different factors that you have to look at. And I think part of the thing that you might be missing when you get these assignments is that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to try these different techniques, see what sticks, keep you interested, keep you engaged. Some kids like art projects, so we got to throw some art in with our history stuff so that we can keep those art kids, those creative minds engaged. Some of these kids are the type that, you know, they can watch videos and they'll learn from that. So we're going to watch this video today, and, you know, that's not going to work for everybody, but it's going to work for some of the kids. So as much as it may seem like make busy work, it's really trying to cater to everyone out there and figure out how everybody learns best. And when you've got a class full of 30 kids or something like that, you can't have 30 different ways to teach. So you kind of have to pick and choose some of the ones, the more mainstream ones that'll help the kids out. I think that's probably what you're running into. And for you, because you're like my developers, if the teachers can't keep you engaged, you get bored and you dislike it. My developers are just like that. And it sounds like some of your teachers are not keeping you engaged. And the intelligent, creative kids are the ones that are really hard to keep engaged, because you're the ones that, you know, you can figure things out very quickly. You know, I hand you a Rubik's Cube and you solve it in 5 minutes, you're bored with it at that point. What am I going to do? Well, then I start taking the colored stickers off of it, and I start putting different colored stickers on there and seeing how you figure that one out. That's how you would do something like that. You know, let you think outside the box, because all the techniques that we use to think inside the box, you've already figured out. So you're going to get bored with it. And that's challenging for teachers, because most teachers have to teach from a curriculum that they don't define themselves. And they're kind of bound by that. But the creative ones, your chemistry teacher, I think, is one of the creative ones, where he can react on the fly to how the kids are learning. And he can be a little more adaptive. Not everybody's a good teacher like that.
Yep.
So you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt. We're going to take our second break here. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the common types of unhealthy teen challenges. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights in Teens. Today we're talking about the importance of being challenged. And now we're going to talk about common types of unhealthy teen challenges. While the pursuit of challenges is a natural aspect of development, the absence of constructive challenges can lead to the adoption of risky actions with potentially harmful consequences. Here are 5 primary categories of these risky actions, shedding light on the importance of fostering healthy challenges for adolescents' well-being.
The first we're going to talk about is violence or injury. The first category of risky actions pertains to behaviors that may lead to violence or injury, not industry. This encompasses actions such as physical altercations, bullying, weapon possession, self-harm, and the contemplation or attempt of suicide. Adolescents who lack appropriate channels for challenge and self-expression may resort to these behaviors as a misguided way of asserting control, seeking attention, or coping with emotional distress.
The second is unsafe sexual behavior. The second category involves unsafe sexual behaviors, which encompasses actions such as engaging in sexual activity at an early age, foregoing protection during intercourse, and neglecting to undergo testing for sexually transmitted diseases. Additionally, the consumption of alcohol or drugs before engaging in sexual activity heightens the risk associated with these behaviors. Unhealthy challenges in this context can stem from societal pressures, lack of comprehensive sex education, and limited awareness to potential consequences.
Alcohol, drugs, and tobacco use are another. Third category encompasses a range of behaviors from alcohol consumption in any quantity to binge drinking, prescription or illegal drug use, as well as smoking cigarettes or using chewing tobacco. Adolescents may gravitate toward these substances as a result of peer influence, curiosity, or as a means of escape from stressors. The absence of meaningful challenges may contribute to the allure of such behaviors as a form of experimentation.
The fourth category pertains to unsafe driving or riding behaviors. This encompasses actions like texting while driving, driving under the influence of substances, failing to wear seatbelts, or being in a vehicle with an impaired driver. Similarly, riding a bike under the influence or without proper safety gear falls within this category. The lack of constructive challenges can prompt adolescents to engage in these hazardous actions as a way of seeking excitement or asserting independence.
The final category concerns poor self-care behaviors. This involves inadequate attention to physical and mental well-being, including unhealthy eating habits, insufficient sleep, sedentary lifestyles, and excessive screen time on social media and electronic devices. The absence of positive challenges and productive outlets may lead adolescents to neglect self-care, resulting in various health and emotional issues.
The innate drive of adolescents to seek challenges and take risks is a fundamental aspect of their developmental journey. However, when constructive challenges are lacking, adolescents may resort to unhealthy behaviors. Recognizing the correlation between the absence of healthy challenges and the adoption of risky actions is crucial in shaping interventions and programs that foster a balanced and constructive adolescent experience. By providing opportunities for positive challenges, society can contribute to the cultivation of responsible decision-making and the overall well-being of teenagers.
So, what role do you think the absence of meaningful challenges plays in teenagers' decisions to experiment with substances like alcohol and tobacco?
Well, we actually recently did some drug projects in health when it came to, like, you pick a substance, you research it, and you talk about the dangers and why you shouldn't be using it and so forth. And one of the categories we could talk about, or topics related to our drug, is who uses it and why. And adolescents, like, in a lot of the substances, like, adolescents would use them, and they were like one of the target demographics for it. And I feel like because they would have like either they just wouldn't have healthy or had the absence of healthy challenges. It would pretty much, like, they would end up resorting to such substances as either a means of escape, as a way of, like, just feeling like they were, like, in forms of, like, empowerment. Because, again, like, drugs kind of affect you mentally and physically, and a lot of teens would probably use that in the sense of, like, oh, I don't feel great right now, maybe I'll take this and it'll make me feel better, or it'll alter their perception of reality to make it seem better than it actually is.
That's a very good point. Very well thought out. So there are healthy challenges for teens as well. The journey of adolescence is marked by a crucial need for healthy challenges to foster growth, with parents holding a pivotal role in guiding their teenagers towards constructive avenues that expand their horizons. A range of options exist for parents to facilitate these beneficial challenges.
One is outdoor adventure therapy. Encompassing activities such as rock climbing, kayaking, and ropes courses, these experiences are designed to cultivate problem-solving skills and self-reliance, leading to enhanced self-esteem and stronger interpersonal connections.
Engagement in sports. The realm of sports provides teenagers with an environment to test their physical and mental limits. Within a supportive framework, they can explore their capabilities and extend them to new boundaries.
Engaging in creative endeavors like art, theater, and stand-up comedy presents teenagers with meaningful challenges. These challenges can gain prominence when they present their creative work to an audience, encouraging confidence and personal growth.
Activities such as indoor rock climbing, roller coaster rides, and visits to theme parks offer teenagers a controlled outlet for their innate desire for excitement and thrill-seeking.
Venturing into uncharted territories by learning new skills through lessons or partaking in family activities like river rafting opens avenues for teens to challenge themselves while enjoying familial support.
While encouraging healthy eating habits is beneficial, parents must tread carefully to prevent it from evolving into disordered eating behaviors, especially among those susceptible to eating disorders.
Engaging in roles like camp counselors, club memberships, or after-school classics, not classics.
The old
sorry.
after-school classics, Tom and Jerry, you know.
Engaging in roles like camp counselors, club memberships, or after-school classes exposes teenagers to unfamiliar environments, encouraging them to transcend their comfort zones.
And finally, we have embarking on travel adventures, which you'll be going on in the not-too-distant future. The prospect of studying abroad or participating in group trips introduces teens to novel challenges and risks, enriching their growth through diverse experiences.
Teenagers are inherently inclined to seek challenges that stretch their boundaries and offer excitement. Parental guidance is paramount in channeling this natural inclination toward healthy challenges that facilitate growth while mitigating potential risks. By providing platforms for outdoor exploit, participation in sports, creative expression, controlled excitement, skill acquisition, balanced nutrition, social engagement, and exploration through travel, parents can empower their teenagers to embark on a journey of personal development and self-empowerment.
So how can parents support their teenagers in exploring new activities and venturing into unfamiliar territories while ensuring a balance between challenging experiences and safety?
Well, I think the idea is one of the main ones is finding a good balance between how involved the parent is, because you don't want to like completely hover over your kid the entire time and like, dictate what exactly they're going to be challenged with, or like tell them how to face the challenges on their own, or just give them too many pointers and so forth. But you also don't want to completely throw them into a challenging situation without any sort of guidance, because that's a good way for them to engage in more dangerous activities as a result without, the proper guidance and way to at least have a little bit of a steering toward the right path.
Now, do you think that Mommy and I provide these challenges, these constructive challenges, to you in an appropriate manner and sufficient volume to keep you challenged? Do we not challenge you enough? Are we challenging you too much? What are your thoughts on that?
I feel like you guys, like, it's not an often sort of thing, but, like, you guys definitely try to provide challenges for me. I either challenge myself more than you guys do, or I refuse to challenge myself. It's an interesting streak. Occasionally, you guys will give me certain challenges to overcome, and most of the time, I'm fine with that. Most of my challenges and not challenging myself can usually come from myself.
See, and in my experience, there's really two types of challenges that you tend to face. Either it's a creative, fun, artistic, expressive type of challenge, like making a picture for a special occasion or something like that, and you excel at those. Then there's the uncomfortable challenges where we try to kind of get you to step outside your boundaries, your comfort zones a little bit, and expand your boundaries. And those, like driving, we try to make you drive as often as we can because I think it's an important learned skill that you should have. And there's a lot more resistance from you for these things. Do you agree with that? Do you think that there's challenges that you are always going to be resistant to unless it's kind of forced down your throat? And do you think there's certain challenges that if you enjoy them, they're not really challenges? That's kind of the concern that I have with the ones that you do enjoy doing. I don't think they're challenges to you at that point.
I mean, that is kind of how it goes, I guess. I really have nothing much to say on that. Yes, I am, like I kind of mentioned before, I'm not really one that likes being challenged. Like, in certain instances, I feel fine being challenged, and others, it's not fun and I don't like it.
Right. Well, and that's like, for Mommy and I, the challenge to us, not to keep using the word challenge, but I will, it's finding out, one, how to challenge you in a way that you'll be accepting of it, and two, finding a challenge for you that you can get something out of. Like if I ask you to draw me a picture and you do it in your regular style, you're not getting anything out of that. But if I come to you and I say, I need you to draw me a picture in this style, and it's a style you've never done before, you're very receptive to that. You'll accept a challenge that pushes your artistic boundaries. But if it's your comfort boundaries, you tend not to want to engage in those challenges. And I think maybe Mommy and I need to challenge those comfort boundaries, but in a less aggressive way, and maybe introduce you to expanding those boundaries in a more gradual way. Do you think something like that would be more effective?
I mean, maybe. I don't really have.
You don't seem very enthusiastic.
I'm not really enthusiastic. I appreciate my comfort zone. Thank you very much. I understand that if you don't challenge me, then I'll probably just be forced into it, and then I won't have anything. I won't have any way of how to manage it. But even then, it's like I have my comfort zone right now, and I still don't want to leave it.
Well, and nobody wants to leave their comfort zone. That's why it's a comfort zone. But our comfort zones tend to silo us. They pigeonhole us. We can't really grow when we're always staying in our comfort zone. And I don't want to rip you out of that comfort zone and throw you into an uncomfortable situation. What I'd much rather do is kind of slowly and gradually increase the discomfort in your comfort zone so you can learn to expand a little bit more. And I think we may have not have found that scenario just yet. I think that's probably where we're working right now. But, you certainly do accept the challenges that we send to you. I don't think there's much of a problem there. That's about all we have. We're going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing thoughts and finish up the podcast. We'll be right back.
All right, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to mention that challenges are a part of life and it's not really something we can entirely avoid. There can be very positive challenges that can help us grow as people and expand our horizons. But then if we don't have those positive challenges, we can usually take up more negative challenges and risks that can harm us more than they can help us. So much like everything with life, you kind of have to find a good balance between both of them, and hopefully you'll be able to grow as a person as you discover it.
All right. Sage advice, as always. I think we're going to skip the plugs to the end here, and we're getting kind of redundant with those, and say that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 180, Perspectives on Parenting, Top Challenges of Parenting. That's not at all
Not it, actually. It's Perspectives on Parenting, Getting Them Ready.
Okay, whatever.
Hopefully you got the same script as me.
I have the questions, all right? This is just from a couple of however long ago it was.
All right, well, it'll be interesting if nothing else.
Anyway, I'm your host, Madison Whalen, giving a great intro so far, and my co-host today, Joseph Whalen.
Hi.
This is why I don't do this stuff anymore.
A little out of practice. You only do this every 10 episodes.
And also our special guest for today, Michelle Whalen from Insights and Entertainment.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing?
Sound like, special guest. It's Mom. We just had dinner. It wasn't like, I haven't seen you in a while or anything.
That's true.
Been a while since we've been on the air, though.
Well, yes, that is true.
All right, so how's everybody doing?
Fantastic.
Wonderful. And you?
Good. Not used to this, but we're working on it.
And another year older.
Yeah,
look at that.
ain't that nifty, am I right?
Pretty soon we're not going to be able to do Insights into Teens anymore.
I still got a couple of years, technically.
Well, that's good. So the show will continue for a little while.
Till I'm 20, technically. I'm still a teenager at 19, technically. So
That's true.
True.
And then we'll have to go out and dig up another teenager that can be on the show. Or we'll be lying. Well, technically, you started the show at 12, so.
Right.
Yeah, technically we were lying from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's all a lie.
Bunch of liars.
Anyway, so today we're going to be doing another one of our perspectives on parenting. This is the third episode of this we've done. It's kind of our big episode, 10 episode margin topper off, or segue into the next era of what our Insights into Teens podcasts are going to be about.
Kind of like a season arc,
Pretty much, yeah. And like you said earlier, today we're going to be talking about a section from that we've been pulling from so far for the other episodes, which is getting them ready. So we're going to be going through various different questions relating to things of teaching kids to socialize, instilling good behavior in them, and looking after their educational needs. Since I do not have the right thing up, I do not have a good summary, so that is my best interpretation of what we've got so far.
That's good enough.
All right. But before we get started on the podcast, I'd like to invite the listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions listed under Insights into Teens. You can also find video and audio versions listed under Insights into Things. I'd also like to invite you to give us your feedback on what we're talking about or give us your suggestions for show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, and links to all these and more are on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
We are ready.
Alrighty. So
Sorry, wrong button.
Oh, we're just full of
I
mistakes.
was almost ready.
We're just full of mistakes today, aren't we?
We're a little out of practice.
A little out of practice. It's been a while. But starting us off, I'm going to be asking both of you questions about teaching kids how to socialize. So I'm going to ask this to you, Father.
Okay.
So, is it the job of a parent to teach their kids how to socialize?
I don't know if it's the job of the parent. I think kids, for the most part, will socialize where they're comfortable. I think parents have the responsibility of kind of setting the example and teaching kids probably the cautious way to socialize, the dangers of it, how to do it right, and encouraging. I think that's probably a better term, is it's a parent's job to encourage you to socialize, but within your comfort zone, I think.
All right, that's fair. Mommy, you want to add anything on that?
No, I would probably agree for the most part with that. I think, nowadays you have a lot of kids that do homeschooling, so there's not as much socializing for some people, but a lot of the homeschoolers actually have their own school system in some respects so that they can have the kids socialize. So back in the day, whenever you heard that somebody, was homeschooled, it kind of meant that they didn't know how to act in public or didn't know how to act with other people because they were never around other people, where now homeschooled kids actually probably get more interaction because not only are they're in a different type of environment, so they are being able to socialize more. So I think it is important to, for the parents to make sure that their child is in some sort of environment to be able to socialize.
All right, fair enough. I'll lead the next question to you, Mommy. Do or do you not feel kids knowing how to socialize is important, and why or why not?
Oh, absolutely. It's very important because it's how you function, day to day in the world. Fortunately, nowadays, so much can kind of be done in isolation. Unfortunately, we found that out during the pandemic, that people didn't need to necessarily go to work. Now having all of the technology that you have where you could video call with somebody, FaceTime or Zoom or whatever, you don't need to necessarily physically socialize, but you still have some sort of skill set that you need to be able to communicate and socialize even virtually. So I think it's just important in general to be able to, not have anxiety when you want to go get something to eat and you need to go order from a restaurant or pick something up at the store. There's all that social interaction, but there are times, again, because of the pandemic and everything, there's so much that became virtual or curbside where you don't have to, where there are people that have the anxiety of having the social interaction where it kind of helped them to still be kind of part of things without having it. But I think it's a skill set that everybody, should have.
Okay, do not at all feel called out by that. Anyway, I'll turn the next question over to you, Father. Can kids gain enough social skills on their own through things like school and interacting with others with little parental influence?
If I'm going back to when I was a kid, I would say absolutely. My parents had very little influence on my social upbringing, I'd say. We, did it all of ourselves. My parents weren't the helicopter parents. They weren't hovering over me. They weren't part of the PTA. They weren't the soccer moms. None of that stuff existed at the time. So as a kid, we did everything ourselves from a social standpoint. We got home from school. If you had homework, you finished your homework, and then you were out playing until it was dark and you had to come in at that point in time. You did it through school because you made friends with everyone at school. And there was a very different environment at the time. Unfortunately, nowadays, there are too many things out there now that are a danger to kids. So parents tend to be overly protective these days. And as a result, you get the creation of play dates. We didn't have play dates as a kid. If I wanted to hang out with my friends, I'd get on the phone, call and see if they were there. I'd go over to their house. In the neighborhood that I lived in, it was not a gated community, but it was a closed community in that it wasn't on any major roads. So the whole community itself was about 1 square mile. So if I wanted to hang out with my friends, I'd either go to my best friend who was on the next street over, or I'd walk across town for 5 minutes to go to see the kids that were over there. So there was nothing that kept you in the house. We didn't have technology. We weren't glued to our phones or anything like that. So you had to go out and play with people and make friends because there was no substitute. You had 3 channels on showing my age here, but you had 3 channels on TV unless you were rich enough to have cable, and then you had like 15 channels. So there wasn't anything at home to do. You didn't have video games. You didn't have computers when I was a kid. You had toys and you played with your friends with toys, or you'd go out and play sports or something like that. So my parents had almost nothing to do with my socializing. So in fact, if it was up to my mom, I probably wouldn't have had any friends because she didn't let anybody over the house. She hated having people over the house because she didn't want people making a mess at the house. So today it's very different though. And I think today there are so many things at home that keep kids from being social. Ironically, social media is one of them. People think social media is a social activity, and it's not. It's the exact opposite. So as a result, parents today are organizing kids in, play groups or whatever to try and get them to socialize more, because we have to get you ready to interact with society as an adult. And then if you're not going to do it yourself, then the parents have to at least put some effort into that.
That's fair enough. The next question goes to you, Mommy. What methods do you feel are best in getting kids to socialize?
Well, I think it helps if there's some sort of common interest. So, for kids to either join a sport or do dance or some sort of club, some sort of activity. I think that always helps, because then you have that common bond versus, hey, I'm into video games and I'm into baseball, but I don't like video games and I don't like baseball, you might have a conflict, and then it might make you actually not even want to socialize. So I think that's probably a good start. Besides school, I think going to school or being, with kids your own age is a great way to kind of start the socializing. And then if you see that there's some sort of, issue where, maybe they're not socializing enough, maybe they're not getting along with people, maybe trying to find a group where, they would kind of feel that they belong.
That makes sense. Do you want to weigh in on this, Daddy?
No, I think Mommy covered that topic pretty well.
Alrighty. Next question goes to you then. Should certain social activities be limited to different age groups? If so, which ones?
None come to mind immediately, but I'm sure there are certain ones that are age appropriate. Certain things require certain resources. If you want to go to the mall's only going to allow a certain age group to be there unsupervised. If you want to go to the movies, you need transportation, you need money. So there's logistics around that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you just want to hang out with your friends, no, that shouldn't be any age group. You're going to watch TV or play video games or play board games. So anything that's there probably would be age specific to the actual activity itself, and it would be less dependent on the socializing aspect of it than it would be what the actual activity, I think, would be.
That makes sense. Anything to say on that?
No, I think that was okay.
All right. Mommy, the next question is for you.
Okay.
What kind of impact do you feel that you've had on my social life?
I don't know. I hope a positive one. While you weren't in any sort of clubs or anything up until high school, you did do the before and after care, which that was kind of, not that it was necessarily a club, it was something that was needed because of, going and working, in the office and the hours of school and things like that. But that kind of became a way for you to socialize with a vast array of kids that weren't necessarily all within your age group. When you started, you were one of the younger kids, and then you became, the older kids. So you got to kind of see the transition of being the kid that, oh, I don't have that much homework, I want to go play, to being the older kid that had more homework, and you got annoyed at the younger kids who just wanted to play because you still had homework that you needed to do. But I think you also kind of found your niche of, okay, I kind of like being the older kid and hanging with the younger kids and kind of being the mom of the group in a way. I think that kind of became your niche in a lot of cases, because even with, the kids in the neighborhood, you're one of the older ones when you would get together and do stuff, and you kind of organize, and you're kind of like the kid wrangler. Come on, let's do this. Let's go here. Let's do that. Or, even when you were in marching band, if somebody needed a Band-Aid, wait, I got one. Oh, you need a fan? You're hot. Yeah, here's that. Oh, you were the one that, was taking care of everybody. So I think that kind of helped to put you in that. I know I kind of look back and I kind of have regrets that we didn't get you more involved with things when you were younger. And unfortunately, it was time constraints where, there were activities that started at, 4:00 in the afternoon, but because of our working schedules, we couldn't do that. So you weren't able to do dance or brownies or Girl Scouts or things like that.
I like brownies.
Who doesn't? So I kind of regret that, and I wonder, how things would have changed if you had been able to do those things. Would you be, different socially than you are now?
That's fair.
But, I don't think you have any regrets for it. I don't think you ever go, I really wish.
Yeah, not really, no.
You're kind of, happy, like, being where you are. And again, I think part of it is also because we went through COVID, and that was when you were in middle school. So that was another, like, informative year time frame that kind of got compressed, where that should have been more getting out, hanging out with friends, doing things, but nobody was doing any of that. But you have this nice little core group, of friends, which is important, I think, that everybody have that. So you might not always be able to get together with everybody, but it's like, all right, well, do you want to do something? All right, we'll do something this week, and it's maybe not everybody all at once, but okay, so this day you hang out with this person and this day you get to hang out with that one. And, so I feel, that it kind of, all right, we did a good job. She's not the person that's, sitting at home, not talking to anybody, not communicating with anybody, not hanging out with anybody. So, so I think we did good so far.
Fair enough.
Just need to learn how to, order food on your own. That's all.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. All right, so the next question is going to go out to you. So you mentioned before how a parent can kind of influence a kid in the terms of them being social. So do you believe that a parent could cause a child to be less social?
Yes. There are certainly a number of different ways that a parent can have that impact on a child. And sometimes it's not a negative impact. Sometimes if you're someone who is more interested in going out and socializing than you are in doing the things that you need to be responsible about doing, schoolwork or chores or whatever, having a parent make you less social is a positive. The negatives tend to come in with parents who live vicariously through their kids. And you see this a lot with sports. You have parents who want to relive their youth through their kids. And so they get them in every sports event. They're doing traveling teams. They're doing tournaments, and their entire life is consumed with going out and doing these sports, not because the kid really wants to do it, but because the parent wants to do it. And that's where it gets dangerous, and that's where you kind of have to be careful.
Yeah, you also mentioned the idea of helicopter parents. And do you think a helicopter parent could also cause a child to be less social in a more negative light?
I think a helicopter parent who's overly cautious, and unfortunately in today's society, it's not unjustified to be overly cautious of your children, but a helicopter parent could really put too much fear in their kids and transfer their own fear to their kids and have them make them be less social as a result. So yes, there's definitely that negative effect.
So really, like, depending on what type of parent you can be, either you live vicariously through your kids, you're a helicopter parent, or there's some other combination of it. A parent can always cause a child to be less social in a positive light, but also in a more negative light.
Absolutely. There's a lot of different examples of bad parents out there that can cause this type of problem to happen. You have parents that aren't involved at all with their kids. And as a result, their kids are overly social. They wind up getting into groups that are a bad influence on them. They wind up getting into substance abuse issues. And parents should be doing something about their kids, but they're not. And they allow their kids to basically run free with no constraints on them at all. And that's not a good thing either.
All right. Final question in this section goes to you, Mommy. Are there right and wrong ways of teaching a kid how to be social, and what would you say they are?
Well, yeah, there's, I think you need to, have your child interact, out in the real world, and not keep them, at home all the time. And, children should be, seen and not heard, because you see it time and time again where, a parent has their child out, shopping or at a restaurant or what's so funny?
Nothing.
Okay. And they are totally misbehaving because they don't know how to act because, the parent never took the child out in public. So the child has no idea how to act socially, like what's the right way, to act. Where, Daddy and I, when you were a baby, you went out, you did things. If you cried, we took care of it. Or, there was really only one time ever that we actually left someplace because we couldn't get you to stop crying. It was just you were upset about something. You either didn't feel well or whatever. And unfortunately, you were a baby, so you couldn't tell us what was wrong. We did all the things. We changed you. We fed you. We burped you. We did this, all the...
We beat you.
No, we didn't do that.
We put the pillow over your head.
No, we didn't do that either. But, we went through all the things and it just got to the point. So we didn't want to be that parent where we were ruining everybody else's time. But then there were multiple times where we would go places and people would compliment us on how well behaved you were and how polite you were. And that was a testament to us raising you to be, socially aware and a polite, well-behaved child. So there's right ways to do it and there's wrong way. And, but then the parent themselves also have to be, a well-behaved person, because some parents themselves aren't, well-behaved. So it's kind of hard to teach your child how to be well-behaved if you don't know how to behave.
Yeah, I think one of the keys is that the parents have to be socially competent. If the parents aren't socially competent and the child's being raised by parents who have no social skills, the child's not going to get any social skills because, one, there's no one to set the example, and two, there's no perceived need to have them in the first place.
That makes sense.
So that's one of the I think overriding factors of that.
All right. I think this segment went well.
I think it did as well.
All right, we'll take a quick break and then we'll move on to the next segment.
Okay.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're on our perspectives on parenting. We're talking about getting them ready. And now I'm going to ask some questions about instilling good behavior in them. Them being children, by the way. All right. To start us off with the first question, we'll go to you, Dad. So what forms
I've been demoted from father.
So, what forms of good behavior should a parent try to instill in their child?
Yeah, without getting overly verbose, I think the basics. You want your kids to be honest. You want your kids to be hardworking, and you want your kids to treat other people decent. I think if you can get those three, qualities instilled in your kids, everything else kind of falls in line at that point in time. And keep your expectations realistic. You're not gonna turn your kid into a philanthropic genius overnight, but you have to demonstrate to them these skills and these qualities. You have to be honest. You have to treat them with respect and make sure that you're kind to them and kind to others. One of the things that my mother always instilled in me was her compassion. She had this overwhelming compassion for everyone. There wasn't anyone my mother ever turned away who needed help. We might not have had enough food on the table for the family, but if somebody needed help and she could take somebody in and give them a roof over their head and a warm meal and get them back on their feet, she would do it in an instant. And that leaves a lasting impression on kids when you see your parents act in noble ways like that, I think.
That makes sense. Any other traits you'd like to add, or you think he kind of covered it?
No, I would say just raise your kids to be decent human beings. That's, I think, if
they're human beings.
Well,
for the aliens out there, we don't want to
there.
discriminate.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think that's the top level. If you raise them to be a decent human being, everything else kind of just falls into place.
All right, that's fair. Turning it over to you, Mommy.
Okay.
How do you feel the actions of the parent can affect how good-natured or well-behaved their child is?
Well, I think that comes into play where you're setting that example. If Daddy and I are, you see that we are, walking down the street and we see somebody that's homeless and we're like, screw them. And, and we, kick over their cup or something and we're all jerky or whatever. Well, you're going to be like, all right, well, I have to be a jerk to everybody. Or in some cases, maybe that would even make you not want to be like that because you realize that's the bad example. But I think when you see, hopefully the good example that the parents are setting, that makes the child want to set that good example. But then again, you have parents that go out of their way to have good examples, but the child just doesn't see it or has some sort of issue where, nope, I'm not going to be like that. I want to be the exact opposite of my parents. So as parents, you kind of hope for the best, that you do enough to show what's right and wrong, enough for your child to make that own, their own decision.
Yeah, because you can't always guarantee that the kid's going to really even be listening to your example or doing the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people are just rotten to the core, and you can't get past that.
Right.
Fair enough. All right, turning this over to you, Daddy. Is this something that can be entrusted by outside forces like school or peers to be taught to kids?
Yes, it can. In so much as these types of behaviors can be instilled through discipline. And you can even go so far as to say the military. You've got a lot of kids that come out of high school who don't know who they are, don't know what they want to be, and they're wild and dangerous, and they wind up in the military, and the military gives them that discipline, that structure that they need, because they might not be getting it at home. So yes, there's a place that schools can serve as a tool to that end. Is it their responsibility? Should parents abdicate their responsibility to the schools to do that? Absolutely not. This type of behavioral training or learning has to happen at home. And when parents forego that and parents decide that they're not responsible for teaching their kids how to behave properly, then you run into all kinds of societal problems. And the kids run into all kinds of, disciplinary problems, academic problems, legal problems. And I think that's where a good portion, and I hate to put all the blame on the parents, but I think a lot of the crime that you have in society today, a lot of the cruelty and the hatred that you see in today's society, I want to put that blame on parents, because I think if you had better parenting, better mentoring at home, and parents who took the time and exercised the responsibility to raise your kids right, society would be a better place today. All too often, we want to abdicate that responsibility and say, well, the school system should do that, or the government should do it, or go into the military, we're going to send you to the military. No, you need to be a good parent. That's really what it boils down to. And a good parent's primary concern is, one, protect your children, and two, make sure they become productive citizens in society. And if you can't make sure those two things happen, then you failed as a parent. Now, sometimes protecting your kid is hard to do in today's society because of people who have failed the system. But no one has any excuse for not raising your kids right. You can go through the motions, and like we said, the kids might not take it, and they just might be rotten to the core. There are literally people out there that are just bad people. But if the parents didn't put the effort in, you can't blame the child. You have to blame the parents at that point. So I can't say that schools are responsible for this. Schools can do this. Your peers can do this. Peers become mentors, as you grow older. So they can do it. And they should, to a certain extent, do it because it's the right thing to do. But ultimately, it has to start with the parents.
That's understandable. All right, the next question is for you, Mommy. In what ways can a parent instill both good and bad behaviors in children?
Well, I think that's by whatever example you're showing your child. Kind of the whole, if you go out to a restaurant and you totally become a Karen in, I want to see the manager and this is horrible, and and you're constantly complaining because nothing is done right when you're going over and above and showing that to your child's going to see them and think either, oh, this is the way I have to be a jerk in order to get what I want, or your child might say, you know what, that was really kind of wrong. Maybe I shouldn't be like that. So you always hope for the best, but I think also showing, the right example. Hey, if something went wrong, this is the way you take care of it. You don't just go off the handle like that, or how to deal with anger, or how to deal with something that goes wrong, and so that you don't have that anxiety or the issues of having that bad behavior learned. You kind of go, okay, this is how I deal with it, and I move on, and everything is better. So, but then there are parents that they think the way that they're raising their kids is right, when other parents would look at them and go, no, you shouldn't be that way. You shouldn't be like that. That's one of the things where kids don't learn how to be a bully from other kids. They learn it from, other adults, that then those kids would learn it from that. You don't have the kids sitting around and a kid just decides to say something mean to somebody else. They said it because they heard somebody older or saw it on TV or something. So the parents need to kind of teach, okay, this is the right way to do it. This is the wrong way to do it. And again, it kind of goes back to, the schools and things like that, where, yes, it's not the school's responsibility. The parents have to set that foundation. But the other part of it, too, is when you think about how many hours a day you're in school, you're actually in school and with those people longer than you are with your own family. So while it's almost like a co-op of sorts. You have to have the help from the school. Not saying that it's 100% their responsibility, but again, if the parents lay that foundation, then everything else builds up from it. Kind of like, if I teach you to be a decent human being, everything else should come naturally and should be teaching you everything. Oh, okay, well, if I think, all right, decent human being, would I do this or would I do this? No, this makes sense. Doing that would be the bad thing. And hopefully then it kind of makes the rest of the lessons go smoothly.
That makes sense. All right, next question is for you, Father.
Oh, I've been promoted
Father.
again.
So is teaching...
Mr. Whale, this question is for you.
Anyway.
That's
Anyway, is teaching nothing about good or bad behaviors to children something to make a deal over or not?
That's a tough question. There's an argument to be made to curb what you're teaching your kids when it comes to certain things. Kids are developing, their brains are still developing. So if you impose your fears on kids and you try to teach them about some of the terrible things that happen, and talk about current events now. You've got the war in Gaza right now. You've got the war in Ukraine. There's a lot of things. The COVID experience. There's a lot of serious things that go on in the world that are anxiety inducing. And while you want kids to learn from these things and mature from them and take something positive away from them, in trying to get to that positive outcome, you can very easily overwhelm a kid's senses, and you can very easily scare them and scar them with the imagery that you see on TV and the repeated atrocities that are happening. So when it comes to stuff like that, there's an argument to be made to tone it down, not do away with it entirely, because kids are going to see this stuff on the news. They're going to hear about it. Their friends are going to talk about it. And they're going to have questions, and they're going to need guidance to understand what these things mean and how it affects them and so forth. But you don't want to throw them, into the fire and give them everything. So there's a certain level of discretion, I think, that's involved in that parents really need to understand their kids. And this is part of going back and being a good parent. It's not just about setting an example. It's about understanding the audience. And it's about knowing what kind of message is best received, and sometimes dwelling on some of the negative things, or even being overly optimistic, sets the wrong tone. So I think parents have to understand their kids. You have to respect your kids, and you have to talk to your kids. Every kid is different. And the only way you're going to know how to present information and lessons to your kid is to get to know them. And sometimes that requires a certain amount of discretion to make sure that you're not oversaturating them with positive or negative, I think.
That's fair. All right, for a bit of personal experience, Mommy, what have you done to instill good behaviors in me?
What have you done?
I locked you in a closet. No.
What didn't you do?
I don't know. What didn't I do? I think
The beatings will continue until
until
you're...
morale improves. I don't know. I for the most part, you were a really good kid. You're still a good kid. Like we never really went through, like, I can look back at so far in the last 17 years and there really hasn't been the, oh my God, do you remember this time when, you know,
I do.
whatever.
Yeah, I remember.
I don't. I don't know if it's because I have blocked it out. Like, am I not remembering things? Like, obviously we had ups and downs, especially like everybody going through puberty. You know, your emotions go out of whack, but because we talk about it, and I think that's actually been very helpful. I think the fact that we have this understanding between all of us, for the most part, you know, there are obviously things that you don't want to talk to Daddy about because it's, you know, a girl thing, a female thing, you know.
And Daddy's very
Or you're
grateful
more-
for that, too, by the way.
Or you're more empathetic than him.
Right, or that
I'm
too.
empathetic.
Not always. Well, sure, we'll go with that. But I think because we've always had that open communication where Daddy knows a whole lot more about female reproduction than he ever wanted to learn. And but I think that was helpful. It wasn't, well, go and talk to your mother about this. I don't want to know about this, you know. And I think that also helped. So when the mood swings hit, he understood.
Daddy knew to bring chocolate home those days.
Right. And when you brought chocolate home, everything was right with the world. And it was like, oh, yeah. So that's probably been, you know, our biggest hurdle in terms of that. The other, you know, thing is, you know, schoolwork and school grades, and the biggest hurdle there is getting you to believe in yourself, really.
We're not there yet, so we're discussing that in a minute, so we can hold off on that for the time
But
being.
I think it's just, you know, it's been, you know, there's always that little hurdle that we have, but we talk things out. And I think that's the biggest thing, is that we talk about it and we communicate. And if it's something, I don't want to talk about it now. Okay, we don't talk about it now, but we'll talk about it later. And we talk things through. And sometimes it doesn't make sense when we're talking about it, but then it's kind of like you have that epiphany of, oh, okay, this kind of makes sense now. All right, I see your point. Or I don't really believe what you're saying, but it does make sense. And hopefully at some point I'll believe you, you know, that you say, you know, what it is. And I think you realize that we have your best interest at heart. We want you to succeed. And whatever we, you know, can do for you, we will.
All right. I think that's, you know, solid.
Thanks.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Thumbs up.
I'm starting to lose it. Sorry. All right. So the last question we'll go over for this segment, leaning towards you, Father.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen. Do you feel instilling good behavior in kids is a more difficult task for certain parents?
Yes. There are parents who don't exhibit the behavior that they want their kids to exhibit. And when that happens, the parents come across as hypocrites. My father was that way. My father expected a certain level of behavior if you were out in public or if you were at home with family. And my father expected respect. He was big on demanding respect. And unfortunately, you can't demand respect. Respect is something that's earned. And the way that my father treated us was on a level, several levels below where he treated perfect strangers. And as a result, there was very little respect that I could have for him. So when that sort of expectation is there and you as a parent can't deliver on it yourself, it's very difficult for that parent to dictate how you should behave. That's why I think the most important lesson are lessons your parents teach you through their example. If your parents are decent people, if they're respectful, if they have pride in you and self-confidence in you, those things transfer down to you. Unfortunately, so do their negative traits. If your parents lack ambition, or if they're lazy, or if they're disrespectful, or they insult people, or they're negative, those traits transfer down to the kids as well. So I think a parent can't demand or expect any more of their kid than they're willing to do themselves, because the kid's not going to respect you at that point in time. And if anything, that's going to cause your kids to rebel against you. And that in and of itself is a lesson.
That is fair. I think that was a good way to end this. All right, so we will be back after a short break, and when we do, we're going to be talking about looking after your kids' educational needs.
All righty.
We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today on Perspectives on Parenting, we're looking at getting them ready. And now we're going to talk about looking after your kids' educational needs. So to keep with the order, Mommy, the first question is for you.
Okay.
So what do you feel are some of the most important educational needs of a child?
Reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Making sure that they get a good education is probably the biggest thing. Obviously, everybody learns differently, so you have to make sure that your child is in an environment where they can excel. I think any child can excel. It just is a matter of, are they being taught the right way? Because everybody learns different ways. So what works for one child might not work for another child. So I think that's a big thing is knowing where your child's limitations are, what do they excel in, what do they need help in, and to try and help them navigate that so that they can succeed.
All right, that's fair. Want to comment on any of that?
Nope. I think she's spot on there.
Woohoo!
Alrighty.
Right answer.
Next question is for you then. Should there be a line between what parents have to teach their kids and what they should learn in school? Something I feel like, is kind of put in question a lot in the modern day. So.
Oh, absolutely. And I think my take on it is parents should teach their kids wisdom, and schools should teach the kids knowledge. So you learn book knowledge and your maths, your sciences, your languages, all that comes from school. And I'm perfectly fine with that. How to use that knowledge is what is wisdom, right? So then your parents teach you that. How to utilize the abilities that you gain from school, when to utilize them, and how best to put them to use that benefits society. That's what your parents should be teaching you to do. I think schools can't do that. And schools can't do that because school's job is not to do that. School's job is to dump knowledge into you, teach you the subjects. And when schools try to teach you the moral side of those things, that's where they run into problems. Because schools are institutions of the state. And the state itself is, by its very nature, biased. I think parents who it's their responsibility to raise productive members of society should be the ones that are teaching their kids how to use that knowledge and how to interact in society, while schools can maintain the control of that knowledge and teaching of that knowledge with the oversight of parents. Parents should have control over the knowledge that you get. Parents shouldn't abdicate teaching kids about history. And I'm talking real history, not watered down history that make people uncomfortable. History is history, and that's what you should be taught, even if some of the subjects may be sensitive or uncomfortable or may not hold a certain light to individuals or institutions in this country. It's history, and it's worth learning. Your sciences are the same thing. Let the parents be the ones to teach kids the intricacies of how that knowledge is then used for the betterment of society, and keep the schools out of the raising of the kids. They should be the teaching the kids.
All right. I definitely think that's fair. So this question kind of goes along with that, and despite that we haven't gotten entirely your opinion on the full matter, I still think it would be good to get part of your perspective on this, Mommy. So due to more neglectful or restrictive parenting, should schools be required to teach a bit more about sensitive topics?
Well, I don't think it's the school's responsibility. It's someone's responsibility. And I think that's where you kind of have to, let the school kind of gauge where, something might be lacking, and where, a teacher should reach out to the parent saying, hey, did you know such and such was going on with your child? Because in some cases, the parent might not know because, maybe when the child is at home, they act, one way, but yet when they go to school, they're a completely different person. And especially if it's a bad behavior or something along those lines. So, again, they're going to school to learn and to get that knowledge. But again, like I had said, kids are in school far more hours than they are at home, during the week. And then of course, if you have parents that are divorced, where then their time is even more split between, different parents or whatever the parents' work schedule might be. So I don't want to say that, the school needs to be surrogate parents, but again, it's a cooperative between, the school or whatever education, or if it's a club or something that, a child is involved with. Hopefully there's some sort of advisor that is seeing something that maybe the parent's not seeing, that they can at least bring it to the parent's attention and say, hey, listen, we realize, this is going on. Did you even know about it? Do you even, realize that this is an issue? And kind of go from there.
That's fair. All right, turning it over to you, Mr. Whalen. Do teens' educational needs include more than just academics?
Absolutely. And I think we touched on, I think, one of the most significant aspects of this when we talked about socializing and social skills in the first segment. Socializing isn't something that's in a book, right? You don't take a course on how to be social. Social interactions happen as a byproduct of being in a school with multiple kids and adults who are your teachers or your counselors or stuff. So there's more that happens. There's more information and knowledge that's imbued on you than is what's in the textbooks. So yes, I absolutely agree with that. And you can take that a step past that to nutrition and physical education, the basic health understandings, learning your information to learn to drive, stuff like that. There's so much that happens in school that's not just academic related that's important for kids' growth. Creativity is another one. Even though it's considered an academic activity, your ability to express yourself creatively is something that's nurtured in school that's really not an academic. You don't get graded on whether or not you can draw a pretty picture or not, but your ability to express yourself through that way is something that's nurtured in school as well. So definitely more than just academics.
All right. We'll move the next question to you, Mommy. So what topics do you feel schools need to prioritize more or add to get kids ready for the real world?
Well, I think now, a class that you'll actually have later this year, your personal finance class. That was something that we never had in high school, really. I think unless you were a business major or, taking business classes, is how do you even balance a checkbook? How do I pay bills? How do I, get car insurance? These are things that, you're going to need to learn how to do. I'm kind of, the one thing I kind of wish you did have was, I know when I was in middle school and we started having these electives and things, home ec was one of them. It was basic cooking, basic sewing. We also did wood shop and other things. So you kind of got a little taste of that. And that was something where now, if you wanted to take a cooking class, you could, but with all of your other classes that you have, for engineering and stuff, you don't have that space available. But I think something like that should be something that's taught. Just basic, everyday survival of, how to do the laundry and things like that. Not necessarily that it needs to be a class, because again, that should be something that, that's done at home. But I think if your parents aren't ones that like to cook or know how to cook, I think if you were in an environment with your friends on how to cook, you'd have more fun learning it, where, there are some people that have fun cooking with their family if their family likes to cook. There are some, families that don't like to cook, or have relatives that do cook. So I think that would be something. I'm surprised they've gotten away from that and added all these other things. because the other thing too is, while it's great that you can end up graduating high school and have all of these college credits, there are some kids that, end up having like double majors in high school now, where they're graduating high school already with an associate's. And it's like, okay, so now what do you do? You're still only 18 years old. You still have a lot of learning to still do. What's that piece of paper going to do? Are you really ready for the real world? Maybe you are, maybe you're not. So I think in some cases, there's more pressure on kids your age than when, Daddy and I went to school. But yet I think also you guys have more advantages because there's more information out there. But I think in a lot of cases, it's almost information overload too. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword where you have it better in some cases, but I think you're kind of lacking in others because there's so much more out there to do. Like some of the classes you're taking are things that I couldn't take until college. And it's funny because I remember having this same conversation with my parents when I was in 8th grade, and what I was learning, they didn't learn until college as well. And I was actually using their college textbook to help me with a report. So it's, I get to now see that kind of full circle of, oh, well, back in my day, I didn't do that until I went to college or I went to a trade school. And now it's, oh, I'm doing that in 7th grade. Psh. So, yeah. So I think that's kind of where again, double-edged sword. I think there's a lot that should be taught, but then there's a lot that you're being taught that somebody would have had to go to college for. So.
Fair enough. All right, now we get to the college questions.
Awesome.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, sorry.
All right, first of them goes to you, Daddy. Should parents
I don't
be...
know who I'm going to be by the end of this.
So should parents be the ones fully responsible for sending their kids to college?
Absolutely not. Somebody else should pay for it.
And if so, who?
Please write us a check.
No, and you know what? It's funny. I was thinking about this question. The college boards agree. And that's why the college boards don't just look at your academic transcript. They look at the clubs that you're in. They look at the charity work that you do. They look at who you are. They try to look at who you are as a person. They look at personality. They look at everything. And the person that you become isn't the person that you are on your test score sheets, on your CVE or CV. It's the person who is in that after school club, or the person who volunteers at the soup kitchen or at the animal shelter. These are all the various different things that help you get to college and put you through college. Now, that's just talking about the personality and the morality, the character development side of things. But outside of that, from a financial standpoint, there's tons of different things that can help you financially get through college and get to college. Parents shouldn't think that the burden is all on their own to send you to college, keep you in college, and buy your books and all that. There's a lot of help that's out there. And a lot of that comes from you, too. A lot of it comes from your academic achievements. The higher you score on your academic efforts, the easier it is to get financial aid. So you're helping to pay part of your college just from your performance. It's not just the parents. I think the parents have a large role in it. I think I look at it from a strictly dollar and cent standpoint. If you look at it that way, it's an investment. Your parents getting you to college and getting you through college is an investment for your future. And if there's one thing that parents want for their kids, it's for them to be successful. And whatever you do, whatever you choose to go to college for, whatever you choose to do in life afterwards, even if you choose not to go to college, mommy and daddy want you to be successful and we want you to be happy. And, success lends itself to happiness. So it's an investment there, but it's also the community who helped to build you into that person that makes you successful. We can't take credit for it. The majority of the effort comes from your part, but there's a lot of guidance. There's a lot of help along the way. Some of that comes from friends. It comes from your peers. It comes from mentors that you're going to be associated with. You're taking a trip to Japan. That trip to Japan, very few kids are going to take that trip before they get out of high school. You're going to learn a ton, not just about Japan, but about life. You're going to learn about travel. You're going to learn about finance. You've already learned about finance because you've had to finance a portion of that trip. All these things are what get you to college. And I'm not just talking financially, I'm talking knowledge-wise. And these are things that are going to serve you through college and after college, through life. So no, it's not just the parents. There's a lot of factors that go into your success moving forward, not the least of which is your own.
All right, fair enough. You get the big one, Mommy.
Oh boy.
So, let's get this one out of the way. And I'm already flubbing it. Great. Is college inherently necessary for someone to live a successful life?
No.
Okay, moving right along.
Hey!
College is not for everybody. While it's, again, back in the day, you had the people that went to college and the people that didn't. And depending on what your test scores were, you were either a college prep or you weren't. That was how it was back, when I was in school, depending on what your grades were. Oh, you're going to college. Okay. Or, okay, so if you're not going to college, then what are you doing? Are you going into the military or are you going and working at the gas station? It was, almost like an insult to the person that didn't go to college. And sometimes the person wasn't going to college because of financial reasons, because it was just too expensive to do that. So if you have to want to do it, there are kids that their parents tell them you're going to college whether you like it or not, and then that kid ends up in college for 10 years because they go to school and they don't know what they want to major in, so they major in one thing and they do that for a couple of years and they don't like that and they move on to something else, and you get that professional student where they just keep getting more and more degrees because they don't want to go into the real world. They just rather stay. I think nowadays there's so many technical schools out there where that might be better suited for for a student or for a child to go into that aspect. You have to do what you want to do. If it's something where you want to be in the medical field, you want to work in that, then you have to go to college. Unless you want to be a medical tech, then you would go to, a technical school that deals with that. You want to be a lawyer. Well, you have to go to law school. Then you have to go to college. Depending on what it is that you want to do, then there's a certain path that you have to follow. If it's something where you're not sure, should you still go to college? Well, maybe that's where you decide to kind of stay more local. Maybe you decide to go for an associate's degree where you go to a community college and kind of test the waters and see what it is that you like. And that's where I think nowadays high school has kind of become almost that precursor to having these choice schools and having these academies or these majors that you can have in high school, where you can kind of test the waters and see, ooh, do I want to do a career in music? Do I want to do a career in nursing? Do I want to do a career in business? And you start taking these classes and you realize, wow, I really hate this.
Or do you want to do a career in truck driving?
Or do you want to be a truck driver? That's, a noble career as well. You have to do what makes you comfortable, like Daddy said, what makes you happy, where you feel you're going to be successful. And success is based on what you feel. You might only make, $50,000 a year, but you're completely happy, where you could be making $100,000 a year and you're completely miserable. It's all a matter of perspective. So you have to do, what makes you happy. Maybe working in that corporate environment makes you absolutely miserable, so you don't want to do it. But, working in, a clinic, a veterinary clinic or something, as a technician, makes you happy. You're not making as much money, but you're happy. You go home at the end of the day feeling fulfilled. That's what, you have to figure out what will make you happy. What do you feel will be successful, and what path do you need to get there? Is it college? Is it engineering? Is it music? Is it art? Is it computer science? What is it that brings you joy? That's really kind of the main thing that you have to look at, and then just kind of go from there.
All right, I'm not going to ask you if college is right for me. We're not going to go down that path
Yes,
today.
you are going to college whether you like it or not. No.
Okay.
No, seriously, we've had this discussion. We had, kind of the precursor to this discussion when it came to National Honor Society. I'm just saying, this is where we talked about it, and you were very adamant that you didn't want to do it. You probably could have gotten in if you had applied and you were asked to apply. You got the invitation to apply, and you chose not to. That was your decision.
We did negotiate at least 2 years of college.
Right.
Just for the record.
Right. And we did say, and that's because we felt, because of where your grades are, we know you're going to get into a 4-year school. There's no question about it. And that's the other thing too, is nowadays there's a college out there for everybody. Now you can go.
Even truck drivers?
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I wouldn't be surprised. You can go anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, and there is a college available. If you want to do a virtual school, there are tons of virtual schools out there. So if you never want to set foot on a campus somewhere, you still have the ability to take classes and get a degree. Because again, the world has changed in the last 10, 15 years, and it's so much more accessible to do that. If it's something where we start visiting colleges and there's nothing that sparks any sort of joy in you, where you're like, nope. We're not going to force you to go to Pennsylvania, to go to North Jersey, to go to Delaware, to go to Virginia, to go to Florida, for school. That's where we had said, well, then stay local and at least get that associate's degree, and then let's see where you are. So that this way you can say, you know what? I tried it. I did it.
You know, what have we always said growing up? At least try something once, and if you don't like it, you never have to do it again. And that's kind of where we've kind of decided, you know, with college, and that might be a conversation that other kids need to have with their parents, because their parents might be setting these grand expectations for their kids when, if they just actually sat and had the conversation with their child, they'd realize that's not what I want to go and do. I want to do this. And then, you know, it everybody's happy that way.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. You look very happy now.
Okay, hopefully this is the last question we've got, and honestly, I think it's set up right for you to answer it. So, personal one, again. How do you help provide me with my educational needs?
I do absolutely nothing.
And like it.
No, encouragement. You know, I think that's the biggest thing. Be there for your kids. We study a lot. We try to find the best study technique that works for you. And we'll try one way. If you don't get the scores you want, we'll try a different way. And you know, try to get you excited. I try to get you interested in things. I think when you're interested in the subjects that you have, and granted, the period in history that you're doing right now, it's very difficult to get interested in. You have to have some vested interest in it. And one of the things I try to do is make it interesting, make it fun. You know, we study for your chemistry. We try to make that fun. You know, I'll find videos that show a little bit extra, or give you a little bit more background on some of the historic stuff that we do. I won't touch math with a 10-foot pole, though. That's not my area of expertise, so that's all you.
We figured that out.
Yeah, I mean, what do? I try to make it interesting. I try to keep you, you know, focused on it. I try to not make it a grind. And I think a lot of kids run into the situation where school can be a grind. It gets boring. It's topics you don't want to talk about. And I think if parents can pique their kids' interest, can first of all notice that kids are zoning out, or that they're not interested in what they're talking about, and encourage your kids. I think that's the biggest thing. You know, my parents were very hands-off when it came to school, unless I brought home bad grades, and then they yelled at me. And I think that's the wrong approach. Yep. Parents need to get involved with their kids before there's a need to yell at them. Because if there's a need to yell at your kids, it's probably because you haven't been involved with them. So get involved with them, encourage them, and try to make it a little bit more entertaining. That's all I got.
All right, that's fair. That's all we had for today. So, did you want to do a quick break, and then we'll come back with closing remarks and
You
such?
got it. Here we go.
All right, so this was the end of our supposed to be one episode segment on, top challenges of parenting. Overestimated how long the answers were specifically, but
Parenting's really hard. We had to do a number of episodes.
But hey, I think we got the most out of it because, we were still able to get to everything. So, now we can get into some of the more interesting topics outside of this for our next ones, although that's going to be obviously a while from here.
All right.
But thank you both for joining me.
Thank you for having me too.
No problem.
Now that I know my 12 names.
Yeah, that was fun. So, thank you for joining us. And before we go completely, I'd like to give us a bit of start our show plugs. So, when it comes to our subscriptions, you can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and really anywhere you can get a podcast. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter or X, whatever you really go by at this point, at insights_things. We have high-res videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insights into things. We stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insights into things. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as podcast.insightsintoteens.com. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insights into things podcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insights into things. And you can find links to all these and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that is it.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 189, Technology Addiction. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and insightful co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Doing as well as it can be with another 80-degree day out there. So
Fair enough.
we have a little bit of background noise today. We actually cranked up the air today in the studio here, so for those of you listening live, I apologize for that. We'll filter that out in post. We can fix anything in post, right?
Usually.
So how you been? It's been a couple of weeks since we did a podcast. What's going on? Anything new?
I'm not really sure. Just trying to get through life and so forth.
Wow, that's deep.
Okay, didn't mean it to be like that. I'm just going, I guess.
So today we're going to talk about technology addiction, which I consider myself a subject matter expert on, just putting that out there to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
I've been addicted to technology for quite some time now.
As you can see.
Well, yeah. So technology addiction parallels drug addiction in terms of its impact on the brain. Over 90% of teenagers engage with addictive technology like social media and video games. And approximately 50% of teens acknowledge feeling addicted to smartphones. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we'll talk about this serious issue and how to combat it. But before we do that, I want to take a moment to invite our listening audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of this and all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And you can find us anywhere you can find a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on X, formerly Twitter, at insights_things. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. So what is technology addiction? It seems pretty straightforward from the term. Numerous studies have established a parallel between tech dependencies and drug addiction, revealing comparable effects on the brain. Alarmingly, over 90% of teenagers are engaged with social media and video games two prominent sources of addictive technology. Strikingly, around 50% of teens openly acknowledge being addicted to their smartphones, indicating a significant concern.
Although not officially classified as a disorder in diagnostic manuals, tech addiction goes by various names such as internet addiction disorder, compulsive internet use, and eye disorder. But, as in the tech eye, not R.
The letter I, not the body part I.
Estimates suggest that nearly 38% of individuals in the United States and Europe might grapple with tech dependence. Research underscores that technology usage triggers brain pathways similarly to how significant substances affect drug addicts. Notably, activities like gaming and social media release endorphins and dopamine, driving cravings for more stimulation. The continuous overstimulation also induces a fight-or-flight response, disrupting biological and hormonal symptoms and potentially leading to mood and mental health disorders.
In a pivotal move, the World Health Organization recognized gaming disorder as a mental health condition in 2018. The consequences of technology on mental health extend beyond addiction to encompass issues like teen depression and anxiety. Intriguingly, adults with a history of substance abuse are prone to technology addiction, highlighting a link between various forms of addictive behaviors. Research indicates that teenagers exhibiting internet addiction are more susceptible to substance abuse and eating disorders. This highlights the interconnectedness of different addictive behaviors and substances, emphasizing that the propensity for addiction transcends specific contexts.
Safeguarding teenagers from the pitfalls of technology addiction requires a comprehensive approach that acknowledges its neurological underpinnings, mental health implications, and its potential to intersect with other forms of addiction. Raising awareness about tech addiction, fostering healthy technological habits, and encouraging open discussions around digital well-being can contribute to a more balanced and sustainable relationship between teenagers and technology.
So how much time do you typically spend? I know you're not a social media person, but how much time do you typically spend on social platforms or playing video games each day?
Well, typically, I guess maybe 7 hours watching videos and then 2 to 3 hours for video games.
Now, do you feel anxious or uncomfortable if you're unable to access your smartphone or the internet?
Well, I guess it depends on the situation. If I'm alone in my room, I'm not that anxious because I'm alone in my room. I'm comfortable there. I don't really need to be I don't need to be on my phone constantly in my room. It's just, regardless, I can find ways of, keeping calm. But if I'm in a major social situation where there's a lot of people around me, maybe I'm riding the bus or something, I don't really like not having to listen to music. There's some instances I'd be fine with it, but if it's a really crowded area and I can't really listen to it, my anxiety kind of goes through the roof.
Now, is that a coping mechanism for other sources of anxiety for being in crowded areas and stuff like that? Or is it more like a comfort blanket to you? I
think I kind of use any form of technology as a way to get back into a comfort level, because usually even when I go to school and so forth, I have heightened anxiety for a variety of reasons. And I think I associate technology as a way to get away from the world and kind of either go into another reality or just focus on something else so that I don't have to focus on whatever was making me anxious.
That's interesting. So your use of technology is more an isolating move than it is as a social outreach type thing. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and there are a few times that I use it to talk to friends and so forth, but for the most part, I kind of use it to get away from people is probably the best explanation I can give.
So then I guess this next question I want to ask is kind of answered already, but have you noticed changes in your mood or behavior that correlate with your use of technology. And it sounds like for you, it's a positive thing for you to help you cope with other anxieties. Is there any other mood altering or behavior altering effects that you've seen from technology?
I mean, if I see something that could bring up like some sort of like news thing or something that mentions something that happened in like a news article or something, that typically like can bring my mood down, because instead of focusing on a different reality or focusing on like someone else, like a commentary sort of thing or something, I am now back in reality and like I'm hearing something that's happening in the world around me, and it's like, oh, I don't like that.
Interesting. Well, I joked at the top of the show that I'm a subject matter expert on this, and I really am. I mean, I'll be the first one to admit that I have an addiction to technology. You kind of can tell that, especially on like long trips, by the amount of technology that I pack up and take with me. But it's a serious thing. And the studies that we talked about here kind of parallel how the addiction to technology is indicative of addictive behavior in general. And I have an addictive personality. Obviously, you look at me on the screen, I have eating issues. I have weight issues from eating. So I'm addicted to food as much as I'm addicted to technology. So there's definitely a parallel, and there's credence to that. Do you think that the way that you use technology, that you're addicted to technology or not?
I guess it kind of depends. Like there's certain things, like, I guess the best example I can give right now is kind of video games, where, well, it's different when it comes to different forms of technology. Because, like, with video games, I can get sucked into it and stay in there for, like, hours. But then it's like when I have free time and, like, the thought of playing a video game pops up, I'm like, I don't really want to do that right now. But then when it comes to, like, watching YouTube videos, I kind of, like, almost absently do it, and like I do think I'm at least addicted to that, because it's like I always have to find my phone, because it's like I want to watch something and it doesn't even really matter what it is half the time.
Well, I mean, to kind of go down that path, you don't watch a lot of television. I mean, you've got a TV in your room. You don't watch it very often. Most of your media consumption is on your phone. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So in that case, I think it's probably a different use case scenario for you, where I think what they're largely talking about here are people that are addicted to social media, that have to get in there and see what their friends are doing and see what the updates are and reach out to them through that. Or, they're tied to a video game playing online with their friends for hours. It sounds like that's not the case with you. Is that correct?
Yeah, not really, because, again, when it comes to, like, social media, like, sure, there's certain YouTubers I watch that, like, if they have a new video, I'll watch it, but half the time it's like, the thing is, I actually watch videos on both my tablet and my phone, and for some reason my tablet now, like, I'm not able to, like, randomize, like, the videos don't randomize for me, and I have to actually search stuff up, and it's like, it's weird not having it randomized, because, like, I can still have it on my phone, so I've been using my phone for that sort of thing, unless I have a specific thing I search up. And, like, I feel like that's the randomization I get out of it, but it's not really, like, a checking up so much, unless it's for, like, specific people I watch. It's really just like okay, let's see if there's anything interesting.
It sounds almost like you use your phone, you use your YouTube connection like most people watch television. So I don't think it would kind of fall into the same criteria that we're talking about with the technology addictions that we have here, which for your part is a good thing.
I guess so, yeah.
It's one less anxiety causing thing for you to worry about, because it sounds like it's an escape for you. It sounds like it's a healthy thing the way you use it. That's good. You got one up on me there. I mean, I don't do, like, my thing is I don't do social media.
Most of the time.
For the most part, I'm on LinkedIn and stuff like that. I very rarely touch Twitter or X anymore. And I hate logging into Facebook. Occasionally somebody will share something with me, a picture or something, and I have to log in, but that's like once every 3 months for me. My use of technology is kind of like, I don't know, it's weird. It's like I wrap myself in it. Like, I play games or I watch TV, or, I do all that stuff through media, or I do podcasts. I enjoy editing the podcasts and working on D&D adventures and, stuff like that. I enjoy doing the research, but I'm just as likely to curl up with, I'd say I'm just as likely to curl up with a book, but even the book's on technology too. So
Yeah.
I use a Kindle reader for my books, but I enjoy reading stuff like that. I enjoy reading about history and technology. And so I don't know, it's an addiction, but I don't think it's as detrimental to me as a substance abuse addiction would be, which I guess is good.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about some of the complexities of technology withdrawal symptoms. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen.
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about technology addiction. And now we're going to discuss the complexities of technology withdrawal symptoms. The phenomenon of tech dependence among teenagers has given rise to a range of concerning symptoms, with emotional manifestations akin to those observed in substance abuse and drug withdrawal.
That too.
Delving into the intricacies of tech dependence and its withdrawal symptoms reveals the multifaceted nature of this modern challenge. Adolescents grappling with technology addiction experience profound anxiety when distanced from their digital devices, be it video games, social media, or other online platforms. This emotional response parallels the distress observed in substance abuse scenarios and drug withdrawal processes. The similarity underscores the potency of tech dependence in shaping psychological experiences.
Several telltale signs point to tech dependence among teenagers. Preoccupation with digital activities. A predominant focus on digital engagement, whether through social media or video games. There's also emotional turmoil upon separation. Feelings of sadness, anxiety, restlessness, or irritability emerge when individuals are disconnected from digital devices or the internet.
There's also inability to limit usage. Despite recognizing the problems arising from excessive technology use, the individual struggles to reduce their screen time. Then there's also diminished offline interests. Activities once enjoyed offline lose their appeal, illustrating the shift in priorities toward digital engagement. There's also dishonesty about usage, concealing the extent of technology use, including gaming or online activities, from family and others.
There's also emotional self-medication, using technology as a means to alleviate negative emotions like guilt, anxiety, and hopelessness, which is kind of what you use it for. So there might be, some things there that have to be addressed. There's also neglect of self-care. Prolonged tech use can lead to ignoring personal hygiene, eating, and other self-care routines. Finally, there's impacts on life domains. Technology dependence can have far-reaching consequences, from deteriorating job performance and relationships to academic underachievement.
Tech withdrawal is not merely a cessation of activity. It entails a complex emotional response rooted in the brain's adaptations to constant stimulation. Separation from digital devices triggers emotional distress akin to drug withdrawal.
Accentuating. Sorry, I scrolled up too far.
Accentuating the hold that technology has on teenagers.
The convergence of emotional symptoms in tech dependence and substance abuse underscores the severity of technology addiction among teenagers. Recognizing these signs and understanding the psychological intricacies of tech withdrawal are crucial steps in addressing this issue. Establishing healthy tech habits, fostering digital well-being, and encouraging open conversations about the impact of technology on mental health are essential to mitigating the adverse effects of tech dependence on and fostering a balanced relationship between adolescents and their digital devices. So based on that, do you think that you use technology to escape having to deal with other anxiety-causing things in your life?
Yeah, probably.
So it might be keeping you from addressing those other things, but it's doing so in a way that's at least emotionally helpful to you, I assume. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's like when you have a headache, you take aspirin, right? You don't necessarily worry about root cause analysis when you have the headache.
Yeah.
So I think if anything, it might be a case of self-medicating with technology there. I find my technology addiction really hits hard in extreme but insignificant situations. Case in point, we could be in the house watching TV in the evening during the summertime. A storm blows through and we lose power. I almost go into panic mode when that happens. And it's not because I'm addicted to video games and I can't play games or I can't check my email. Technology is a comfort to me. And in the summertime, it's very much a direct comfort to me because of air conditioning, because I can't stand the heat.
Yep.
So if it's at like 9 o'clock at night and we lose power, I'm freaking out because I know I'm going to be up all night long because I can't sleep in the heat. Or here's another great example. So if the internet goes out, in our area, there's not a lot of competition. So we have Comcast, and Comcast isn't the most reliable internet in the world. They go down from time to time. And when they go down and I don't have my connectivity, it drives me insane to the point that we went out and got a backup internet with T-Mobile's home internet. So now if Comcast goes down, at least we still have an interconnection. So that's probably a prime way to highlight my internet or my technology addiction. This episode's really more for my benefit, I think, than it is for you.
Fair enough.
Have you ever felt anxious or upset when you couldn't use a digital device?
I mean, probably indirectly. It's more in the sense of I use that technology typically when I'm home and I'm away from everybody and I'm, in a period of I'm just going to rest right now because I just had a really stressful day and I really don't want to be around anybody or do something that isn't this right now.
So it's almost like that's how you recharge your battery. You separate yourself from the world, from all the troubles, all the stuff that annoyed you today. You go off, you take your phone, and whether it's listening to music or watching videos or whatever it is, excuse me. Sounds like it's a form of meditation for you, is it not?
Pretty much, yeah, that's what it is.
Do you find that ultimately it helps you in the long run get through difficult times?
I mean, yeah, it's like if I was emotionally distressed during the day, I'm usually able to kind of get over it through that in a way that I wouldn't be able to if I wasn't allowed to step away from everything.
Okay. Now, when things are really rough, I mean, there have been weeks that you've come home multiple days from school and you've been stressed out. When you think about your daily activities, have you noticed a shift in your interest away from offline activities that you once enjoyed because the technology gives you that comfort level where you may have done something around the house or something with mom and dad or something like that, and you just weren't up for that and you kind of needed that you space, and the technology wins out in situations like that?
I don't really think it's entirely based on the technology, because I think it's just kind of a natural response at this point, because it's like, and obviously it's nothing against you guys or any of my friends, but I've noticed that I kind of have been isolating myself more. And even if the technology is part of that isolation, I think it's also just because of the fact that, like, I don't really think anyone else can really help, and being around other people, either I don't want to show them how I'm feeling, because if I show them, they're not going to really know how to deal with it, and then we're both going to be not great. And then the other thing is just like, they wouldn't really know how to go through this, because I don't know how to go through this. So it's like, if I isolate myself from people, and like, even technology hasn't worked in certain instances when it comes to stating my anxieties and so forth, but it's the best thing I've got right now. So,
and I think that makes sense. I know we've talked in the past about how you have a tendency to bottle things up because you don't want to be a burden to other people. And it sounds like this is one of those situations where instead of you feeling like you're a burden to someone else, this is your chance to kind of go off and deal with it yourself. And I think it sounds like whether it's the technology, and when we say technology for you, it's not social media. It's some video games, but you're not big on video games. But a lot of your artwork is done using technology. And that kind of counts in this situation. But it sounds like it's a therapeutic thing for you, where it allows you to go off, have that time to yourself, deal with the issues, recharge, and then you can come back and not that you are a burden to us. And it's important to point that out. Mommy and Daddy are here to help if we can. I understand how you don't want to burden us with these problems because you are trying to deal with them yourself. And that in and of itself is admirable. But it sounds like this is a good way to help you through that, where I hate the idea that you have a problem or that you're upset about something and you go off on your own. And I hate the idea of you having to deal with it on your own. And it sounds like you don't. It sounds like this just happens to be something that you use to help out with those things. And that's a good thing. I mean, I think you're constructively using the technology in a way that most kids your age aren't doing it. Most kids your age, the technology tends to be a source of the problem, not a source of a solution for it or a coping mechanism. So I think that's a good thing. Have you ever found yourself using technology to deal with negative feelings or to escape from stressful situations as a means of avoidance? Or is it just a means of getting some level of distance from a problem so that you can then handle it better?
It's kind of both. Sometimes I want to ignore what goes on because, like, it's still going to be there when I get back and I still don't know how to handle it. And then other times it's usually just a way to, like, step back and have some time to, like, just think for myself.
Now, have you ever actually used technology in a way to address any of these issues? Whether it's research or reaching out to someone else, or maybe commuting with an online community for help or anything like that, or any self-help stuff that you may be using the technology for, where it's actually helping you to solve the problems? Or is it really just a coping mechanism and a dealing with it type thing?
Really just a coping mechanism. Like, I am kind of seeing a counselor, so but I'm not really the one that typically messages them. I usually tell mommy to say hey, I want to meet with them at blah 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 blah, and usually she does the whole thing with that. For the most part, I don't really do any of the research or anything like that.
Okay. Well, and the reason I ask is there's a lot of resources out there, and we talk about a lot of them here, where when we go and do research for the shows, we find these resources online that, if nothing else, they might offer you some advice, some clarity. I know one of the troubles that we all run into when we have these kinds of anxiety-ridden days is, one, labeling the problems, identifying the problems, labeling them, and then dealing with them. And there's ways that technology can actually help you with that with some of the online communities. So that might be a worthwhile direction to go at some point in time too, just to do your own research and do a little bit of reading on it and educate yourself on some of these things too, to take what you're doing already as a constructive use of technology to the next step. Let's take our last break, and when we come back, we'll talk about depression and technology dependence and much more. We got a lot more to talk about. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about technology addiction, and now we're going to talk about depression and technology dependence. Existing research underscores a clear correlation between technology engagement and mental well-being, specifically concerning adolescents who partake in social media and video gaming. However, experts remain uncertain about the directional relationship between teen depression and technology. It's unclear whether excessive tech usage triggers depression or if heightened tech consumption is indicative of underlying depression. This complex interaction fosters a self-reinforcing style that contributes to the emergence of technology addiction.
The book Glow Kids, How Screen Addiction is Hijacking Our Kids and How to Break the Trance discusses the concept of technology dependence. According to this perspective, addiction's essence lies not solely in the specific substance or behavior, but in a confluence of underlying factors, including genetics, psychology, environment, and neurobiology, which collectively make an individual susceptible to addiction.
Within the realm of technology dependence, individuals experiencing isolation and emotional distress are particularly prone to seeking refuge in on-screen experiences, offering an avenue for escapism and connection. Additionally, the idea is raised that exposure to digital experiences may act as a stepping stone to other forms of addictive substances, presenting a potential escalation in addictive behaviors.
The intricate relationship between depression and technology dependence poses a complicated puzzle, with the causative direction remaining uncertain. These insights, coupled with expert perspectives, highlight the intricate web of factors contributing to technology addiction. Acknowledging this intricate link is pivotal to devising comprehensive strategies that address both prevention and intervention, ultimately fostering healthier interactions between adolescents and the digital domain.
Addressing technology addiction. The initial step in mitigating technology addiction involves reducing dependence on the internet. Notably, technology can play a paradoxical role in aiding avoidance of addiction. A notable study tested a tool that utilized smartphone vibrations as reminders, effectively limiting excessive engagement with a social media app. This method led to a substantial 20% reduction in app usage, demonstrating technology's potential to counteract its own addictive nature.
A digital detox holds promise in assisting adolescents to diminish their reliance on technology. By disengaging from the perpetual stimuli offered by the digital realm, teens provide their nervous systems with the opportunity to regain equilibrium. The process of unplugging opens avenues for real-world experiences, facilitating connections with peers, immersing in nature, and engaging in physical activities.
Establishing healthy routines concerning technology usage is paramount for adolescents. However, recognizing the gravity of severe technology addiction is essential. Comparable to substance addiction, profound tech dependence often signifies underlying issues encompassing trauma, self-esteem challenges, attachment complexities, and depression.
Addressing severe technology addiction requires professional intervention paralleling substance abuse treatment. Programs tailored for teenagers address the core emotional triggers. A fusion of clinical methodologies and experiential therapy equips adolescents to overcome tech addiction by instilling equilibrium and fostering constructive coping mechanisms.
A comprehensive strategy to combat technology addiction incorporates early prevention, harnessing technology for self-regulation, digital detoxification, establishment of positive habits, and targeted professional intervention when necessary. Recognizing technology addictions as a symptom of deeper emotional struggles empowers adolescents to confront underlying issues while forging a harmonious relationship with technology. The journey to recovery involves not just disengaging from screens, but also reconnecting with genuine experiences, cultivating resilience, and paving a path towards sustained well-being.
So have you noticed any changes in your mood or feelings when you spend a lot of time on technology, playing video games or watching videos or anything?
Yeah, typically I feel more relaxed and calm, and I feel like I'm not entirely anxious most of the time. I also, can feel happy at times as well if with like a certain video or a certain game I'm playing.
So it sounds like it has the exact opposite effect that it has on those who have a technology addiction. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yeah.
So what are some activities or hobbies that you do enjoy doing outside of technology?
Well, technically I have started drawing, but like not on my tablet. I've been like drawing some stuff like in school when I'm not able to be on like my tablet and so forth. I have like toys that I might occasionally play with. I have the cats that I spend time with, and we also do like fun stuff with them. We go out and, go to like shows and so forth. I sometimes go out and hang out with friends. It's not as often as it used to be, but like I do that. There's times when I kind of like hang out with my friends and we're not entirely playing video games. We kind of just talk to each other.
So I think it's pretty safe to say that you really don't suffer from technology addiction. All the warning signs that we've talked about here and your typical behavior and use of technology seem to speak the exact opposite, that for you, technology is a therapeutic type of activity. I would say keep up the good work with it. I mean, there's been a couple of times where you may have been listening to music or something like that, and you didn't hear mommy or I call you, and that kind of was a bit of annoyance, but you've solved that problem by not, keeping both headphones in at the same time. And we've worked around any problems we've ever had with technology with you. And, the funny thing is you never ask for technology. any technology that you have is stuff that I got for you. So I think you're okay. I think if anything, I probably need more help than you do when it comes to technology addiction. What do you think?
I mean, I would say you are probably more addicted to it, at least in the sense of, you know, how like when you get hooked on a drug, you have to constantly continue pouring money into it. I'm pretty sure that's kind of you at this point.
Well, that you know, I think my problem is I tend to be a addictive personality in general.
Mm-hmm.
So usually anything that I get into, I usually go all in.
Which, like, yeah, that was also how D&D worked at that point.
Yeah.
That was also how it worked when I was in marching band and you needed to get, like, stuff to film me.
Yeah, when I used to play Star Wars miniatures, it was the same thing. It's like anything that I do. When I did the guild, the Star Wars guild for my online game, whenever I got invested in something, I'm fully invested in it. And technology is probably no different. If anything, technology is an enabler for me.
Probably.
So I'm a cautionary tale to the kids out there. Don't be like me. I think that was all we had today. Let's take our final quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts and finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back.
So to everyone out there, I just want to say that, again, like everything in life, I'm pretty sure I've said this plenty of times on the podcast, you need a good balance of it. Technology is a good thing, and it can be a good thing in a lot of different instances, but it can also be a kind of a bad thing if you're too addicted to it. And it can, you know, spread negatives. So finding a healthy balance between how much you're online and how much you're offline, as well as what you enjoy online and what you enjoy offline, I feel like is a good way to live.
I think that is sound advice as always. And before we go, I do want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Audio and video of all the network's podcasts can be found as Insights into Things. We're on Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc. I would also invite you to give us some feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Hit us up on Twitter or X at insights_things. You can also find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you happen to be an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. It helps us keep the lights on here. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast and Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, typically hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, typically hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And don't forget to check out our other affiliate podcast hosted by Sam, No Credits Rolled, about video games that you love to play but never seem to finish.
Yep.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 184, Helping Teens Avoid FOMO, or Fear of Missing Out. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my active and involved co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone. Interesting adjectives for today.
Are you active and involved, or no?
Probably not today, but you know.
Not so much, huh? Well, I know you're not feeling so good today. How was the rest of the week so far for you, though?
Not terrible, I guess.
That's good, I guess.
I mean, you know, just trying to get back into the swing of things after Thanksgiving break, so.
Anything exciting? I know you missed a few quizzes today because of absent teachers.
Yeah, we're going to be doing all that tomorrow, so fun.
Right. So one exciting thing we did have to report today, we just got the first sample in here, a piece of original artwork that you did. That was, let me see the cup here. So this was original artwork that you did for Baldur's Gate, because we've been playing the game quite religiously now.
Yep.
And we just got some new, what are these, tumblers or mugs, or what are these things called?
Well, they're not mugs. I'm assuming they're called tumblers.
Tumblers? Maybe they're tumblers. Anyway, you too can own a custom Baldur's Gate piece of artwork from Madison. We can get you these tumblers for $20 each if you want those. Just write in and let us know. But it's got all the main characters. What your companion characters, it's got the pets, and it's got a nice little blank space there, so you can even color in your own Tav, whatever your custom character is. Anyway, it was worthwhile. I think we had to plug it just because it was really cool, because I like it.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough of the sales pitch. So FOMO, which stands for fear of missing out, is a common issue among teenagers that can lead to feelings of isolation. It goes beyond the concern of missing a specific event and instead involves an ongoing fear of being excluded. Adolescents experiencing FOMO often believe that enjoyable and exciting activities are happening elsewhere without their involvement. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, they're technically both the same thing because everything falls under Insights into Things.
Yeah.
Disclaimer there. We're going to talk about FOMO, how it affects teens, and how to help teens, not teams, how to help teens. They could be teams of teens, how to combat this very real issue.
And we're already making up words, or not making up words.
Going
just
off script. It's a very fluid script that we have today.
Pretty much.
Before we do that, though, I do want to put another plug in there for the podcast itself. I would invite our listening and viewing audience out there to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in. Give us your feedback. Tell us whether or not you like our mugs. And give us your suggestions for show topics. We are available at comments at insightsintothings.com for email. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things or X or whatever Elon's calling it this week. You can also find all these links and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get started?
Sure.
Here we go. So our friends at Newport Academy once again enlighten us for today's topic. So, fear of missing out is a term that encapsulates a prevalent psychological phenomenon in today's digital era, especially in the context of social media and smartphone usage. This concept, while addressing a long existing human emotion, has gained significant relevance in contemporary society, as evidenced by its addition to the Oxford English Dictionary in 2013. This inclusion marks a recognition of how its growing impact in the modern digitally connected world has had an effect on everyone.
The emergence and I'm not even going to try that one. Proliferation of social media platforms have profoundly influenced how teenagers perceive and engage with their social environments. Platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Snapchat offer a continuous stream of updates and images from peers and acquaintances. These posts often depict the most enjoyable and exciting moments of people's lives, focusing heavily on positive and enviable experiences. This phenomenon leads to a distorted perception of reality among adolescents, who are regularly exposed to these highly curated and selective portrayals of others' lives.
The constant exposure to idealized representations on social media can make teenagers feel that their own lives are comparatively dull or unfulfilling. The contrast between the exciting lives they perceive online and their own daily experiences can create a sense of dissatisfaction or longing. This is particularly impactful during adolescence, a time when social belonging and peer perception are highly emphasized. The disparity between the online world's highlights and their own reality can intensify feelings of FOMO, leading teenagers to believe they're missing out on experiences that everyone else seems to be enjoying.
FOMO, therefore, is not just about the fear of missing out on events or experiences, but extends to a deeper concern about social belonging, self-esteem, and personal fulfillment in comparison to others. It underscores the psychological impact of social media on young individuals, shaping their understanding of social norms and expectations. This digital age phenomenon calls for increased awareness and strategies to mitigate its negative effects on the well-being of adolescents.
Fear of missing out is particularly acute among teenagers, who tend to be avid users of social media, except for you, of course. This demographic's engagement with platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat is not only frequent, but often takes on a compulsive quality. Studies have shown a correlation between high levels of FOMO and intense social media usage. Teens typically check their social media feeds as one of the first activities in the morning, the last before sleeping, and even during meals. This pattern suggests a deep-seated need to stay connected, driven by the fear of missing out on something important or exciting happening in their social circles.
The impact of FOMO is not conferred.
You should stretch before we have these things. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. The impact of FOMO is not confined to digital interactions, but spills over into the physical world, influencing behavior and mental focus. Teenagers experiencing FOMO may find it difficult to concentrate on daily tasks, such as driving or attending classes. The constant pull to check social media updates can lead to distracted driving, a hazardous behavior that endangers not only the teen... The constant pull to check social media updates can lead to distracted driving, a hazardous behavior that endangers not only the teen drivers, but also others on the road. In educational settings, the distraction can diminish their ability to engage with and absorb critical learning materials, impacting their academic performance.
The pervasive nature of social media exacerbates FOMO, as these platforms are designed to showcase a polished, idealized version of life. Constant exposure to such portrayals can foster feelings of inadequacy and isolation among teens as they compare their everyday lives to the highlight reels of their peers. The comparison can create a sense of being left out or falling behind, which in turn can impact their self-esteem and overall emotional well-being.
Addressing and managing FOMO is crucial for the mental health of teenagers in today's digital world. It involves cultivating an understanding of the curated nature of social media content and developing strategies to balance online engagement with real-world experiences. Encouraging healthy digital habits, promoting real-life interactions, and fostering an environment where teenagers can discuss and navigate these challenges are essential steps in mitigating the negative effects of FOMO. This approach can help teens build resilience against the pressures of social media and support their emotional and physiological health in a hyper-connected age.
So they make an interesting point here, drawing the parallels between FOMO and social media, in that what we see on social media really is not an accurate representation of reality. It really is a highlight reel. I think that's a great way to describe it. How do you, and I know you don't regularly use social media, but how would you differentiate the highlight reels that people put up there for their statuses and what they're doing and their influencer stuff and all that stuff? How do you differentiate that from reality and what their lives really are like?
Well, a lot of times I find it kind of easy because when it comes to, certain influencers, a lot of the times they kind of like make humor out of their lives. And like, I always know that when it comes to humor, it can usually be pretty exaggerated. So I'm usually able to kind of differentiate between that, where it's like someone like does something overly extreme and it's like, oh, that was kind of for comedic effect, or just, to, make someone laugh or try to, poke fun at something.
Okay. And I guess that makes sense. I mean, as long as there's a grounded understanding in reality that what you're seeing online is not really what life is. It's almost like watching reality TV and expecting it to represent actual real life. Reality TV has nothing to do with reality.
Yep.
And I think social media is the same thing. So if people are formulating opinions of themselves in their own lives based on that, that's kind of dangerous ground there. In what ways do you suffer from FOMO? Do you suffer from FOMO? I know you're not a particularly social person. You don't have these grand circles of people that you hang out with on a regular basis. Is FOMO an issue for you?
It certainly can be, I'll be honest, because, like, granted, while I don't have it in relation to social media as much as, some teens would, I do have it when it comes to just being around other people, because I can see that there are, like, at lunch, there are, like, groups of friends that hang out with each other and that, talk and are able to, crack jokes with each other. Meanwhile, I'm kind of sitting alone, doing my own work. I'm fine with sitting alone, but it's like, sometimes it'd be nice to have a group of friends to hang out with at lunch.
Right. No, I understand that. Do you notice people in your class or people in your age range, are they as hooked on social media and have this burning need to be updated on a regular basis like the article seems to suggest?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of kids that I know in my school who are either on their phones for, like, trying to check out what's been going on, or they're on their phone to play some sort of game, or they use their phone to talk to, their friends. Now, obviously, I don't really know if all of them are, like, if it's always social media, but I do know it's kind of something that, like, a decent amount of people in my school are known for.
Okay. Have you ever felt the need or the pressure to make your life seem more exciting for other people? Are you trying, like, if you're trying to impress somebody or something where having a very positive looking social media feed would kind of feed into that. Have you ever been in a situation like that?
I don't think I've ever really been in a situation where I've like tried to make my life seem better than it is, at least in like my average everyday life. Because like the people that know my average everyday life, I don't feel like I need to impress. And when it comes to other people, I really don't even share much about that. So as someone that really doesn't talk to people or really try to engage with anybody that I, don't already know, I don't think I've really had that issue.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, not being on social media certainly helps, I'm sure. That's part of it. But the fact that you don't even have a need to try to impress people, and the fact that your friends don't have that expectation, is really a testament to you and to your friends and to the character that you look for in friends. I think it's a compliment to you.
Yeah, really what happens is it's just like I leave stuff out. It's not that I like try to exaggerate certain things. It's just like some more personal aspects about my life. It's like I don't always tell all my friends. So that's the only thing I can think of, really.
That makes sense. All right. I think we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, you can tell us how FOMO impacts mental health.
Sure.
We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about helping teens avoid FOMO. And now we're going to talk about how FOMO impacts mental health. The impact of FOMO, or fear of missing out, on adolescent mental health in the digital age is a growing concern, especially given the ubiquity of social media. FOMO, while not a classified mental health condition, can contribute to increased feelings of anxiety and depression among teens, often leading to detrimental effects on their overall well-being. Studies have shown that teenagers who experience high levels of FOMO often report lower life satisfaction and more frequent negative moods. This link is particularly evident in the way FOMO interacts with social media usage, creating a cycle that can lead to stress, disrupted sleep patterns, and an overall increase in negative emotion.
One insightful study involving college freshmen used daily diaries and questionnaires to explore the participants' well-being and life satisfaction, revealing several crucial aspects of how FOMO affects adolescents. The timing and occurrence of FOMO were noted to vary throughout the day, with an increase later in the day and towards the end of the week. This pattern suggests that the anticipation of missing out on social events or activities grows as the weekend, a prime time for socializing, draws near. Importantly, FOMO is not confined to any specific personality type. It affects a wide range of individuals, including both introverted and extroverted teens. This broad impact highlights FOMO's pervasive nature in the adolescent experience.
Another key finding is the impact of FOMO on everyday activities. Teens often feel heightened levels of FOMO when they are engaged in necessary activities like studying or working, as they might perceive these responsibilities as barriers to participating in desirable social events. This conflict between obligation and the desire to be socially involved can exacerbate feelings of FOMO.
The study also revealed that FOMO can lead to significant negative outcomes. It not only triggers negative emotions, but also serves as a major distraction. Adolescents preoccupied with what they might be missing out on can experience considerable emotional turmoil. This preoccupation can detract from their ability to enjoy present moments and engage fully in their current activities. Understanding and addressing the impact of FOMO is therefore crucial for supporting the mental health and emotional development of adolescents in our increasingly digital world.
The correlation between FOMO and spending behaviors, particularly among millennials, sheds light on its broader societal implications. A recent study revealed that a significant portion of millennials, nearly 40%, have incurred expenses beyond their financial capacity, motivated by the urge to keep pace with their peers. This trend reflects how FOMO influences spending choices, pushing individuals towards purchasing experiences, events, and material goods to counteract the feeling of being left out. This phenomenon is especially pronounced in the millennial demographic, driven by a sense that others' accomplishments or experiences are in some way a loss to them, highlighting a competitive aspect of social comparison.
The impact of social media on mental health is significantly magnified by the phenomenon of FOMO. In today's digital age, the urge to remain continuously connected and keep up with peers can lead to increased levels of anxiety, stress, and dissatisfaction. This persistent state of mental strain is not just an individual concern, but also a societal one, emphasizing the need for parents, caregivers, and the community to understand and address these dynamics.
Recognizing how FOMO influences young people's financial decisions and mental well-being is crucial. It's not only about the immediate feelings of missing out, but also about the long-term effects on life satisfaction and emotional health. Young individuals, consistently bombarded with images and updates from their peers, can develop a distorted view of what is normal or desirable, leading them to make financial choices that are unsustainable or detrimental to their long-term goals.
To counteract these effects, it's imperative to develop and implement effective strategies that encourage healthier social media habits. This involves educating teens about the curated nature of social media content, promoting a balanced digital diet, and fostering open conversations about the emotional impact of online interactions. Encouraging activities that are offline and focusing on personal interests and skills can also help to build a sense of self-worth that is not reliant on social validation.
Cultivating emotional and psychological resilience is key. This can be achieved through developing coping strategies for managing anxiety, stress, and dissatisfaction. Teaching young people mindfulness, digital literacy, and critical thinking skills can empower them to navigate the complexities of a digitally dominated world with greater confidence and well-being.
Addressing the pervasive effects of FOMO in the context of social media requires a concerted effort from all stakeholders in society. By fostering awareness, promoting healthy habits, and building resilience, we can support the younger generation in achieving a more balanced and satisfying digital and real-life experience. Now, it's worth noting that was a lot of material that we went through there, and a lot of it sort of kind of nags on social media. This is not a problem that is caused by social media. It is not unique to social media, nor is it solved by getting off of social media. Fear of missing out is a legitimate emotional feeling that has long existed well before even the internet was around. I could say as a young teen, I fell victim to this numerous times. And they make a point of saying that it happens a lot on the weekends. There's not a lot of socialization that happens for teenagers during the week under normal circumstances. So most of that, dances or going to the mall or movies or hanging out with friends, most of that happens on the weekend. And that's usually when most of this sort of creeps up. For me, it was funny because I found it, back when I was your age, the internet didn't exist. Yes, that's how old I am. We had BBSs, bulletin board services, where you would dial into computers over the phone line. And that was essentially what social media was for us back then. And what I found, there were times that when you tried to do that and get online with other people, you couldn't because the phone would be busy. And I found that's where I had my fear of missing out. When I couldn't get online and I couldn't get to these social areas that I would hang out with friends, that's when I would feel it. Have you ever experienced a fear of missing out under any circumstance?
I mean, I guess. Thing is, when it came to the school dances, I know for a while a lot of my friends have been wanting me to go to the school dances, and I only ever really went to one, and that was like kind of an informal dance. Ever since 6th grade, I haven't gone to another one. And I know a lot of my friends, particularly one, is very keen on me trying to go to, another one of the dances. And I guess there was certainly like I don't want to like let them down sort of thing. But it wasn't enough to make me go to the dance.
Nice. Okay. So if you don't really experience FOMO the way it's defined here, have you ever been in situations where maybe you felt left out of something and that might be kind of contributing to this?
I mean, yeah. Like, one thing I can say that it's not as big, but certain social trends that, people like, let's just say buzzwords, I guess. Like, there's slang that people my age use it on a daily basis. And for a while, I'm like, what the heck does that mean? I don't get it. And, I'll kind of feel left out in that way, or left out in like the new social trend of like, oh, there's this thing that everybody really likes and everyone's really into it. And I'm like, what is this?
Right.
So,
I gotcha.
Yeah, I guess in a way I feel that's kind of where I kind of feel left out. It's not like an extreme thing, but it's still like, okay, I really don't get this.
I gotcha. So you're not, addicted or married to your social media, but you still keep up with your friends. What are some of the methods that you typically use to keep in touch with your friends and keep up on things?
Just texting, saying, hey, how you doing? Occasionally calling, and then with some of them, I've been hanging out with them.
Okay.
So
ironically enough, it's more traditional methods that you have. Granted, texting's not traditional, but texting's kind of the equivalent of a phone call these days. Since most people who have cell phones don't actually know you can actually talk to people on them. They use it for everything but phone conversations. So in situations like that, have you found yourself trying to get a hold of a friend and that friend's just not available and you don't know why they're not available, and you may feel that FOMO feeling even for a brief period of time there? Has that ever happened?
I mean, yeah, there have been instances where I've wanted to like talk to like a friend and they don't like respond back. Most of the time it's not like I'm scared I'm being left out. It's like, oh my God, what happened to them?
Right. So it's a concern for them at that point. So anytime that sounds like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like anytime that you've had these feelings of perhaps being left out, it hasn't had a traumatic effect on you.
Not really.
Your self-esteem hasn't been affected by it. It's kind of like water off the back of a duck. You just sort of roll with it sounds like.
Yeah, I ruin my own self-esteem. I don't
You don't need any help with that.
I don't need any help with that.
Okay, well, that's another podcast we're going to have to revisit, I think.
Yeah.
So we're going to take another break, and when we come back, we'll talk about how to overcome FOMO even if you don't have it. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about helping teens avoid FOMO. And now we're going to talk about how to overcome FOMO. The strategy of limiting social media usage to combat FOMO, particularly among teenagers, has been increasingly recognized as a way to enhance mental well-being. A notable study titled No More FOMO explored the effects of reducing social media entanglement on emotional and physiological health, offering insights into the benefits of disconnecting from these platforms.
The study involved 143 undergraduate students from the University of Pennsylvania. Initially, researchers assessed the participants' usual social media habits, focusing on their engagement with platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. This initial phase provided a baseline understanding of their typical online behaviors.
Participants were split into two groups. One group was instructed to limit their social media use to just 10 minutes per platform each day, while the other group continued their normal usage patterns. After 3 weeks, the results of the study were revealing. The group that altered to the 10-minute limit experienced a significant decrease in feelings of loneliness and depression compared to the control group. This finding suggests that actively reducing time spent on social media can lead to notable improvement on emotional well-being.
Participants in both groups became conscious of the impact of their social media interactions. This heightened awareness points to the benefits of mindful engagement with digital platforms, indicating that a more thoughtful approach to social media can enhance emotional health. Interestingly, both groups, including those who didn't change their social media usage, showed reductions in anxiety and FOMO during the study. The outcome implies that simply being more mindful and aware of social media use, even without imposing strict limits, can have a positive effect.
The study's conclusion advocates for restricting social media use to about 30 minutes per day, suggesting that this can lead to significant improvements in overall well-being. The findings reinforce the idea that balancing connectivity with healthy technological boundaries is crucial for maintaining good mental health. This approach highlights the importance of managing digital interactions in a way that supports, rather than detracts from, emotional and physiological health.
So obviously, all of those techniques to overcome this kind of center and revolve around the premise that social media is a major contributor. We already acknowledge the fact that it's a contributor, but it's not the only factor. So there's a number of other techniques that we can talk about. Addressing and overcoming FOMO involves more than just reducing social media use. It requires understanding its root causes and actively engaging in positive strategies to enhance well-being. This means acknowledging that the issue isn't solely the fault of social media. Instead of getting caught in the trap of constant comparisons with others, teens can adapt several effective approaches to better manage FOMO.
Encouraging teens to maintain a gratitude level. Encouraging teens to maintain a gratitude journal or a positivity notebook helps them focus on the positive aspects of their lives. This practice of reflection and appreciation can bolster self-esteem and diminish the sense of missing out on something supposedly better. Another beneficial activity is volunteering, which allows teens to contribute positively to their community. This not only provides valuable social interactions outside the digital realm, but also instills a sense of purpose and connection to a larger goal.
Spending time outdoors is another crucial strategy. You and I love to do that. Being in nature, away from technology, offers a respite for the nervous system and can mitigate the negative effects of FOMO. Physical activities and the calming influence of natural surroundings positively impact mental health. Building authentic connections with peers is also vital. Strong, understanding, and caring friendships can significantly reduce the emotional stress associated with FOMO.
Pursuing passions, be it through creative activities or hobbies, is also instrumental in combating FOMO. Engaging in activities that teens are passionate about can enhance their self-esteem and provide a sense of achievement, counteracting the feelings of inadequacy often fueled by FOMO. Lastly, it's important to recognize when FOMO becomes overwhelming. If a teen struggles to detach from their phone and this behavior interferes with their daily life, it may indicate underlying mental health issues such as depression or anxiety. In such cases, seeking help from mental health professionals is crucial. Early identification and intervention can effectively address these concerns.
Overcoming FOMO involves a multifaceted approach that empowers teens to appreciate their lives, engage in fulfilling activities, nurture real-life relationships, and seek professional help when necessary. By focusing on these diverse strategies, teens can effectively lessen the impact of FOMO and improve their overall well-being. So I think throughout the discussion here, we've kind of established the fact that you're not particularly susceptible to FOMO. Do you have any friends that you think may be going through some of the things that we talked about here, that some of these techniques might actually help?
I mean, yeah, probably. I might not know them off the top of my head or know which friends would probably be more susceptible to it than others, but yeah, I do believe that some of my friends are probably dealing with something like this. And hopefully, if I end up bringing this up to them, they'll be able to, it'll be able to help.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it might be one of those things where you just never talk to them about it and they don't even realize they might be going through it. So do you do any of the techniques that they talked about here, or a gratitude journal, or I know you don't engage in outdoor activities a lot, but pursue hobbies and stuff like that? Obviously, given the artwork that we have on the cup that we have now, we know you do pursue hobbies. Do you find solace in any of these types of things?
Well, keeping a gratitude journal, I don't really do that. I remember I tried doing something like that, and then it was just, I stopped.
It wasn't very gratifying.
Yeah, so, that's not really something that connects with me as much. Maybe if I actually put in the effort, but,
Okay.
Volunteering, I want to volunteer at some point. I haven't yet. I'm working on that.
That's up there with the gratitude journal.
Spending time outdoors, obviously, I don't do that. Building connections with my peers, I've technically been doing that with specific peers, but, peers nonetheless.
Okay.
Pursuing passions, clearly that's probably one of the biggest ones.
Yeah.
So pursuing passions certainly resonates with me. So yeah, I guess the last two are really
Okay, well, it's good to see that some of these things are activities that you engage in, because not only do they help with FOMO, they help with a number of other emotional management type things that we have to deal with on a regular basis. So, in your experience, how important is it to have strong and real life connections with your friends? And what are some of your techniques for establishing and maintaining those?
Oh, interesting that you're asking me that. I do think it's important to have at least someone that you can talk to.
Just one person.
It doesn't need to be, an entire group of people. If it's an entire group of people, cool. If it's like one or two people, cool. I do feel like having that support group is certainly good. And I don't think anyone should feel, less adequate if they don't have a huge group of friends over like someone else that they know. So, just having at least somebody I feel is good.
Quality over quantity.
Yep.
That makes sense.
And for getting said friend and maintaining that relationship, I guess just be yourself and someone will probably come around and like you and enough to hang out with you. And in order to maintain that relationship, just keep up open communication and again, continue to be yourself. Don't, put on a mask for anybody. Don't pretend to be something you're not. I guess that's the best advice I can give because I really don't.
Well, and I think that's sound advice. I think being genuine is important. And I think FOMO kind of lends to this being genuine to yourself type thing. When people are more concerned about what other people think and they start acting and behaving and doing things for the benefit of others because they want to fit in, then they're really not being themselves. And there's only so long that you can keep up that facade, right? So if you make friends with someone on false pretense, you have to pretend to be that false person whenever you're around that other person. And I have to imagine that's just exhausting.
Yeah.
Right? And it's going to make you miserable. And then the other person's going to think you're disingenuous at that point in time.
Yeah.
So you're right. Be yourself, and you're going to find some people like you for who you are, and some people won't. And we can't please everybody all the time, right?
Yeah.
So be yourself, like yourself first. Once you like yourself, then I think you'll find that other people are going to like you as well. And then you won't have to go through FOMO. You'll be in that social circle.
Yay.
So I think that kind of wraps it up for us today. We're going to take a quick break, come back. We'll get your clothing thoughts. Yeah. What do you think of clothing today? No, we'll get your closing thoughts and then finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back.
All right, so to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that being able to connect with people in a way that's not artificial and also being genuine to yourself and the way that you want to live your life, I feel is very important. Obviously, FOMO isn't just an effect when it comes to things like social media. It's the fear of missing out. It's the fear of missing out on stuff that your friends can go through. It's the fear of missing out on stuff you see on social media. It's just the fear of not being able to accept your life as it is and appreciating what you have. So really, all I'm going to say is that, find value in your life. And even if it's not as grand as someone else's life, or you think that you could be doing better or anything like that, I still think that appreciating the life that you have is good.
All right. I think they were sage words, as always.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to emphasize the one point that you made, and that's appreciation. Appreciate what you have and who you have. Don't covet what somebody else might have, because the perception that you have of what that other person's life is like probably is distorted. It's not reality. Everyone posts all these wonderful things on their social media that they're doing. I'm going to this place and having fun with this person. They're not They're not posting the negative stuff up there usually. So just remember, you got to take the good with the bad, but appreciate what you are, who you are, and what you have, and work from there. I think that's it for the podcast today. Before we go, I want to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're anywhere you get a podcast these days, Apple, Spotify, Google, etc. I would also encourage you to write in and give us your feedback. Tell us what you think. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You'll find high-res versions of all our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Sam now, and Insights into Tomorrow, hosted by you and Mommy now.
Very good. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 177, Unconscious Bias. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my objective and open-minded co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing quite all right. Anything exciting going on with you before we get into the topic of the day?
Well, Mommy's been off all week, so we've been doing some stuff together.
That's nice. What'd you guys do today?
We went to the shore.
Nice. Did you get to see any of the planes from the air show? I know they're doing the AC air show today.
No, but we saw plenty of advertisements.
Oh, well, that's good.
Didn't get ad blocker on the beach. You know, I think that's like a separate subscription or something. So.
Right. Nice. So today we're going to talk about unconscious bias and the impact it has on all of us. You'll be introduced to some common types of biases that have a large impact in our lives. We'll also talk about how to notice the effects of bias in your schools and in your communities. This awareness is what is needed to begin to make the necessary changes in our behavior, which we'll address in our last segment. But before we do that, I would like to encourage all of our viewing and listening audience to continue to subscribe to the podcast. As we announced last week, we recently surpassed the 50,000 downloads mark of the Insights into Teens podcast. That doesn't include the individual podcasts, which are audio only. So thanks to our loyal listeners for that. We'd love to get your feedback on how we're doing, what topics you'd like us to discuss, or your opinions on the things we talk about on the show. And we'd love to share your feedback with the audience. So you can contact us at comments@insightsintothings.com via email. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things, Or you can check us out on the web at www.insightsintothings.com for all of our social media links. Are we ready?
I think we are.
Here we go. So what is unconscious bias? Unconscious bias refers to the attitudes or stereotypes that affect our views, our actions, and our decision-making ability. Scientific research in this area demonstrates how unconscious bias is automatically activated and affects how we think day to day. It also impacts hiring and evaluation processes and contributes to the lack of workforce diversity, and even how we treat others on a personal level. The unconscious part of the concept indicates we're not actively aware of the root of those decisions are impacted by the stories, beliefs, or perceptions we may have of others. Bias implies that we are skewed in some way in our decision-making. But unconscious biases are, in fact, not a judgment. Everyone is biased. Each of us holds a set of perspectives that help us navigate a complex world efficiently. Our goal is to bring awareness to the subject that is misunderstood and, in some cases, unnecessarily overcomplicated. We're going to attempt to simplify unconscious bias today. And our hope is that you'll have a better understanding of the concept and some tools for how to think and behave differently.
So what's the impact of bias? Is a small amount of bias really going to dramatically affect your life? The short answer is yes, and the long answer is still yes. Researchers created a computer simulation that showed a 1% bias in favor of promoting men in the workplace. You might think that beginning with the same number of men and women in entry-level positions and applying a 1% bias in promotion wouldn't change the expected 50-50 outcome. In fact, applying a 1% bias in favor of men at every 6-month review for 10 years led to 65% of the most senior positions in the company being held by men. Every decision made about a person, from the time you meet them to when we're hired to the time we're promoted, passed over, get fired or quit, each decision costs us, and wrong decisions send us running to the nearest online employer rating board or college message board to post a negative review, and failure to attend to unconscious bias can even impede positive organizational change and organizational resilience.
The study dealt with bias in the workplace, obviously, and while the initial research simulation was only run at 1%, when you add additional factors to the equation, things get worse. By adding in the bias that occurs when the job description is written, recruiting begins, interviews take place, hiring decisions are made, and then promotions are considered, you can see how the situation compounds. A small amount of bias has a large impact on our lives. The effects are dramatic and exponential. And as we continue to shine a light on unconscious bias, we need to also keep in mind that people are increasingly making decisions about the schools they attend, professions they enter, and job offers based on the institution's reputation diversity issues. As candidates, we have choices. In order to remain competitive, colleges and businesses will need to address each aspect of the process from start to finish. So this kind of became more of an issue recently with a recent ruling from the Supreme Court that we talked about already, in which they shot down the idea of affirmative action that was designed to combat discrimination and bias based on race. What they're talking about with unconscious bias here is something that clearly the court didn't take into account, because the whimsical majority of the court's thoughts were, oh, well, discrimination isn't an issue anymore, and we just need to make it not an issue and make it go away, and we shouldn't have government get involved with that. But unconscious bias says that human beings, by their very nature, are biased. What are your thoughts on that?
I would honestly, agree with the science, obviously. I feel like everybody is biased, depending on, how you were raised, where you grew up, and really what you feel is what you learned was okay and not okay. I'll fully admit I'm a biased person when it comes to my own beliefs, and I can find it difficult to relate to people that don't necessarily share my experiences or have different perspectives. And I'm not saying that we can't, talk to each other even if we have, different beliefs and so forth. It's somewhat difficult when you kind of have a bias against somebody and you kind of have your own perceptions and stereotypes of them in a more unconscious way rather than more or less trying to have it purposefully.
And it's funny because the study almost seems to suggest that conscious bias that we're aware of is better than unconscious bias. Because when you're not aware that you're biased about something, you really can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And that unconscious bias may be something that's enforced from childhood. Maybe it's bias that your parents instilled on you. It could be cultural, it could be religious, it could be any number of things that has just been ingrained in you that you don't realize you have a bias against someone for something.
Yeah, and I feel like especially when it comes to unconscious bias versus conscious bias, it's a lot harder to kind of change your ways or even move past that bias when you don't know that you have it. I think that's kind of an obvious statement, but when you're conscious of a bias you have, you can obviously, that's basically the first step, and you can take steps to eventually overcome that bias. But when you have an unconscious bias to something, it's much harder to actually realize that you had a bias, whether it was something you had through childhood or something that was just ingrained in your mind for however long you really knew. So I certainly would agree with the fact that conscious bias is probably it's probably easier to have, or it's better to have conscious bias. That way you have it and you can improve from it, rather than unconscious bias when you never actually realize it.
And I think the other important takeaway here is to understand that bias is natural.
Mm-hmm.
It's, to a certain extent, it is an instinctive survival trait that humans have had since, we were living in caves. It's that bias, that things that we perceive as being a threat to us or not being advantageous to us for our survival or, for our procreation, for our continued existence, we develop a bias against those things. So we try to weed those types of things out of the group mentality that we're in. Yeah. So it's not unusual to be biased. It's what you do with that bias and whether or not you allow that bias to result in injustices. What were you going to say?
I was going to say that not all biases, at least in that case, are necessarily bad. Yes, you can have biases related to your own survival. It's almost like with fear. I think that fear and bias can are kind of intertwined in some way, where it's you kind of have a fear on something based on a bias you have with it. And some biases, it's okay to have some of them because it's you feel yes, you can feel threatened by certain things. Obviously, some are certainly a bit more extreme to where you should probably kind of reevaluate it when you can. But an important thing to note is that bias isn't necessarily a negative thing. And if somebody says that you have a bias, I don't think anyone should really be super defensive of it too much.
And you're absolutely right. It's one of those things where just because you're biased doesn't mean you're doing something, you're allowing it to force you into a negative action.
Yeah.
Biases allow us to unconsciously recognize differences in people. And a successful society understands there's differences, racial, religious, cultural, societal. And it's a matter of celebrating those differences. You turn those differences into an advantage for the overall society.
Yeah.
Instead of looking at it as one being superior over the other.
Yeah.
A lot of times, the differences that our biases key on are complementary.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people, when they look at it from a discrimination standpoint, which is what a lot of people think of when they think of bias, the discrimination side of things is where you're recognizing those biases that you have, but then you're allowing them to rule your thoughts and allowing negative outcomes to come from them.
Yeah.
Whereas, we just had, this is a whimsical example, but we just had rotisserie chicken for dinner. Well, you like dark meat and I like white meat. Okay, they're biases, but that means that when we have a rotisserie chicken, it doesn't go to waste. The whole thing gets eaten at that point in time. So that's just a silly example of how you could take something where someone's biased against something and turn it into a positive type thing.
Yeah.
Do you ever run into bias, or what would be defined as unconscious bias in this case, in your day-to-day activities with friends or at school or out and about if you're in the mall or something like that? Have you ever experienced anything like that?
Yeah, kind of. Now, as much as I, want to say, don't judge a book by its cover or don't judge somebody by their own appearance, I feel like I unconsciously do that in a lot of instances, mainly as a way, of course, to seek out any threats, because sometimes I like to wear more bright and colorful stuff that might kind of set some people off, because I know it sets certain people off, and I'm worried about interacting or being near people that it would set off. So I kind of have an unconscious bias of, okay, who seems like they would be set off by the way that I look? And again, it's unconscious, and I really don't mean to be, thinking that way, but it's like, it's kind of just how it is for me.
Yeah. And I understand that. I mean, a lot of people unconsciously judge appearances. And I'm a great example of that. I'm 6'4", 500 pounds. I'm an ogre, and I've accepted that. And I look like an ogre, but personality-wise, I'm generally a pretty nice guy to talk to and get along with.
Yeah, and I've also kind of had a similar thing, at least when it came to my appearance, because I've had a couple of people kind of mention it. I normally kind of wear dark clothes, at least when it comes to the winter and so forth. I normally cover up a lot, wearing leggings and a hoodie and such. And I've had multiple people mention that I look depressed that way, or that if I dressed a different way, I would seem happier, which I feel is kind of an unconscious bias on their part to the idea of oh, people who are depressed wear darker clothes and cover up more and don't seem to express themselves through their looks as much.
And that's a great example of unconscious biases. Oh, if you're depressed, just wear something brighter. You'll feel happier. And it's like, that's not the way that works.
Yeah, same thing with the idea of, oh, if you're sad, just smile more.
Right. Yeah, it's like, it takes a little bit more than that to solve those types of problems.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to look at some of the different common types of bias when we come back. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about unconscious bias. And now we're going to talk about some of the common types of bias. So the first we have is affinity bias. Parenting is hard, and we're told that playing favorites is wrong. And so as parents, we struggle to make sure everything is fair. I'm not a parent, by the way.
I probably should have read that segment.
Yeah,
but okay.
I'm just gonna say I'm not a parent. But okay.
You have a cat.
Sure, we'll go with that. That works. But if you have a sibling or you're a parent yourself, it isn't difficult to tell who the favorite is. And for that, you can place the blame squarely on affinity bias. Affinity bias is the tendency to warm up to people like ourselves. We favor those who have something in common with us. So as a parent, a child who plays the same sport you did in high school, or who has your creative gene, is usually the one you relate to the most and are the closest with.
So I'm going to ask you a very controversial question at this point.
Ooh boy.
Who do you think is my favorite, you or Sam?
I'd probably say Sam, considering if we're going strictly based off of this bias, you have a lot more in common with Sam. He was your first child, and you probably relate to him a lot more, so...
Really?
Strictly on affinity bias, I'd say that he's your favorite.
See, and I don't want to cop out and say that I don't have favorites. A lot of parents want to say that.
Yeah.
But I really don't. You know, for me, and this is obviously off topic, but for me, you guys each have different aspects of my personality that I connect with.
Yeah.
So obviously I see you more because you're living here in the house with us. And as a result, when I do see Sam, he and I wind up kind of monopolizing the conversation because I don't see him very often.
Yeah.
But I don't think I favor one of you over the other.
And I mean, I will say that I think you and I do have stuff in common. Like, despite the fact I really hate reading, I have your, talent for writing. Well, I wouldn't say talent, but desire for writing. From a
creative standpoint, I think we are very much on par.
Outside of all my other creative stuff.
Well, I may not be able to do the artistic stuff that you do, but I can certainly take a step back and give you an independent opinion of it that provides value to you, I hope.
Yeah.
So anyway, just wanted to say I don't have favorites.
All right.
Just for the record.
Cool.
So the next bias that we have is Halo bias. I know this is not the Microsoft game Halo. First impressions have a lot to do with the halo effect. For example, let's say you have a friend your parents like because she was polite or got great grades. They don't worry when you hang out together and allow you to stay out later with them. You might not get a lot of the usual questions a parent would ask about where are you going and what time will you be home. So it's a win-win for everyone. However, you soon learn she shoplifted, she cheated on exams, and was into whatever the new illicit trend was at the time. So you stop hanging out with that friend because you realize she wasn't a good influence. Your parents, however, can't wrap their heads around it. They can't believe they were so wrong about her. Even after she's suspended from school, they still ask whatever happened to that nice friend you had.
The halo effect is our tendency to think everything about a person is good because our first impression of them was good. In this case, the parents liked the friend. She came from a good family and she was polite. The same thing happens to all of us.
I think that "at" probably wasn't supposed to be in there.
Okay, yeah, I was confused.
This is why I like to do read-throughs.
Why didn't we do one then?
Oh, because we're going to flub it, and we flubbed it. All right, moving on.
Think about a student who has a big project that they make great success of, but who hasn't lived up to it since. In fact, this person is coming in late, making a lot of mistakes, and routinely relies on others to get her work done on time. Yet the teacher rates her highly based on the perception that she's a great student. This student is just like the teenage friend.
Now, do you know anyone like that?
Anyone that like has good stuff and then just doesn't do good stuff later on?
Well, anyone who is perceived by people as being someone who you know them not to be.
I mean, kind of. I had this one friend who was also one of the friends that said, had the unconscious bias that if I, dressed differently, I wouldn't be depressed.
Your fashion friend, right? Got it.
I'm not gonna. So they were a good student because they were in a higher class because they were in my advanced geometry class. However, when I talked with them at lunch, because we had the same lunch period, they were a completely different person and somehow admitted some really weird stuff. Like,
well, don't get into details.
yeah, but it was weird stuff to where it's like, I don't know why. Like, I never perceived that of them. And like, they would just casually say it to me and my other friend. And like, we were both kind of weirded out by it. So.
Okay. So that would be a yes.
Yes. I should have gone with a more simpler answer then.
So the next type of bias is perception bias. So perception bias is the tendency to form stereotypes and assumptions about certain groups that make it difficult to make an objective judgment about individual members of those groups. While affinity bias and halo effect tend to be specific to an individual and our perception of them, perception bias is typically based on a larger labeling of a group and influences everyone associated with that group. Meaning if we had an experience that our neighbor's child who volunteers at a local retirement community is generous and helpful, when you meet another child who has also volunteered in the similar way, you would have a difficult time seeing any negative traits. We apply the same logic to people we encounter in life. The study published by the National Academy of Sciences determined there's an assumption that men are better suited for science and technology-related projects than women. So how does that affect women? As an example, when hiring for a web designer, a search engine optimization analyst, or a data scientist, if 9 out of 10 candidates are men, it's difficult to put aside the perception that anyone else can be successful in those types of jobs and hire a woman.
Our experience has shown us that men work in these roles, not women, so we gravitate towards the perception we are accustomed to. While there are many programs in place to increase the number of women in the fields, the disparity cannot be addressed until women are perceived as just as capable as men in traditionally male-dominated fields. The problem actually lies in the bias that makes those assumptions in the first place, and not as much in the hiring process. If the bias is based on stereotype rather than fact, the act of overlooking underrepresented groups of people will continue. If we don't stop and question when the bias is reinforced by the inequality, we see then we will continue to believe and perpetuate them. Perpetuate them, sorry.
You're not going to perpetrate them. That would be a crime.
Sorry. Tackling the underlying unconscious bias can be achieved by acknowledging the problem exists, ensuring there is widespread awareness of it, resolving to do something about it, and becoming accountable for your actions.
So I can talk kind of from firsthand experience with this. When I do hiring at work, I'm always hiring for a technical position. Either it's a IT related or development or what have you. And the last couple of positions I had posted jobs for was for development positions. And it was probably a 10-to-1 ratio of men to women applying for the positions. And trying to be an equal opportunity employer when it comes to gender, race, everything, it's very difficult to find suitable candidates that fit the requirements when you have such a disparity like that in the applicant pool.
Mm-hmm.
So I try, the one particular position, the best candidate that I had in the pool happened to be this young lady who was very talented. I would have really liked to have hired her. And in fact, we'd even offered her a position, but we couldn't come to terms on the financial numbers. But there were probably, for that one highly qualified candidate, there was probably 8 other male candidates that were as qualified or slightly less. So it's very difficult to kind of not have a bias when your applicant pool is that sideways, you know? Yeah. I don't really have a solution for that. I try to consider everyone based on their merits. And if I look at everyone and I don't look at a name and I just look at their qualifications, I can usually pick the people out of a applicant pool that would be the best person. And then from there, I try not to let unconscious bias filter into that scenario. Maybe I do. Maybe I'm unconsciously biased to female applicants because of the influence that you and mommy have on me and how much you've opened my eyes to I don't want to get dramatic and say the plight of women, but the conditions that women, have to exist in the workforce. And maybe I'm trying to do my part to ease that, and maybe it's a reverse bias. I don't know. It's like I'm just overanalyzing it at this point.
Yeah.
But I can speak from experience that's a problem in the workforce for sure. So the next one we have is one that I experience all the time, and that's confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is described as seeking out evidence that confirms our initial perceptions, ignoring contrary information. It's a little like a debate. Each side prepares for their argument with facts, figures, and studies that will support their position, and they will disregard or find fault with the opposing viewpoint to win the debate. Confirmation bias gets on one side of that debate and allows us to only accept what supports our argument. Confirmation bias can make a bad situation worse because we become stubborn and refuse to change our opinion. We seek out information, evidence that justifies our position or makes us feel like we're right or wrong. And contrary to that, we may wind up ignoring evidence that's presented to us that is against our argument at the same time.
Yeah.
So, for example, let's say Bob has an idea for a new product that he believes will be well received by the public. He does market research and presents findings that support his initial idea. When his coworker presents data that shows the product won't be profitable, Bob discounts it. Bob has data. His coworker has data. Both people believe their data proves the point. Confirmation bias becomes a problem when Bob pushes the product to market based solely on his data.
To combat confirmation bias, we need to review the data we have in our possession, all of it. Review the pros and the cons to objectively make a decision based on both sides of the data. Look for data that disproves your point, and ask others to review your conclusions. The best way to get over confirmation bias is to find someone who is unbiased that you can present both sides to.
And this is something that's done in the scientific circles all the time. You see a lot of people that will publish papers in journals to try to garner support for their theories and their projects and what they're working on. But when there are studies that are published that aren't peer-reviewed, they're almost scoffed at right off the bat automatically. So the idea of peer review in science is very important. When other people look at the work that you did and either review the work and the data or take the work you did and try to reproduce it to support your theory, it lends credence to what you're doing. And for people to not seek out the peer review is really a rush to judgment. And then what happens is you get a lot of people that come out and talk about, well, there was one that was recently in the news about this new compound that was found that would be used as a superconductor at room temperature. So just a little aside, superconductors exist in the world today, and they're used for fusion and various supercomputing things and stuff like that. But they all have to be super cooled to near absolute zero.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when you go for an MRI at the hospital, it uses superconducting magnets that are supercooled by helium, liquid helium. So this material that they discovered and did some testing on could have the same properties of a superconductor, but without the supercooling. It could do it at room temperature. And they published a paper. Well, they had some people that came out and then supported it. But you had some people come out and say, well, nobody reviewed this stuff. Nobody looked at this. Nobody checked your data or anything like that. This is nothing but a theory at this point in time. And they basically discredited all the work that they did because of the confirmation bias. So when you're in that sort of situation, you have to be objective enough to have your theories tested. If you lack sufficient confidence in your argument to have it stand up to scrutiny and debate, then you don't have an argument at that point in time.
Yeah.
Can you think of any examples where people put forth their ideas and either ridicule or discredit or don't want to hear anyone who has a contrary point of view?
Yeah.
That was a softball I tossed up there for you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like it's kind of easy to be, find that now, unfortunately, because so many people are like so headstrong in their own beliefs that they won't even do their own research. They'll just like say that like they'll find like the one source that agrees with them that, again, probably wasn't peer reviewed, so it's probably inaccurate anyway, and will, pretty much go head first into keeping it. And I'll say I probably also have that kind of bias because, I try to get multiple sources, but for the most part, when it comes to discrediting people, I kind of just look up the first thing I see to show that the other person didn't really do their research first. But then again, I should also be looking at other sources that also, one, disagree with my statement, but two, are also, again, peer-reviewed. And that's also kind of why, we encourage everybody else to do their own research. While we try not to be one-sided when it comes to our podcast, we're only really one source, and there are plenty of other sources out there that will agree with us, disagree with us, or kind of be a midpoint between both arguments. So, that's kind of why we encourage everybody to do their own research and get as many sources as they can. And I guess that's why, in school, they kind of have us look up multiple different sources for our different things so that we're not looking at just one singular source.
Yeah, when you're basing your entire political argument on a single source from Newsmax, you're kind of treading on thin ice there.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, and one of the things is that when we do research for these podcasts, usually each segment comes from a different source, so we can try to provide different perspectives. It's not the end-all, be-all. We're not a scientific organization here. We're not a think tank. Go out and do your own research.
Yep.
We're going to take our last break here. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about a little bit more about the basis of unconscious bias. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We are talking unconscious bias today on Insights into Teens, and we're going to talk about the basis of unconscious bias. A professor of economics at the University of Texas at Austin studied the relationship between personal attributes and economics. He confirmed that skinny people make more money than overweight people. Tall men are promoted more often than short men. White women are paid more than black women, and much more than Latino women. Bald men make less money than men with a full head of hair, yet men in general are paid more than women. That means that a fat, bald female if she's Latino, doesn't get paid anything. Differently abled and LGBTQ professionals make less than men across the board as well. So why does this type of bias happen? It's unlikely anyone sets out to do this on purpose, yet
some of it,
I kind of take exception to that, but it happens consistently enough and on a large enough scale for it to be studied. Well, bias has been around long enough that it should have been studied for quite some time.
Yeah.
If someone has an attribute we find favorable, subconsciously, we think that person is good, and of course, we want to associate with good people. It's this unconscious need to categorize people that leads to the kinds of decisions that favor some and leave others out.
According to studies in cognitive science, our brains receive 11 million pieces of information every second, and we only process 40 of those process 40 of those details consciously. This makes us more than 99% unconscious.
Which makes me sound like we're really stupid then.
Yeah, really. The unconscious brain is working to minimize how much energy it uses by automating certain predictions and perspectives. This automation allows us to have more energy and awareness in case we need to respond to threats. Our minds are working with what it is exposed to and stores evidence for, which means it has no inherent idea of right, wrong, good, bad, truth, or lie unless we ascribe it or learn it from others. Which means that whenever I flub any of these lines, it's only because I'm doing it unconsciously or something like that. This lack of awareness or attention to our perspectives means we don't realize just how biased we are. Ask anyone if they're biased, and very few will admit it. It's one of those things that people might even feel insulted by.
Absolutely.
And those who are unaware of just how deep the bias actually runs. So pinpointing bias is hard, but not impossible. According to the Cognitive Bias Codex Cognitive Bias Codex.
You'll get it.
Created.
That's why we need to do read-throughs.
Then do read-throughs. There are an estimated 180 cognitive biases, and the list is frequently updated. This codex is a useful tool for visually representing all of the known biases that exist to date. You may have heard of the term cognitive bias as a synonym for unconscious bias, but cognitive bias is not a synonym for heuristics.
Heuristics are nuanced, and the Cognitive Bias Codex organizes biases in a meaningful way while listing heuristics and biases under the same label. Daniel Kahneman, in his book Thinking Fast and Slow, explains the difference. He says heuristics are the shortcuts that humans use to reduce task complexity in judgment and choice, and biases are the assumptions we make based upon those shortcuts. Our assumptions affect our behavior, and our behavior affects everyone around us. By understanding that we're all biased, we can make the decision to work together to be more conscious of our thoughts and actions when relating to others. And while we can't always stop ourselves in the moment, we can think about our actions to see why we chose a particular person for a task or put a specific individual on a team. We can ask what made us act and think in that way towards this person or group. And then if need be, we can remedy that situation. We can put our eggs. Whoa. Let's back that one off. That's a big flub today. We can put our egos aside, and, along with our eggs, over in a basket somewhere.
But not all in one.
Not all in one, right. And admit we have made a decision based upon a bias. We can interrupt the biases and acknowledge them. And not only can we address the current situation, we can resolve to not do it again. Over time, it's possible to learn to think and behave differently. By using an objective test to measure our bias and by reflecting on our actions, we can change the way in which we are biased. And I guess that's really the moral of the story here, is that everybody is unconsciously biased and doesn't realize it usually. But by paying attention to your actions, by being aware of the world around you, by understanding the impact of your actions on others, you can become consciously biased. And if you can become consciously biased, then you can change.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that you've had unconscious biases that you've had to overcome in your lifetime so far?
I mean, yeah, both in my own unconscious bias and the unconscious bias of those around me. I do tend to gravitate towards those that, are like me, have similar opinions of me, because I find it hard to talk to people who don't have, similar opinions to me, mainly just because it's just difficult to, form a conversation when we consistently disagree on viewpoints. So it can be kind of difficult to do that, and having that bias can occasionally help me to not have to deal with that. But I think it's something that I kind of have to learn to overcome, because, not all people that believe in that, at least when it comes to being political and having different political beliefs, not everybody who has a different political belief to mine is like this heightened stereotype we tend to have of, separate parties and, parties that don't agree with us and, stuff like that. So I feel like it's something I could eventually overcome. It's, again, probably going to take some work, because much like with every bias, I do it unconsciously for the most part. And, the first step is to make that unconscious bias a conscious bias. So
that is very well put. I've been very fortunate in my life. I grew up in a household that was racially biased and gender biased and religiously biased. My father was a very closed-minded individual, and that closed-mindedness was passed down to us. And over the years, especially since I've been with Mommy, I've been enlightened, I should say. I've been very fortunate that Mommy has been such a positive influence on me and helped to open my eyes. She's made me a better person in the almost 20 years now that we've been together. A lot of people, unfortunately, don't have that kind of influence in their lives, which is sad. I think the world would be a better place if there were more mommies around, like my wife, that can help people understand where some of these biases are and how to correct them. I'd like to think, as a result of that, I'm a better, more enlightened, more understanding person, and I've been very fortunate to have her guidance to get me to that point. Granted, there's a long way for me still to go. I am far from perfect. You've opened my eyes to a great number of things in the recent years that I had clearly been biased against in the past, and I think that's really the key, is having enlightened people and having a diverse group of people that you're exposed to on a regular basis allows you to discover those biases and helps you to overcome them.
Yeah, I definitely think that's something I hope to improve on later on, because most of the people, most of my friends at least, I associate with kind of have all these similar beliefs to mine, and I feel that's more or less an unconscious bias on my part, and it'd be nice to have friends who, have differing opinions, where we don't fight over it consistently, but we both get different perspectives on each other's lives and can hopefully learn to break our unconscious biases of each other and our beliefs.
Yeah, it's boring agreeing with everybody all the time. Yeah. There's a certain part of me that enjoys that. It's conflict, but it's civilized conflict. It's debate. It's open discussion. They're the types of things that help to expand your mind.
Yeah, kind of similar to the silly debates that you and I have.
Exactly. It helps you to think of things. Like, a while back, I had run a website and a blog that was very contrary to my personal beliefs. And it was so that I could then look at situations from the opposite side of the spectrum and try to put myself in the shoes of the opposing party. And it was educational. It was entertaining in some respects too. But it was one of those things where I found it fascinating to see the reactions at times and see how stubborn and how set in people's ways people could be. And they were reflections of who I was before I went through that little thought experiment.
Hmm.
So I think that's all we had for today. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and we will get your closing thoughts.
Alrighty.
We'll be right back.
Okay, so to everybody out there, I kind of just want to reaffirm the idea that we all have our own biases, whether unconscious or conscious. But everybody has a bias no matter who you are, and some of those biases aren't necessarily a bad thing. It's kind of just human nature that we have biases in order so that we can, determine threats and whatnot. However, some of those biases can go a bit too far, and some of them are just incredibly unconscious to where you're not willing to admit it. And I guess the important thing to note is that it's not a bad thing to admit that you have a bias. The important thing is that you move past that bias once you become aware of it, rather than completely denying it and refusing to change your ways.
Okay. Sage words, as always.
Thank you.
Before we do go, I do want to once again invite all of our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find audio versions of just this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. And we're pretty much anywhere you can find a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, and so forth. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us up on Twitter at Insight or X, whatever it's called now. I refuse to call it X, though, because it's such a stupid name. We're at Insights_things. You can find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And you can find all those and more, links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our occasional podcast that sometimes comes on, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Wow, you have a future in marketing for us, I'll tell you that.
Thank you very much.
That's all, another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 178, Sexting. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my intelligent and responsible co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hey, everybody.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing all right as well. I think we're going to forego some of the normal jovial banter that we go through on these shows. We have kind of a serious topic to talk about today.
Yep.
We're going to skip the plugs and all that stuff too, and I think we're just going to get right into it.
All right.
So the main theme of this podcast over the past 170 plus episodes has been to educate, entertain, and help teens deal with the trials and tribulations of growing up during some of their most significant formative years. Today's episode's a bit different. This topic was prompted by a recent event that cost the life of a teen through suicide. The story moved me to the point that I wanted to try to ensure the same thing didn't happen to anyone else. We're discussing a very sensitive topic, not to glorify it or to endorse it, nor are we here to pass judgment over anyone who engages in it. Instead, our purpose today is to acknowledge that it happens, discuss the dangers inherently involved in it, and try to help teens understand how to cope with the consequences of it should they engage in it. All in the hopes that the fate of that befell the young man in the article we're going to discuss does not happen to anyone else. Now, it's important to note this episode does discuss suicide. If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, please contact the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988 or 1-800-273-8255. So what is sexting? Sexting is sending and receiving sexual messages through technology such as a smartphone, an app, email, or webcam. For some people, sexting is a way to explore sexuality, trust, boundaries, and intimacy. However, in some cases, sexting is used to bully, blackmail, and exploit. Sexting can involve words, photos, or videos, such as a message or a post written with sexual language, nude or semi-nude photos or videos of sexual acts, live chats with someone on webcam involving sexual acts, or screen-captured videos or photos recorded from webcam. Not all teens sext, but those who do, their experiences are very different. Even when there is consent, trust, and respect between people who decide to sext, it's hard to be completely sure of a sexual message will be private. For those who do decide to engage in sexting, it's important to know the facts on consent and the law. The decision to sext is a personal one. Not everyone feels the same way about it. Most teens decide not to sext. Older teens are more likely than younger teens to send and receive sex.
According to a recent survey of young people who've sent sex in the past, 49% of them sent them to their girlfriend or boyfriend. 43% of them sent them to someone they liked and were hoping to be in a relationship with. 31% sent them to someone they only knew online, and 20% sent them to someone they didn't know. Some of the reasons people may choose to sext are to explore sexuality with someone they care about, to connect with someone they like, or because they were pressured to do so by others. According to the same survey, the top reasons young people gave for why they sexted included, I do it for fun, I was pressured, to get a boyfriend or girlfriend, I was curious, and as a joke between friends. The survey found that 28% of young people who had sent sexual messages felt pressured to do it. Most of the time, this pressure was coming from someone who wanted a sext sent to them. For some people, being sexual through a phone, app, or webcam can feel easier than doing something sexual in person.
So now we know we have a frame of reference of what we're talking about here. I'll ask the obvious question that's hanging out there. Have you ever sexted with someone?
No, I've never gotten really close to anybody to really want that sort of thing. I never really felt the need to explore that part of myself, and I've never really had an opportunity where I actually wanted to engage in something like that.
Has anyone ever solicited something like that from you?
No, no one's that I know has ever really asked, probably because I either just keep in contact with friends and don't engage in social media, or just that I don't present myself as somebody that really wants anything to do with that.
Okay. Now, do you know if any of your friends have engaged in this sort of activity?
Not really. I haven't asked them personally, and I don't really know what goes on outside of that. I know that some of them are in relationships, but I don't know if there's anything that's sent between them at all. And I kind of, like they mentioned, this kind of thing is more or less personal, so I don't really ask too much about it.
What are your thoughts on it? Do you think that there's a viable or a legitimate use case for this type of activity?
I mean, I could kind of see the purpose in it. Like, the idea of exploring your sexuality is an important thing that, some teenagers tend to go through, and this is a way for them to work on that. And I think doing it in a somewhat more in a kind of privatized manner is probably all right. I wouldn't say this is the best option for exploring it, but it's certainly out there. It can have its benefits. And I guess I won't have too much of a problem if somebody's doing it as long as they're not harming themselves or others through it.
Okay, that's fair. One of the things that I thought was kind of interesting when I was doing the research for this were the numbers. We talked about the statistics here, and almost half of the respondents to the survey had sent a sext message to somebody else. Do you think those numbers are correct? Do you think it's alarming? Do you think they're really higher than that, and the sample size may not have really shown the true numbers? Or do you think that those numbers are spot on?
I guess I don't really have too much of a way to judge it myself. Since I haven't experienced it myself, I can't really say for certain how common it is. I don't really tend to focus too much on this sort of thing, so it's kind of hard for me to have my own idea of what I think the numbers would be. I was surprised by some of the numbers and the ways of how, some people were more or less pressured into doing it than they were doing it willingly. But now kind of thinking about it, I guess that also kind of makes sense because peer pressure exists in abundance when it comes to teenagers, and I could see people being pressured into sexting just like they would be pressured into doing anything else.
The one thing that they don't talk about is what the medium is for some of these sexting events in the article. Obviously, sexting is a phone-to-phone using SMS text is one thing, but I could see people using it. They talk about social media in here as well. Facebook comes to mind. Twitter, I guess, or X or whatever it is now. Are you involved? Do you use any of these social media? I know you do. You watch YouTube videos. Obviously, I wouldn't consider that social media. But are there any social media platforms that you use now that would engage in something like this?
Not really. I have like social media apps that were downloaded, but I've never actually used them or created my own account, mainly because I just don't feel like currently having anything to do with social media, and I get enough of, and despite the fact that YouTube technically isn't social media, I kind of have an awareness of what happens on social media through YouTube, so I feel like I don't really need to get any of the other apps, since I have one app that technically kind of mentions almost anything. And obviously I don't think too many people are using YouTube to sext, because that's a little strange. But
it's also, I think, against the platform's rules and regulations too. They would shut something like that down pretty quickly.
yeah, but when it comes to other social media apps, I can certainly see it, since like you can technically friend people on certain social media apps, or like you can like make a group with certain people, or you can just like engage with someone like directly with it. And the only real method I have for that is just the regular messaging app, which you can't really do that with just complete strangers. You have to kind of know the person's number.
Okay. Well, we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about some of the dangers of sexting. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about sexting. And now we're going to talk about the dangers of sexting. Sexting can negatively affect your mental health, relationships, and future. It can even have legal consequences. Before sending an explicit photo, remember that once an image is out there, you can't take it back. What if you and the other person break up? What if they share your message or photo with their friends or social media networks? What if your parents or teachers found out? In some cases, the image could even end up in the hands of a sexual predator. If your sext includes a photo or video, it's important to remember once it's created, it's impossible to control where it ends up. Even photos and videos shared through an app promising they'll disappear aren't completely private. Some could still save a copy. Or someone could still save a copy. Choosing whether or not to sext is a decision only you can make. Feeling uncomfortable or pressured to sext is never okay.
If you're considering sexting, here are some questions to ask yourself. First, why do I want to send a sext? It's important that you feel in control of whether you send a sext and that you send it because you want to. If you're feeling uncomfortable or pressured, it's always okay to say no. How well do I know the person I'm sexting? Sexting with someone you met online or someone who's much older than you has different legal concerns than sexting with someone your own age. If I send a sext with a photo or video, will I have control of where it ends up? It's impossible to have control of a photo or video once it's sent. What's my gut telling me? Trust your instincts. Only take part in things you feel comfortable with. And finally, will the police get involved? It's very possible the police will get involved, especially if any of the following factors are in play. If you were threatened or blackmailed to send the content in question. If abuse or assault is depicted in the content. If you were under the age of 18 and sent it to someone older than yourself, or if it failed to stay private between you and the person you sent it to. You should talk to a lawyer if you have questions about sexting and the law.
Sexting can have potential emotional consequences like regret, objectification or victimization, bullying, depression, sadness, social isolation, loss of friendships, loss of respect for yourself, or ultimately thinking about or actually hurting yourself or others. Sexting can also negatively affect your future, such as your employment, college admission, military admission, your spot on a sports team, scholarships, future relationships, or even your mental health if you have to relive the consequences of your decision. Employers and colleges often look at candidates' social media profiles and online presence. Having nude images or photos of alcohol or drug use could hinder your ability to get a job or into college one day.
So what are the legal consequences of sexting? Now, obviously we're not lawyers. We can only kind of scratch the surface on here, but it's one of the things that need to be considered. So if a person involved in sexting is under the age of 18, it's considered child pornography. The legal consequences can vary depending on the state where you live. Some states consider it a felony to both send and receive the photo, even if you didn't ask the person to send the photo. If the person in the image is under 18, you may face legal consequences if you're the photo taker, a person seen in the picture, the sender, the receiver, or just in possession of the photo. Sexting can also put you at risk for placement on the sex offender registry and possible jail time. Usually the consequences are harshest for those who request or share the photo. Even if you're not breaking the law, your school can punish you and others involved, even if you're legal adults.
So how do you avoid serious consequences from sexting? First, never take photos of yourself you wouldn't want everyone to see, including your family, classmates, and teachers. Never forward someone else's sex-related photos or messages. You could get in serious trouble, especially if the person involved is under the age of 18. What do you do if someone pressures you to sext? If someone asks you to send a nude photo or explicit message, you may be afraid to turn them down because you don't want them to stop liking you. But if someone truly cares about you, they won't ask you to do something that puts your mental health and future at risk. If someone sends you an unwanted message or pressures you to sext, tell a trusted adult. That's sexual harassment, and that's not okay.
So a couple of interesting things for us to probably break down here.
All right.
The first is the technology behind it. So depending on the medium that you send it through, once you create that file on today's modern cell phones, most of them are cloud connected. So if I take a picture on my phone, there's a very good chance that a copy of that's going up to the cloud already, whether it's Android, Google Cloud or Apple or whatever. So there's a copy already right there that's off your phone immediately without you even realizing after just taking a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Those services then do backups themselves. For Apple, for instance, you have 2 or 3 different backups of your photos. And they do that as a convenience for you so that you don't lose your photos.
Yeah.
But if you forget to go and delete one of those photos somewhere, it's always going to be there. And that's before you even send it to someone. Once you send it to someone, depending on how you send it, like for instance, let's take an SMS message or an iMessage. So you have a photo on your phone, a couple of photos in the cloud for Apple. Now you're sending a photo to someone. Now, usually, depending on what kind of phone they have, if they have an Android phone and you're sending a movie or a large folder, what Apple will do is it will store it in a temporary location on the web and then send a link. Well, that link goes to the person, they click on it, and they're pulling it down right there, so they have a copy of it. They could send that link to someone else. So now you've got at least 2 more copies floating around out there of whatever it is. Possibly more if they send it to someone else. So let's say you send it to someone through Facebook. Well, Facebook gives you the ability to delete your stuff. But Facebook's deletion of your stuff isn't actually deletion of your stuff. One, because you're using a browser. So when you upload it through a web browser, you've got a local cache, and that local cache then uploads it. So there's a copy in your cache.
Mm-hmm.
You send it to your friend. Your friend looks at it. It goes into their cache. So even if they delete the file after downloading it, it still sits in their cache there, so someone can get to it.
Yep.
Plus, it sits on Facebook servers. And Facebook is infamous for allowing you to delete, and I do that in air quotes, delete your content, but they never really delete it. They simply hide it from you so that you can't access it anymore, but they never delete it.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't know what these service providers out there are going to do. It's a lot different than, if you took a Polaroid of yourself. For those of you out there that don't know what a Polaroid is, it was a camera that you pushed a button and the picture came out and developed itself. It was a very unique idea, well before digital cameras. But that was the only copy that you had. There were no negatives. Normally in a traditional camera, you take pictures on a roll of film, which generates negatives. You take those negatives and get them developed.
Mm-hmm.
But you always have the negatives. So with a Polaroid, you never had negatives. But the point is that picture you snapped is the only copy of that ever existed. The notion of that doesn't exist anymore.
Yep.
As soon as you push that shutter button on your phone, there's probably 5 to 15 copies of that somewhere within the next 2 minutes. So you have to keep that in mind. The technology right now is geared towards distribution and backups. So there's no such thing as privacy when it comes to that.
Yep.
So that's very important to keep in mind. And the other thing they talk about, it's a very simple rule. Don't take pictures of anything that you wouldn't want your parents or friends or teachers or anyone else to see. Even if you do it for yourself, it's probably not a good idea with the technology that you have today.
Yeah.
Because it's so persistent. We're kind of a victim of our own success when it comes to technology today. Because we're so geared towards back up everything. Everything needs to be backed up 12 times. I'm just as bad the way I back up our data. We've got 5 local copies of it here just because I'm paranoid about losing family photos.
Yep.
What do you think? Do you think that the technology today makes sexting too easy and too dangerous?
Yeah, definitely. Because it certainly makes it a lot more dangerous because, well, there's millions of copies. There's going to be tons of copies of an image you sent, and it could go to literally anybody, including predators. And the idea that you also have the ability of that technology and just easily message somebody that also, it makes it too easy and it's just too dangerous in general with the technology and the ways of how of fast communication and consistent backup.
What are your thoughts on the legal consequences? Because you're under 18. If you engaged in this act with somebody and sent someone else an inappropriate picture of yourself, you'd be legally liable for that. That would technically be child pornography, even though you're the one who technically would be victimized there. Does that, it terrifies me, but does it scare you at all to think that something like that could happen to you?
Yeah, it kind of follows the same rule I remember my school having, which I always kind of thought wasn't all that fair, was the idea of how, if a person is fighting you, if you fight back, you're just as guilty as the other person, which I wouldn't say is the most fair thing to say. If you just got bullied consistently for years and never actually fought back and then fought back one time and then you were entirely punished, I'd say that that's a bit extreme to give the same punishment to the person that got beat up as the person that beat them up.
Right.
And, I never liked the idea of victim blaming. And, sure, if they actively engaged in it, even if they were considered to be the minor, it's okay, I guess, but even just receiving it when it was completely unwanted and still being liable to a crime for it, it's just that seems messed up.
Yeah, it's a little extreme, but I think they kind of do that almost as a scared straight type thing to kind of really hammer home the significance of it to kids. I don't know. I don't know what the motivation is behind it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all for actually having legal accountability for this sort of thing, especially if, minors are involved with it. It's just, I don't know, it seems to kind of push the extremes on occasion.
It does, but I think the motivation is understandable. The law enforcement does not, and the authorities and parents and everyone else doesn't want kids getting involved in stuff like this because of how dangerous it is. So they just may be pushing the boundaries too far to punish the kids who do get involved in it, when really the kids are the ones that are being victimized. And what you need to do is you need to punish the people, and they do. They punish the people that are pressuring the kids into doing these types of things. But sometimes they're other kids. And it's, it's a very difficult situation. Once you go down that path, it's a very difficult situation to navigate. So we're going to take our second break, and when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about, we're going to talk a lot about the consequences, the actual real-life consequences that can come from sexting. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
In this segment, we're going to discuss a news article that involved the suicide of a young man. If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, again, we ask you to please contact the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988 or at 1-800-273-8255. Jordan DeMay was a 17-year-old high school student and football player whom his father, John DeMay, described as, quote, smart, he was a good student, and he was a great athlete.
The teenager began chatting with someone he thought was a woman on Instagram. The account was real, but had been hacked and sold to a 22-year-old Nigerian man named Samuel Agashi, who posed as a woman. He used the profile to coerce young men into sending explicit photos of themselves. He allegedly used the photos as leverage for money, according to the FBI. Jordan fell victim to this version of extortion, which is termed sextortion. The 17-year-old football player's tragic fate is not uncommon in America and across the world. Teens across the U.S. are falling victim to sextortion on social media.
Jordan's father described the attack as, quote, someone came into his bedroom at 3 a.m. and murdered him through Instagram when we were all sleeping at night, and we had zero chance to stop it. John DeMay is sounding the alarm about sextortion after his 17-year-old son, Jordan, died by suicide last year. The suspect in Jordan's death is one of 3 suspects from Lagos arrested recently for allegedly hacking Instagram accounts and sexually sextorting more than 100 men online.
The FBI defines sextortion as a serious crime in which the perpetrators threaten to expose a victim's sensitive or private information in exchange for sexually explicit material or money.
Agashi threatened to distribute the explicit pictures the 17-year-old sent to the compromised account of Jordan if Jordan didn't pay him a ransom. The attacker demanded $1,000. Jordan sent $300, and the attacker threatened to expose the victim to his family and friends if he didn't send more. Distraught and not sure what to do, Jordan messaged Agashi, telling him he was going to kill himself. "Good," Agashi responded. "Do that fast or I'll make you do it." Jordan DeMay did do it.
A 2018 study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, or JAMA, Pediatrics, found that nearly 15% of U.S. youth were sending sext or sexual texts, while 27% of youth were receiving them. The perpetrators pose as real people, often as attractive women or men online, and target young and vulnerable victims. They will reach out directly to victims and strike up an online conversation, gain the victim's trust one way or another, and convince them to send nude photos. Once the photos are exchanged, the perpetrators threaten to share them or make them public if the victims do not send money, other personal information, or more explicit images. The scheme pushes some teens beyond their breaking point.
Jordan's father said he encourages parents and teenagers to learn about the risks of sextortion and have a plan in place if it happens to them or someone they know. Specifically, he advises victims to turn off their phones and contact law enforcement or the FBI immediately. He also said he would tell Jordan every single day, if he had a chance, that threats from the sextortionists were not the end of his life. He goes on to say the kids have to just understand that this isn't the end of whatever they think is their life, because it's not, DeMay explained.
The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's Cyber Pipeline received about 32 million reports of suspected child exploitation in 2022. The online incitement category of the Cyber Pipeline saw an 82% increase in complaints between 2021 and 2022.
The FBI encourages anyone who believes they are victims of sextortion or knows someone who may be to contact their local FBI office or toll free at 1-800-CALL-FBI. So this obviously is an extreme case of consequences as a result of sexting. We talked about some of the other potential downfalls of sexting. But when I read this article itself, being a parent and being a parent of a child who's of this age range, it kind of struck a nerve with me. And it's looking at these statistics about the 82% increase in complaints in just over a year. It's a real problem. There's I mean, it's going to sound cliche, but there's bad people out there. There's bad people on the internet, and they're going to do things, nefarious things, to try to get money from you, to sometimes to just do things maliciously. They're just evil, and they'll do things to harm you or to get you to harm yourself, not necessarily for any financial motive at all. And I thought if there was anything that we do on this podcast, we try to be positive. We try to be upbeat. We try to teach kids and parents how to get through some of these difficult things. And And I read the quotes about Jordan's father here, and I could almost echo those thoughts myself. And I thought maybe we might have a chance to maybe reach out and help educate other people about this and to try to prevent something like this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, honestly, I believe the same thing. Like, obviously, we always try to make sure that we keep everything lighthearted, because we've talked about darker topics in the past, and we've always tried to at least bring some lightheartedness to the situations while still not downplaying the severity of all of them. And I do think that bringing more awareness to this is the best way that we can stop it. It's how we can stop anything pretty much bad from happening, is try to bring more awareness to it, because if more people know about it, there's going to be more people willing to stop it, or at least be aware of it so that it doesn't happen as often.
I would agree with you 110%. I think mission accomplished today. I don't want to drag this out too far. I know it's kind of a dark topic. We usually are not quite this low key, but I wanted to make sure we treated this subject with the respect that it deserved. I think we're going to forego the closing remarks. I think what you just told us there, I think, very easily summed up the overall sentiment we have here. Before we do go, though, I did want to throw some quick plugs out there just to remind folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, and you can find audio and visual of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and we're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, give us your thoughts on the subject. I'd be very interested to hear what our listeners have to say about today's talk. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or X, whatever it's called now. You can also find us streaming 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, where you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Intentional Tomorrow, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 182, Adolescent Idealism. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my generous and kind co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. You're a little uptight here. You want to talk about that real quick before we get into this?
Just this game I've been playing, and I have to restart the exact same battle over and over. I've had to do it at least 6 times today, in fact, because it's so difficult, so...
And just for an honorable mention, what game is that?
Baldur's Gate 3.
Which we probably will be talking about on a upcoming episode of Insights into Entertainment, just as a little teaser there.
Well, you will, I'm not.
Well, no, yeah, I'll be on the show with Sam for that one. Other than that, how are things going? How's school going? Anything exciting?
Not really, just starting to ease into the second marking period, so...
Ease into it, huh?
Well, not exactly ease into it, I guess, because...
It's all relative, right?
All relative, I suppose.
Okay, well, hopefully it goes smoother than the first marking period. Is that safe to say?
I don't know, because the first marking period's supposed to be the easier one, and then it just progressively gets harder afterwards, so it's like...
Just goes downhill from there.
Don't really have high hopes for it.
Okay, well, on that note, what we are talking about today is teen or adolescent idealism. Adolescent idealism is a normal phase of teenage development characterized by strong views and opinions of society and the world, typically developed between the ages of 11 and 16, which you just came out of.
Mm-hmm.
Adolescent idealism is one of the stages of cognitive developmental theory. Adolescent idealism can impact mental health when teens discover the issues they care about aren't centered or prioritized. Treatment can help strengthen family connections and address mental health concerns associated with adolescent idealism, including grief, depression, anxiety, anger, and hopelessness. And if that doesn't sound like fun to talk about, I don't know what does.
Yeah.
But before we get into that, I do want to take a moment to implore our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast if you don't already do so. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found anywhere you get a podcast these days. Though we do tend to direct people to Apple Podcasts, but that's just kind of a default thing. I would also invite you to write in or contact us. Give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us topics you'd like us to discuss. You can reach us via email at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're available on Twitter or X at insights_things. Or you can get links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. So we once again tap our friends at the Newport Academy for inspiration on this topic. They tell us that navigating the teenage years can be an extraordinary journey for both teens and their parents. Boy, isn't that the truth? It's a time marked by a series of developmental milestones that shape young people into the adults they will become. Among these, adolescent idealism stands out as a particularly influential phase. During this stage, teens begin to see beyond their immediate surroundings and look at the world with fresh eyes. They start to form their own values, shape their understanding of the world, and discover the power of their own voices. This idealism is a vibrant force that drives them to have strong opinions on global and social issues, enabling them to think abstractly about problems and potential solutions. It's a time when their thoughts and conversations may turn to activism and advocacy as they express their views more openly.
However, this expression of newfound perspectives can sometimes lead to friction. As teens articulate their opinions with growing confidence, they may find themselves in disagreement with parents, peers, and other authorities who have long-established views. These clashes are a natural part of the journey, as each side learns to understand and respect the other's perspective. It's essential to recognize the importance of this developmental phase. It provides teens with a crucial opportunity to voice their concerns, debate important matters, and begin to understand the complexities of the world they are about to inherit. For those around them, it offers a chance to guide, support, and engage in meaningful dialogue.
As families navigate these years, patience, open communication, and empathy are key. By acknowledging and supporting this stage of idealism, we pave the way for a generation of thoughtful, engaged young adults ready to contribute to society. Do you think you've gone through your idealism stage, your activism stage? Do you think you're in the middle of it? Do you think it's coming up? How active do you think it is?
Honestly, I do think I'm still kind of in the midst of it. I know it kind of had like a generic age range and that I'm technically past that. However, I still feel like I'm still, forming my own opinions and I'm still like working through that part of my life right now. I still have thoughts about it. I still have to kind of form my own opinion and view of everything. So I feel like I'm still kind of in it right now.
So the study does talk about kind of a prescribed age, and you're kind of at an age where many are just discovering the snooze button. But it sounds like you're already pressing the buzzer on global issues. Can you share any aha moments when you realized your voice could be more of a force for change, and maybe a time that voice led to a mom you just don't understand, or in this case, probably a dad you don't understand conversation?
Yeah, I have actually had a few of them. One interesting thing I do want to share was when I ended up doing Hobie. That was a point where basically sophomores of our schools the summer of our sophomore year, we would go to this like place up in North Jersey. It was Drew University. And we basically go there and we would basically meet with all other kids and sophomores from all different schools from around New Jersey. And we basically saw there were public speakers there that basically, gave us more influential stuff. And it was basically like a whole leadership program. And one distinct thing that I remember was that this one speaker, who I think was one of the first speakers that ended up coming up, basically talked about the importance of youth and their intelligence, and even commented that the youth are probably smarter than most of the adults today. And basically he said that don't listen to anybody who says that, oh, you're too young to be thinking this sort of stuff, or, oh, you can't be saying that because you're just a kid. He basically said that, no, I think that you guys are smarter than I am, so, you guys have the power to actually change the world. And, I think that was one of the big aha moment for me, at least, or at least it was something that was like, oh.
Yeah, and I agree with that 100%. I mean, the article goes on to say that this is the world you're going to inherit. So really, you need to start making decisions now. You need to play an active role. And, with the passion of youth comes great debates over the dinner table. And you're no different. We're no different than that. What was the most memorable debate club session you've had with mommy and daddy or friends? And how did it help you see the world through vintage eyes? How did it help you see the world through the eyes of somebody who is, I'll say, more experienced?
I guess maybe it was, we've had various talks to the point that I don't even know if I can really pinpoint any specific conversation that we have. However, there are certain topics that we ended up discussing that, while obviously we share very similar opinions when it comes to certain matters, there are other things where you certainly have a different opinion than I do, or you see something a certain way as opposed to how I see it.
Okay, I think that's fair, and I think that's important. I think if we agreed on everything, we'd never learn to have that discussion with someone who has an opposing point of view.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about adolescent idealism.
So what exactly is adolescent idealism? In the unique tapestry of teenage development, a pattern of idealism often emerges, vivid and compelling. It's a belief that teenagers not only have the ability, but also the right to express their opinions on various societal structures, be it in the realm of politics, religion, or any other institution. This is a time when thinking shifts from the tangible and immediate to the abstract and the far-reaching. As this abstract thinking takes root, teenagers start to notice global issues with sharper clarity. They begin to question the actions and decisions of adult leaders, developing a keen sense of moral judgment. This is not just a phase, it's a powerful awakening that shapes their understanding of justice and fairness.
However, the journey of adolescent idealism isn't without its hurdles. In environments where such views are not encouraged or prioritized, teens may find themselves at odds with the status quo. This can strain relationships and impact their mental health as they navigate spaces that may seem indifferent to their burgeoning ideals. Consider the teenager who organizes a school protest, or the one who joins a march to amplify their voice on issues they care about. Or think of the young person who decides to become vegan, not just as a dietary choice, but as a stand against environmental degradation. Some may take a bold stance against systemic issues, like challenging school curricula that they believe perpetuate racism, and vow to drive change through organized protests.
These are more than actions, they are statements, a declaration of the world as they believe it should be. The fire of adolescent idealism is fueled by a desire for change and a better future. It's essential for adults to understand, respect, and constructively engage with these passionate young minds. By doing so, they can help guide their idealism into lasting positive impact.
So imagine you just staged a protest at school, and I could see you doing. You probably can't because you're not that outgoing, but you're passionate enough to do it, I think. And probably not a big one, maybe a small one. But you've just staged a protest at school and suddenly you're handed a megaphone with the whole world listening. What's the first issue you'd address, and how would you convince the adult world to take you and your fellow teen idealists seriously?
Yeah, that's a big one, because there's a lot of issues I would stand for completely, and I'd, want to address first. However, relating to the idea of having the adult world listen to the teens, I'd probably want to address the issue of people, or at least the government control over what schools should be teaching. And while personally I'm not experiencing it all that much in New Jersey, I know in a lot of other states that's a huge issue with the idea that, kids can't handle certain topics. And, I feel like a lot of adults are of the belief that, they're just teens, they're just kids, they don't know any better, they can't really, debate with us well. And I know a lot of people, are kind of trying to tell us that, there's a lot of people just discouraging us from voting, from speaking, our beliefs, and from really just trying for us to try and change the world. They want to stop any effort we have for that. So I'd want to address the issue that, no, we know all the stuff that's happening and we want to bring change about it. We, can understand these topics. We're emotionally mature enough for that kind of stuff, and we're not just kids.
Okay, well, I'm into that. I would certainly listen to an argument when you put it in terms like that. Now, imagine for a moment your idealism is a superhero. What would its superpower be, and what's the kryptonite, the weakness that really tests its strength in the everyday world?
Superpower. That's interesting.
My superpower is I can shout louder than other people.
That's understandable. I can see how that would be useful. If my idealism were a superhero and had a superpower and also kryptonite. Let's see. Well, I would think that my superpower could kind of materialize almost any object by thinking about it. Because I feel like in terms of changing the world, there's certain things that might be needed for certain instances, and I feel like that would be a useful enough superpower to be like, oh, you need something in order to like protest, or you need something in order to change the world, here you go.
Okay, so you're a provider when it comes to your activism then.
Yeah, I feel like that would be the most practical use for it. And I don't necessarily want things like mind manipulation because that kind of is an unwilling sort of thing. So
Yeah, that's a segment of the population that's probably already using that too much already.
the kryptonite for my idealism would probably be those louder voices. I feel like they could, in a way, be weakened by it. And I understand the idea of like actions speak louder than words, or sticks and stones might break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Words can hurt, though.
Well, if you write a word on the 2x4 and hit you with it, it's going to hurt.
Well,
right?
that's true. That is true. But yeah, I can see that kind of being a weakness, but I can also see them eventually overcoming it in a way.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, you're going to tell us about adolescent idealism and the connection to mental health. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about adolescent idealism. And now we're going to talk about the connection between adolescent idealism and mental health. Adolescent idealism is like a powerful lens through which teenagers view the world. It's a natural and common phase of growth that can influence their choices and spark a desire to question and challenge the norms around them. This idealism is a vibrant force that drives many teens to stand up for what they believe to be just and virtuous. However, as teens grapple with the complexities of the world, they may also discover that creating positive change is often a tangled and difficult process. This realization can be heavy, sometimes leading to feelings of sadness, anxiety, or even a sense of helplessness when the world doesn't change as quickly as they'd like. During this intense time of development, it's not uncommon for teens to experience inner conflict. They might find themselves wrestling with their choices, trying to ensure they align with their newfound values. When there's a gap between what they value and what they see or do, it can cause discomfort known as cognitive dissonance.
This internal struggle often doesn't stay internal. It can spill over into their relationships, leading to disagreements with friends, family members, teachers, or other authority figures who may have differing views. Navigating adolescent idealism requires a delicate balance. It's important for teens to explore and express their values, but also to learn how to cope with the emotional turbulence that can come with this phase. For parents and adults, offering a listening ear, understanding, and guidance can make a significant difference. It's about supporting teens as they learn to harmonize their idealism with the realities of the world, and helping them channel their passion into actions that are both meaningful and manageable. And I'd also add there constructive. You want to make sure that that passion itself goes into something constructive, not destructive moving forward. So if you could give your idealism a status update on social media, what would it say, and which emoji would best capture the roller coaster of taking on the world's heavyweight issues at your age?
So status update is just like updating your info on like a social media.
Just
right?
a one word or a couple word phrase of gone shopping.
All right. If I could give them a status update, I guess I would say I'm still standing.
That's good. I like that. A Billy Joel reference.
Although,
No, Elton John reference.
I'm going to
Sorry.
say that's an Elton John reference.
I heard it at a Billy Joel concert, though. It must have been when the two of them were playing together.
Maybe. And which emoji would best capture the roller coaster of taking on the world at my age? I guess a roller coaster.
Okay. I can't argue with that. So as you navigate the high seas of teenage values, have you ever found yourself in hot water for your beliefs?
Like with other people or with myself?
Anybody. Have your values or your beliefs ever gotten you into trouble or gotten someone mad at you?
I don't think it was ever something that extreme. I do know that, like, I've had instances where people have probably disagreed with me.
Okay.
I mean, like, I can certainly, if I was interacting with, like, certain people, I could certainly see myself getting in hot water, although I don't really think I've gotten into hot water with anybody or gotten on anyone's, like, radar, I suppose.
Now let me ask you a follow-up question. Do you deliberately avoid people that are of a differing opinion or differing mindset actively to prevent any type of conflict or anything from happening?
Kinda, not really, but sorta, yeah.
So you're somewhat anti-confrontational then.
I'm not the most confrontational person, I will admit. I've never really... Whenever I've had a debate with somebody, it's usually been someone who was of a similar belief or had, like, slightly differing opinions from me. It's never been... I've never really interacted with someone on the extreme end of what I was against.
Okay. Have you ever actually deliberately taken a side in a conversation or a debate that is diametrically opposed to what your fundamental beliefs are?
Not really. Like, I'm kind of a sympathizer, I'll be completely honest. We actually had this interesting thing happen in history where we were basically given statements and we were supposed to stand on one side of the room if we agreed with it or disagreed with it.
And you stood in the middle.
Yes, I stood in the middle. On all three of the ones we did, I stood in the middle.
Okay.
Because I really thought, whatever the statement was, I'm like, it depends on the circumstance.
Well, and you know what? The world is filled with people like me who relish in the idea of poking a stick in the opposing side's point of view and trying to rile people up. Because one of the things that I try to do is I have my own beliefs and I don't preach my beliefs. I don't get out there and pontificate. And all I ask is other people don't do that to me. And when you do, that's when I get confrontational. That's when I'm going to poke a stick in your cage and you're going to come to me and regardless of what it's about, it could be politics, religion, or, anything. If you're going to come out and make a statement to me and try to get me to see your point of view, I'm going to challenge you. And 9 times out of 10, I'm probably going to destroy your point of view because you can't stand up against, the logic and I'll throw the controversial word science out there. Right. So So when I ask people to provide facts and cite the sources of their facts, that's usually when their argument falls apart. And if I can do it in return, they don't really have a comeback. And that's when the conversation tends to degrade into insults and arguing at that point.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I like to kind of be in the middle of most things. I certainly have my own strong beliefs, but I've gotten to a point where it's like, I want to try and see both sides, and I don't necessarily want to have to go to one side over the other. And the thing is, if you have a reasonable argument for something that I don't necessarily agree with, I will listen to you and, I will debate with you in a, civilized manner. But if you don't provide enough evidence for it, or you go to things like insults in order to just say like, oh, I'm right because you suck or something. It's like, at that point, there's no point in trying to reasonably argue with you, because I think we kind of passed the point of an actual civilized debate.
Right. And I'm with you. Like, I want to be convinced. I may have my point of view and I have my reasons for it. And if you've got a different point of view, I'm open and willing to listen and have you convince me and bring me over to your side. And I've done this. I don't do it all that much anymore, but I would do it on Twitter or X or whatever it's called now. I would go out there and it sounds kind of childish, but I'd pick a fight with extremists of one ilk or another. And there are plenty of times where I've had these discussions with people, and I don't want to call them arguments, they're discussions, where they've brought me to their side to actually understand their point of view, which is why I asked you if you'd ever argue the opposite of what your principles are. And I find that to be very educational and enlightening to do that, to kind of put yourself in somebody else's shoes.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really use social media, so I can't really...
Yeah, no, I understand. It's certainly not for everyone. I wouldn't encourage it either.
And I don't really like to do it in person either, because I feel like that would just...
Well,
it's not my
gets
thing.
Together in social media in person. I can tell you that right now.
I know. It's like, I feel like it would be easier for me on social media because I'm not a confrontational person in real life. I could maybe be confrontational on social media if I actually used it.
Right. Well, that makes sense. Tell us how adolescent idealism impacts relationships.
Adolescent idealism is a bit like a new pair of glasses for teens. It changes how they see everything, from their closest relationships to the world at large. With these new lenses, teens often develop strong opinions and a keen sense of justice. They may adopt firm stances on issues, convinced of their views, which can lead to disagreements with friends and heated debates with adults.
This stage of life can be tricky. Teens' outspokenness and willingness to challenge authority can sometimes result in them being dismissed or labeled as troublemakers. When they question life's various aspects, including adults' perspectives, it can cause frustration on both sides. Teachers might struggle with students who critique the curriculum, or parents who critique it like I do. While parents might be concerned about what they see as a rebellious behavior, the world doesn't always respond to idealism with open arms, and this disconnect can spark frequent arguments between teens and adults. Teens driven by idealism may often feel that nobody really gets them, which can lead to feelings of anger or a sense of righteousness. Their convictions are strong, but they may not always align with the complexities of how society addresses certain issues, leading to tensions in their interactions with others.
Understanding adolescent idealism means recognizing that this is a natural part of growing up. It's a phase where support and open communication are vital. For parents and educators, it's about providing the space for teens to express themselves while guiding them to navigate their relationships and the world's realities with empathy and resilience.
So, if adolescent idealism is like a new pair of glasses, what's something you've seen through them that made you go, wow, I never noticed that before?
I guess a lot of the, injustices in the world, I suppose, and, stuff that feels like at this point we shouldn't be happening, but stuff that still is happening.
Okay.
I never really knew about a lot of topics until my idealism phase, and that was kind of when I learned more about how, like, I learned about, like, different things that people fought for and different reasons for why they fought for them, and the various injustices that still happen in our world, despite the fact that we really should be past that point.
So it sounds like, and then based on the discussions that we've had, certainly over the dinner table, that you're kind of in the debate team phase of teenhood, where every topic could spark a lively discussion. Can you share a funny story when a debate with adults turned into a wait, are you really arguing about this type moment?
Yeah, none of them are really serious, but I do remember there was this one time we were at, like, Buffalo Wild Wings, and there was some sort of commercial with, like, a vacuum cleaner, and it was going on for, like, a really long time. And I remember you and I, like, debated about it for a while, and for some reason I was, like, questioning it so much, and, like, then you even, like, encouraged it, and, like, we were still going back and forth for a while, and by the time the food got there, we were like, wait a minute, why were we arguing about this?
Nice.
That's always a fun one.
So with your idealism glasses on, excuse me, a frog in my throat there. Have you ever caught a glimpse of something that made you think, this is not what the brochure promised?
With my idealism glasses on, what have I caught a glimpse of? I guess. Oh, jeez.
If they were easy questions, I wouldn't ask them.
Yeah, that's true. That's understandable.
Is there, let me ask it this way. Is there anything that you've seen in this idealism phase of your life that has completely changed the way you used to look at something previous to that point in your life?
Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot.
I just can't tell you what it is.
I'm sorry. There's a lot, all right? There's a lot, and some of it's kind of harder to put in broad words, but I think one that kind of made me change my entire perspective on the world was probably learning about the queer community. I'm not going to lie. Like, I never really had that knowledge before. Like, you and Mommy never hid it from me. And, like, I'd seen some stuff when I was younger, kind of. Not entirely, but, like, you never hid it from me, but you never explicitly explained it.
Well, in all honesty, I never brought it up because I was completely, in the unknown section there. It was always something that was kind of a distant thing to me. So I was certainly not the subject matter expert to broach a subject with you that I did not have an understanding of myself.
That's true. But when I actually, found out about it and would even find out that there was even more than I had originally thought there were, it's like, wow, I think my entire point of view has just completely changed.
Wow. Mind blown.
Yeah, because, like, here's the thing. When I was younger, I initially had the idea of, like, being the princess that would eventually meet a prince.
I don't know where you would have ever gotten that notion from.
Disney. Yeah, so for a while, I kind of had that belief that I'd eventually find, like, my Prince Charming or whatever. And then I found out about this and learned more about how, romantic relationships are actually a lot more complicated than you would have thought. And I'm like, okay, reality check.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you go through life with a black and white TV, and then all of a sudden, you've got color.
Pretty much.
And it's almost like, how did I ever see the world in black and white?
Yeah, and that's one of the things I'm going through. It's like, I look back at my younger self and how, I initially thought this sort of thing, and I'm like, how did I ever think that was going to work?
Yeah, well, and you know what? Kudos to you for not only recognizing that, but embracing it, because there are some people who go through life with a black and white TV, they're given a brand new full color TV and they just can't handle the colors and they go back to watching their black and white TV.
Yeah.
Kudos to you for having the presence of mind to embrace what you did get enlightened with. I think that's a good spot. We can take a quick break and come back, and we're going to talk about how to address adolescent idealism and hopefully help our parents out there deal with it. Not deal with it, but certainly help their kids get through it and nurture that sense with them. But we'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about adolescent idealism. And now we're going to talk about how to address adolescent idealism. We're saying that a lot today.
Yes, we got a commission every time we say it.
Yep. When young people hit their teen years, they often start to see the world through a new lens of idealism and opinionated perspectives. This can be quite a shift for parents and caregivers to handle, but there are effective ways to support teens during this critical stage of cognitive development. Firstly, it's key to really listen to what they're saying. When teens talk about issues that matter to them, like vegetarianism, taking the time to understand and show genuine interest can strengthen your bond. If it's something you can do, adding a vegetarian option at mealtimes shows support for their choices.
Validation goes a long way. Acknowledging their feelings and views makes them feel seen and respected. Recounting your own youthful experiences of challenging the status quo can bridge gaps, helping your teen feel a sense of shared experience and less isolation. Nuance is also an important concept to introduce. Encouraging teens to see the good in people they may disagree with helps them grasp that the world isn't black and white. Introducing them to books or podcasts can expand their perspectives, fostering empathy and understanding.
The foundation of your relationship with your teen could be... The foundation of your relationship with your teen should be unconditional love and support. They need to know that you're in their corner, ready to listen and take them seriously. Instead of discounting their idealistic views, nurture their enthusiasm and guide them towards expressing their ideas with tact and respect. Lastly, educating yourself about adolescent development and the issues your teen is passionate about can be incredibly beneficial. This not only shows that you're...
Slow down.
I need to relax. This not only shows your teen that you care, but also equips you to help them find constructive ways to channel their activism. Demonstrating that their voice is powerful and can contribute positively to the community can empower them to make a meaningful impact.
So as you navigate through your teen years with this new lens of idealism, how do you reconcile the passion of your convictions with the complexities of the world that sometimes doesn't align with your perspectives?
All right, so...
It's a good thing I wrote the questions down, huh?
Yeah, this is another one that Could you say it differently, please? It's a bit much for me to read, and I don't entirely understand
So,
it.
how do you reconcile your feelings and your passions with reality when they don't necessarily meet? Like you may see things one way and the world may see it differently, or a large segment of the population may see it differently. How do you reconcile that? Is that a conflict for you? Is that an avoidance for you? Is that somebody out there who has a difference of opinion that you might be able to see reason from your perspective?
That's the thing. A lot of the times I'm kind of more of the avoided person, although I do think that I could, if I, tried more and was a little, braver with everything, I do feel like I could at least debate with people who don't exactly see my perspective. And, we could maybe find some sort of compromise, or maybe at least get to a point to agree to disagree.
Do you see that there's a value in that, though? Is there a value in taking somebody who may think differently about a subject and pick a subject? It doesn't matter. Abortion, okay? So you have one view, and we're not even going to discuss what the view is. There's two sides to the abortion debate.
Mm-hmm.
Is there value? Do you perceive value in discussing your point of view with someone else if there's a chance that maybe you can bring them around to your line of thinking, or does that not even matter to you?
The thing is, I don't want to, force people to change. However,
convincing people is not forcing.
Fair enough, yeah. So, yeah, if I could convince somebody to see reason, I feel like, that is beneficial. And I don't want to, assume that my own view is, the best view on a certain topic, especially, more controversial topics. However, I do think that if I could, convince someone, I could maybe possibly see that I am, gaining. I don't know. I feel like it could be beneficial in a couple of different ways.
Well, and that's why it's important to look at these discussions as discussions or debates, not as arguments.
Yeah.
Arguments, you're trying to force somebody's hand or force somebody's thought.
Yeah.
But in a discussion or in a debate, you present your case. You present your supporting evidence, whatever facts that you have. The other person has to weigh that. Now, they may come back with counterpoints that try to poke a hole in your idea, but you have a chance to overcome those as well. So when you have these types of discussion, you have to be as open-minded to and receptive of their thoughts and opinions as you want them to be to yours.
Yeah, and I feel like that would be the most beneficial way of going about it, because not only would they hopefully be open-minded to whatever I'm saying, I'll be open-minded to whatever they're saying. And I feel like that would be beneficial for both sides.
And the thing to keep in mind is there's two sides to the abortion debate. There's two very clear sides to it, just like there are to gun control and whatever else. But there's a lot of different levels on each of those sides.
Yep.
So if, for instance, you have someone who's just diametrically opposed to your point of view, and you can sit down and have a logical discussion with them, present your case, and not plant the seed of doubt, but at least make them see it from your perspective. Maybe, just maybe, you might be able to make them be a little bit more sympathetic and a little less unrealistic in their point of view if they're fanatical about their point of view.
Yeah.
And that's where compromise starts. That's where you can start working on compromise and meet somewhere in the middle. And that's really what makes the world a better place. It's not my way or your way. It's somewhere in the middle. And if your ability to have those discussions to people can start moving them down to that middle ground, that ground of rationalism, then that's how we make the world a better place. It's not about convincing them of our perspective, because like you said, we aren't saying that our perspective or our opinion's the way of the world, but if I can soften up the other guy's point of view to at least be receptive, then he can be more receptive on other things, or she can be more receptive on other things too.
Yeah.
And if we come back in from that left and that right extreme side, we come back into that middle ground there, we can cooperate on things and we can make things a little bit more better for the rest of the world.
Yeah, the idea of at least just getting away from extremism, I think, is at least the best way we should be going about things.
So in discussions with parents and caregivers, how do you find common ground when viewpoints do clash, especially on topics you feel strongly about, like politics or social justice?
Well, if we've ever had to, clash with certain issues, usually I will present my case and why I believe certain things. And then whatever other family member that disagreed with me would, present their case. And I feel like through that sort of thing, we can still find some sort of compromise, usually something that we can agree upon. We'll basically try to go back and forth between us in the discussion until we reach a point that we can both at least kind of agree on.
Okay. And that's how the process is supposed to work. It's common ground. One last question, and then we'll take a quick break and come back with your closing thoughts. So looking forward, how do you envision channeling your current ideals and passions into actions that will positively shape your community and the wider world?
Well, I think I want to take a larger stance when it comes to activism, or at least in a way, try to do more. I have all these ideas and passions, but I don't always utilize them. I understand I'm not really the most social person out there, and it might be a little more difficult for someone like me to go out there and make a stance. But I do want to try and take more action, because even if, we do the podcast and I talk about wanting to do all the good stuff, I want to actually do things that will be beneficial, will help, will show my activism, rather than just saying I support these topics.
Well, and you never know. The passion that you have for your activism might be the thing that unlocks that innate hesitation to go out there and speak with people more directly. You never know.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break. Come back. We'll get your closing thoughts and finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back.
All right. So to everybody out there, I just want to say that adolescent idealism is a pivotal point in teens' lives, as it pretty much will eventually shape them into the person that they're going to be when they become adults, and how they view the world and what they're going to do with it. And I feel that to the parents out there, the best way to, cope with a teen that is very expressive in their ideas is to at least support them. Even if you don't support their arguments, or you don't really have the same beliefs as them, the idea of at least supporting this stage in their life, instead of just saying, oh, you're just a kid, you can't be thinking that kind of thing, those kind of things, or, oh, you're just a kid, you shouldn't be worrying about that sort of thing. I feel like we should at least be encouraging that sort of thing, because teens are very smart and teens do have these ideas. And I think we kind of need to stop treating it as like, oh, it's just a kid being rebellious, or it's just the point where it's like, oh, the kid just doesn't understand or something.
Amen to that. I couldn't agree with that more. I think it's important that the understand, people my age need to understand that tomorrow's in your hands. It may sound overwhelming at times when people say stuff like that, but if they don't start getting you ready for it now, it's going to be dropped in your lap, and you're not going to know what to do with it.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I've had to deal with at this point. It's like I'm literally 1 year away from being considered a legal adult in my country, and it's like I'm terrified. Like I I feel like I might be more prepared than other people, but I'm still terrified. And I can't imagine the idea of parents still wanting to restrict their kids at my age from seeing certain things about the world. And it's like, when I actually become an adult and you can't do that, what am I going to do?
It's our job as parents to prepare our kids to inherit the world, like the article said. I couldn't agree more. So that's all we had today. Before we do go, I want to once again implore our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things, and audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, Buzzsprout, etc. I would also invite you to write in, give us your thoughts, give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Check us out on Twitter. We stream 5 days a week at Twitter. No, we don't stream on Twitter 5 days a week. But we are on Twitter, or X, at insights_things. On Twitch, we stream 5 days a week at twitch.com/insightsintothings. We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, where you can get links to that and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, for now, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, not really anymore though, normally hosted by you and my brother Sam, although that's probably changing soon anyway.
Boy, and if that's not a confusing plug, I don't know what is.
Hey, I'm not the best at advertising, again.
Clearly.
Whatever.
That's it, folks. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 186, Boundaries Matter. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my confident and resilient co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right.
Okay. I know it's been quite some time since we've been on the air for fresh podcasts.
Yep.
I think our last podcast was, early December?
About, yeah.
We had planned on taking the time around the holidays off, which we did, and we were going to start back up after the holidays. Then I came down with a cold, and you came down with a cold, and this and that, and everything else. And we had various reasons that kept us out of the studio. But we are back. We are live as of right now, although when people watch the recording, we won't be. We'll be alive, but not live.
Yep.
Any big announcements? One big announcement. We picked up an affiliate podcast on the network. Sam, our host of Insights into Tomorrow, has started up his own gaming podcast, No Credits Rolled. He's up to episode 4 on that. Both episodes will be coming out. Episode 3 and 4 will be coming out on Monday. So that's exciting. Anything else exciting that we've got to catch up on?
I mean, there probably is stuff. It's just I can't really think of anything right now.
See, next time we're off this long, we kind of have to make a list of things.
That's true.
But today we're talking about boundaries matter. Healthy boundaries are crucial for adolescents to cultivate positive relationships and maintain mental well-being. Addressing unhealthy boundaries and potential relational trauma is achievable, leading to the development of authentic connections through healing and supportive relationships. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we'll discuss where healthy boundaries end and unhealthy ones begin, and how to deal with such circumstances. But before we do that, I want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, and you can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, etc. Pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter or X at insights_things, or you can find all of our links and all of our episodes on our primary website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. So the purpose of boundaries. Navigating the complex landscape of relationships and maintaining our mental well-being can feel like a real challenge, especially during our teenage years. That's where the concept of healthy boundaries steps in, becoming a fundamental aspect of our lives that shapes the way we connect with others and safeguard our emotional and psychological health.
Imagine healthy boundaries as the invisible threads that weave our connections together. They're more than just limits, they're the bedrock upon which positive relationships are built, ensuring that our emotional and mental landscapes remain intact. These boundaries are like the signposts that help us define what's acceptable and what's not, all while nurturing our sense of self-respect and individuality. They are the secret ingredient that turns ordinary interactions into genuine and enriching relationships.
Our journey towards understanding boundaries often begins with our caregivers, our parents, or primary role models. They teach us, both through their words and actions, about the unspoken rules of engagement in the world. But sometimes, when boundaries seem blurred or even dysfunctional, it might be a sign that the family dynamic has encountered disruptions, possibly linked to what we call relational trauma. Unpacking and addressing these issues becomes a vital step in forming healthy boundaries.
What's truly remarkable is that we have the power to rewrite our boundary narrative, even if our early lessons were unclear. Adolescents are incredibly resilient beings, capable of learning the art of authentic connections despite past setbacks. Rebuilding relationships with our parents is a crucial starting point. This mending process equips us with the foundation we need to establish secure and healthy boundaries. Building strong connections with mentors, friends, and role models like teachers, counselors, and therapists further enhances our understanding of boundaries and real, heartfelt interaction.
Boundaries are like shields that protect our emotional and mental sanctuaries from external intrusions, all while ensuring we don't inadvertently hurt others. There are three major types of boundaries, including physical boundaries. These are the invisible bubbles that define our personal space. They determine who can enter our personal zone and under what circumstances, shielding us from unwanted physical contact and giving us the comfort we need.
There's also emotional boundaries. Think of these as your emotional guardians. They keep out negative emotional energies from others, preventing manipulation and ensuring that no one exploits our feelings.
We also have mental boundaries. These are the guardians of our thoughts. They fend off hurtful words, ideas, and judgments, preserving our sense of self-worth and mental well-being.
And what are the rewards of these healthy boundaries? Well, they're enormous. A solid boundary system empowers us to take control of our emotional, mental, and even physical health. By setting boundaries, we're sending out a strong signal that our well-being matters, and we demand respect and protection. These boundaries pave the way for mutual respect and understanding in our relationships, creating an environment where genuine connections can thrive and flourish.
Healthy boundaries aren't just limits, they're the very fabric that holds our emotional balance and our capacity to form real, meaningful relationships. Whether we're learning from our caregivers, working through past relational struggles, or grasping the layers of different boundary types, it's all part of the journey towards building healthier connections and enhancing our overall mental well-being. One of the things that I've noticed as you've grown up is the boundaries change and they evolve. And I would even venture to say that there are more boundaries that go up for privacy's sake. But the one thing that I will say is that while there are a lot of boundaries that go into place for all these protections, those boundaries are dependent on trust and understanding. I trust that you're going to take the freedoms that we give you and use them responsibly, and you're not going to violate that trust. Do you feel as though the boundaries that you have set now are comfortable for you? Do you feel they're overly burdensome? Do you feel they don't go far enough? What are your thoughts on the boundaries that you live with today on a day-to-day basis?
I think for the most part, I feel fine with all the boundaries that I live with when it comes to, I guess, specifically the boundaries that we all set for each other. I feel like they're pretty fine. I definitely think that we have all three boundaries to a certain extent, and I don't feel it could be better. It probably also could be a lot worse, but I feel like for now they're pretty good.
So how would you describe your own set of boundaries in relationships today? Are there specific situations where you find it challenging to maintain these boundaries, and how do you handle them?
I do tend to set my own boundaries with a lot of people, and it can kind of vary for me. I feel like for the most part, everyone kind of understands my boundaries, although sometimes it can be a little, like there's small instances where my boundaries are kind of crossed, but it's never anything like super serious. It's just, I need to probably communicate a little better. But other than that, I have set boundaries for some people and other boundaries for other people. One of the examples is physical touch, in the sense of when it comes to my family, I'm good with hugs, high fives, handshakes. You guys, I'm most comfortable being physically affectionate.
Getting punched in the arm when you twitch,
Or that. But when it comes to my friends, I've kind of found that with almost anybody else, I'm fine with hugs, but I don't want people to just hug me immediately with no warning, or I can't even really see myself hugging a lot of my friends just spontaneously. I usually have them ask me or I ask them. It's
right. So the unsolicited mutual type of contact is something that you don't welcome. That doesn't mean you're not opposed to that kind of contact, but it has to be in the right context and it has to be under the right circumstances.
Yeah, and I mean, with you guys, I still ask if I can hug you, but I do think I'm more comfortable when it comes to hugging, at least in that sense, with you guys than I am with my friends. I picture myself hugging you guys way more than I picture myself hugging any of my friends.
Right. No, I get that. How do you protect your emotional and mental well-being in your interactions with others? What boundaries are instantaneous? What are your default boundaries when you interact with other people that you might not necessarily have a close relationship with?
Well, my default boundaries are I'd like not to be touched by someone I'm not that close to. I can do high fives, but even then it's like, I don't know. That's definitely one of the boundaries I put up. When it comes to the mental and emotional sort of part of that, I usually kind of just prefer more generic, like, talking points rather than, like, some more deep and heavy talking points relating to, like, say we're talking about school and, like, instead of talking about, like, how stressed I am or, like, all these other, like, mental issues I'm dealing with when it comes to school, we might just talk about, like, oh yeah, school's not all that fun or whatever, and, like, we just talk about, like, hobbies that we like or whatever.
Right. Now, have you run into situations where people have tried, either deliberately or inadvertently to cross these boundaries of yours? And when that happens, what's your reaction? How do you deal with that?
Well, I do have one friend that crosses my boundaries, but in the sense of trying to help me. But that friend I've known since I was in high school. We kind of bonded over being in the same class together. And they I remember they told me that they deliberately want to push my boundaries so that I can, experience more things, because I kind of shelter myself a lot, and that's what I'm comfortable with, and they want to take me out of that comfort zone and actually experience new things, which I feel like is, a genuinely good thing. It's just I'm not always super comfortable with it. But otherwise, like, I do feel like it's something good, and, it's great that they're trying to help me with that, and they've gotten me to, do some stuff and get out of my comfort zone a little more, but that's kind of the best example I can come up with.
Well, and I think that's a really good example, because I think there's something worthwhile in pushing those boundaries and pushing it. That's how we evolve as people, right? That's how you experience new things. If you're going to hunker down and I don't want to say hide, that kind of sounds detrimental, but like if you want to stay in that comfort zone behind your boundaries, that's fine, but it also limits what you're going to experience in life. Pushing those boundaries oftentimes allows you to experience things you might not normally have, that you might enjoy, that you wouldn't normally have done. The caution that you have to have there is those boundaries are in place to protect you. You put these boundaries up. You know what your limits are. And if you're pushed beyond those limits, it can make for a very uncomfortable situation. So as long as the person who's trying to expand your boundaries, and I think that's probably a better way to express it, is expand them, not press them or challenge them. The person who's trying to help you expand your boundaries, as long as they do it in a encouraging and non-aggressive way, it gives you that opportunity to push back and say, all right, look, I tried this. It didn't really work out for me. Let's back off a little bit. As long as they don't keep pushing that point and they respect your decision, then it's a safe relationship, I think.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk about the types of dysfunctional boundaries. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about I was not prepared for this.
That's okay.
Today we're talking about why boundaries matter. And now we're going to talk about types of dysfunctional boundaries. Dysfunctional boundaries can manifest in distinct patterns, creating challenges in how we relate to others and navigate our emotional landscape. These patterns can be categorized in two primary types, being excessively open and vulnerable, or having boundaries that are exclusively impenetrable.
When our boundaries are too open and vulnerable, we become highly receptive to the influence of others' words and actions, impacting us profoundly on emotional, mental, and even physical levels. This heightened sensitivity can leave us feeling defenseless and incapable of safeguarding ourselves from external forces. In such circumstances, we might even convince ourselves that it's someone else's responsibility to shield us from harm. Paradoxically, despite seeking closeness and connection with others as a means of protection, we struggle to feel genuinely secure. The innate desire for safety clashes with the inherent risk of vulnerability, creating an ongoing tension that prevents us from achieving the sense of safety we seek. Conversely, when our boundaries become excessively impenetrable, we encounter a different set of challenges.
One challenge that we can face through this is disconnection from the world. The strong barriers we erect can lead us to feel disconnected from the world around us. Our reluctance to engage with authenticity and vulnerability closes us off from meaningful interactions, preventing us from truly experiencing life's riches.
Struggle to form genuine connections is another risk. Impenetrable boundaries can hinder our ability to form authentic connections with others. By keeping people at a distance, we unintentionally deprive ourselves of the potential for deep and meaningful relationships.
Difficulty in understanding others is another risk. The rigid walls we build around ourselves create difficulties in understanding and empathizing with others. We find it challenging to accept and grasp their emotions, thoughts, and behaviors, resulting in a lack of connection and empathy.
And the final risk is blocking meaningful connections. While these boundaries are meant to protect us from potential harm, they also block the entry of positive experiences and connections. The fear of being hurt leads us to shut out not only negative influences, but also the potential for joy, growth, and authentic relationships.
The spectrum of dysfunctional boundaries highlights the delicate balance between openness and protection that we all strive to achieve. Whether overly open or impenetrable, these patterns can hinder our ability to foster healthy relationships and navigate the complexities of human connection. Recognizing these patterns and finding ways to strike a harmonious balance is crucial for cultivating meaningful and fulfilling interactions while safeguarding our emotional well-being.
So have you ever felt that your boundaries were too open, allowing others' words or actions to deeply affect you?
Probably. I do know that, especially when I was younger, specifically in 6th grade. Yes, I'm bringing that up yet again.
That was a rough time for you, man.
Yeah. I ended up having a lot of fights with a close friend of mine, and we, said stuff to each other that, we never actually meant, but it always hurt when it happened, and I kind of feel like I did kind of let whatever they said to me get to me a little too much, and, whenever anyone said anything to me, I, took it to heart. So, yeah, especially before I learned how to control some of my emotions, I was a little more open with my boundaries, and other people's words did hurt me.
So can you think of a time when you might have put up strong barriers to protect yourself, but it resulted in feeling disconnected or isolated, where those barriers kind of backfired on you?
Probably that was almost the immediate after effect of having too open boundaries. I was kind of like, okay, I kind of need to change all this. So instead of lashing out at people or trying to have let other people's words get to me, I kind of shut off and I didn't really show anyone how I truly felt, and I kind of shut myself off. I wasn't really that social with anybody, and I was kind of just, okay, I'm just going to be stuck with the few friends that I have right now, and, I'm not going to, expand from that. I also think the pandemic also had a major effect on that at that point, because I was not the most social person at the time, and then the pandemic hit and I became even less social.
So when that happened, how did you realize that your boundaries were too rigid?
I kind of figured that out when it came to, I guess, just how much I was not willing to be near people. I did not want to. I never would have said that I had social anxiety when I was younger, but now I think I do because of just how rigid my boundaries were. Because I can't even talk to a cashier normally without being anxious about what I'm gonna say or what they're gonna think of me. It's kind of like a culmination of both of them, where it's my boundaries are so rigid that I do not like talking to people and I become anxious. But then my boundaries were so open at one point to the point where, but then I also didn't have many close relationships to where I wouldn't have to be like, oh, well, I don't know what they're going to think of me.
Interesting. So how do you find balance? Do you find balance between being open to meaningful connections and protecting yourself from potential harm? Are you at a balance point now, or is it tilted one way or the other?
I'd say that while it's certainly not good, it's definitely a lot more balanced than it used to be. I have friends and people that I rely on when it comes to needing to be mentally and emotionally vulnerable to people. And, that kind of helps me get through some of the issues that I have. In other instances, I've also kind of shut out people or not really engaged with people who I don't really think would help me in those situations. While it could definitely be a lot better than it is now, because I'm still kind of struggling with it, I definitely think it's a lot better. I have kind of a system with it now, so it's at least a little better than it was.
Okay, that makes sense. Now that's with people outside the immediate family there. How do you find your balance with family members now? I know we don't see a lot of the extended family as frequently as we used to. And one of the things, the proverbial, hugs from the rest of the family, or the infamous pinching of the cheeks and all that stuff. Do you find when you have those limited interactions with the extended family that your boundaries are at a comfortable level, or do you think you need to make adjustments?
There's some adjustments I need to make with some of my family members, but otherwise a lot of them are really I don't really know what the best word is, but a good portion of them understand the idea of consent, and I've made it clear to them specifically my boundaries when it comes to physical touch, and now they always ask if I actually want a hug, and they always make sure to ask before going in for a hug. I still have some family members that I haven't directly told that with, and they just kind of hug me without asking, which, it kind of gets me a little uncomfortable, but, it's something I can probably work on.
Now, do you feel, for the most part, that you're setting your boundaries and those boundaries aren't being set for you, or do you feel that it's more an outside influence setting those boundaries?
I think it can be kind of mixed between that. I certainly have my own boundaries when it comes to a lot of things when it comes to my interactions with other people. But when it comes to other people setting boundaries with me, I always make sure to respect them. And there's I kind of have there's certain instances where I provide that vulnerability for my friend, or we kind of just joke around often enough and we're kind of just an escape from reality with each other. I feel like they all have their own boundaries with me, and if I ever accidentally cross their boundaries, they'll let me know.
Okay. So the notion of boundaries expands into the concept of containment, which involves safeguarding others from our physical, emotional, and verbal behaviors. This dual aspect of containment, its absence and its excess, both serve as indicators of dysfunctional boundaries that have far-reaching implications in our interactions.
The lack of containment can be traced back to two primary sources. Firstly, growing up with a parent who displayed uncontained behavior can influence a child to mimic similar actions. Additionally, when caregivers fail to address dysfunctional behavior in a child, it can contribute to a lack of containment. The behaviors associated with a lack of containment encompass encroaching on personal space by standing too close to others, invading boundaries by touching people or their belongings without seeking permission, engaging in unfiltered speech that may lead to hurtful remarks, reacting impulsively without considering the potential consequences, struggling to manage emotions or energy resulting in emotional outbursts, and evading personal responsibility by placing blame on others for one's actions.
Dysfunctional boundaries can also manifest as an excessive sense of containment, effectively constructing emotional walls. This pattern gives rise to distinct behaviors such as rarely initiating physical contact with others due to apprehension or discomfort, suppressing personal desires and needs due to the anticipation that they won't be fulfilled, intensely focusing on avoiding any actions that might upset or offend others, often at the expense of one's own authenticity, and striving for perfectionism as a defense mechanism against the deep-seated fear of abandonment.
The interconnectedness between boundaries and containment is of great significance. Dysfunctional boundaries can manifest as either a lack of containment involving behaviors that disregard personal boundaries, or excessive containment, which results in emotional detachment and avoidance of authentic self-expression. Recognizing these patterns and delving into their underlying causes is pivotal in the journey to foster healthier, more balanced, and meaningful interpersonal interactions.
So have you ever experienced or witnessed situations where someone's behavior felt uncontained, like invading personal space or reacting impulsively?
I actually have two examples of friends, one that was a while ago and one that's actually more current, where I do feel like their boundaries, they were kind of uncontained. I had one friend who, it was the friend that I also kind of fought with when I was younger. I don't really know if they understood the concept of boundaries, but they certainly had instances where they clearly broke boundaries. They were way more comfortable in certain things, and they thought that doing certain things was fine when it really wasn't. And then I have a friend currently now that is in my gym class, and I have a group of friends there, and they all started to have issues with this friend because they would touch them spontaneously, and one of them is very insistent on the idea of consent when it comes to being touched, and there was conflict between them, and they ended up, I think, fighting over it, or they had friends that fought over it because of it. And I'm still friends with that person, but I have noticed that they do tend to touch their friends without really asking, and I don't really think it's necessarily their fault, but it certainly is something to consider.
Interesting. Now, on the other side of the coin, can you identify times when you or someone you may know may have shown signs of excessive containment, like avoiding physical contact or suppressing personal needs, but from a detrimental standpoint to that person?
That probably more so encompasses me. The minute you were reading off all the effects of that, I'm like, wow, I feel called out. And I'm pretty sure some of it probably is a bit detrimental to me because I am a perfectionist and I don't want to feel like I'm failing anyone, and I usually avoid confrontation with people because I don't want to be yelled at and I don't want other people to be annoyed by my presence. So I kind of avoid a lot of the confrontations, and maybe if I had actually gone and, talked through stuff, or I actually had done things that I avoided, maybe things would have turned out better for me. And even without considering the possibility of what could have happened if I did take that step, or the steps, I do feel like it's still kind of detrimental to me because, at least in the sense of self-worth, because I am a perfectionist and I don't want to be abandoned or be not I don't want my friends to see me in a negative light because I'm not perfect. And even though I understand that, nobody's perfect and perfection is something that I just can't achieve, I still constantly try to do so, and and it also makes me actively avoid certain things because I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know how I'm going to do this perfectly. I don't want to screw up.
Yeah, I could see how that would be a real source of anxiety for you at that point. So do you think you can find a balance between respecting others' boundaries and not overly containing yourself?
I mean, probably. The big step would probably be getting rid of my social anxiety. Finding ways of dealing with my anxiety, I feel like, is probably the best sense in what I need to do. That would at least help me, because I'm not an overly uncontained person. I'm an overly contained person. And a lot of the containment usually comes from some sort of anxiety or the perfectionism that I have. And maybe if I ended up working on that, or trying to find the source of that, or just generally doing things to help fix my anxiety, or at least downplay it to the point where it isn't detrimental to me, maybe then I would be able to find a better balance.
Okay. Well, I think there's a solution out there somewhere. We're going to take a second break here, and when we come back, we're actually going to talk about healing dysfunctional boundaries. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about boundaries and why they matter. And now we're going to talk about healing dysfunctional boundaries. Therapists are equipped with a diverse array of methods to guide adolescents and families through the journey of healing dysfunctional boundaries. This process commences with the essential step of identifying the unhealthy patterns and behaviors that have taken root. Questions will tend to emerge. Are we too vulnerable or too closed off? Are we transgressing boundaries or maintaining an excessive distance?
For those who have encountered relational trauma, specialized therapists play a pivotal role in helping clients pinpoint triggers that lead to unhealthy behavior stemming from these dysfunctional boundaries. The key focus is on clients striving to enhance containment. This involves honing skills in emotional regulation, allowing individuals to tap into self-soothing mechanisms, and reducing reliance on nervous verbalizing or overdependence on external sources for comfort.
Several therapeutic modalities are harnessed to treat dysfunctional boundaries and relational trauma. So, first up, we have...
Good luck with that one. Dialectical
behavioral therapy, or DBT. DBT offers a structured approach that aids individuals in acknowledging and managing the unhealthy behaviors that often mask underlying issues. Collaboratively with therapists, clients craft strategies to modify these patterns, fostering positive changes.
You also have cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. With CBT, individuals embark on the journey of recognizing and reshaping negative thought and behavioral patterns. This shift gradually cultivates a more optimistic mindset and constructive actions.
There's also mindfulness. The adoption of mindfulness practices such as yoga and meditation nurtures heightened self-awareness. This, in turn, acts as an emotional shield, imbuing tranquility and fostering sensitivity to respecting the boundaries of others.
There's also somatic therapies. Delving into somatic therapies underscores the interconnectedness of the body and mind. These therapies prove particularly beneficial for those on a journey of trauma recovery, addressing emotional and physical aspects.
And finally, there's experimental therapies. Creative modalities like art therapy, music therapy, adventure therapy, and...
So that's experiential therapies, not experimental therapies. Experiential.
Experiential. Okay.
Just to clarify.
Yeah.
For those at home.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Creative modalities like art therapy, music therapy, adventure therapy, and...
Equine therapy. You know what that is?
No.
Horses.
Oh.
Grooming them, riding them, taking care of them.
Anyway, they all offer alternative avenues for self-expression. Beyond this, they bolster self-esteem and create platforms for communication when verbal articulation might pose challenges, like right now.
The spectrum of strategies employed by therapists reflects their commitment to aiding teenagers and families in the journey towards healing dysfunctional boundaries. The emphasis spans from recognizing the unhealthy behaviors and their triggers to engaging in the proper therapies suited for the unique situation and patient. These multifaceted approaches combine forces to steer individuals through the labyrinth of relational trauma, nurturing healthier patterns of interaction and expression. Now, one of those we've talked about numerous times, mindfulness, on the podcast itself, which I know we've tried some of that stuff. And some of these things, while not done under the guise of a professional therapist, some of these things we've kind of tried ourselves. I mean, your version of equine therapy is really feline therapy for you. One of your emotional support animals that we have around the house, we got a bunch of them are cats. How do you kind of tap into these things, these different therapies that might not register immediately as a therapy, to try to bring that balance of these boundaries to you?
Well, usually they kind of like with everything, they kind of allow me to kind of step back and, focus on something that I am comfortable with. If someone ended up crossing my boundary, or if something happened with that made me uncomfortable, I can take some time, step back, do something I enjoy, spend some time with cats, and just chill, pretty much.
Just chill, yeah. I mean, that's probably the ultimate therapy out there, is just getting yourself to that comfort state. So when thinking about your own boundaries and relationships, can you identify any patterns that might be considered unhealthy, like being too open or too closed off?
I think I've mentioned it before that I do think I'm a little too closed off when it comes to things. And I guess that's also why I have a friend that wants to expand my boundaries, because I limit myself a lot. And I understand that I limit myself. You guys have also mentioned how I limit myself in the sense of, while I'm able to go out and drive and I have that freedom, I don't. I've only done it once, and I kind of don't want to do it ever again.
What are your thoughts on using creative or experiential therapies like art therapy or equine or feline to address relational issues and boundaries and problems?
Again, I feel like they can kind of be a way to step out of that reality and into another reality that is either something you can do creatively or something that just makes you feel good. I feel like you normally use that sort of stuff as a way to step back from issues that stress me out or things that don't make me comfortable, as a way to find a sense of comfort and to, like I said, chill. And I feel like a lot of people could benefit from having something that can help them calm down if they've had a stressful day, or if someone said something to them that they didn't like, or if just any really bad thing happened. That, I hope everyone has at least something that they can go to that makes them feel calm, or at least makes them feel good.
So, aside from the obvious observation that you might be overly contained sometimes, do you think the boundaries that you live by on a day-to-day basis are adequate for you, or do you think you need to evaluate maybe making some adjustments to them?
I mean, I probably need to make adjustments to the fact that I don't really like talking to strangers, and my boundary is kind of like, if you want to talk to me, you come up to me and do so. And because obviously there's going to be instances where I'm going to have to go up and talk to somebody else, like at a register. I can't wait for them to, come up and say, "Are you finished with all your items? Would you like me to help you with that?" And it's like, I can't expect that, because that's not how that works. You kind of have to be the one to initiate that. And I feel like my boundary of waiting for other people to initiate stuff is something that not only can I benefit from in the sense of the practical reason, but also the fact that I'll be able to initiate conversations with other people and hopefully form meaningful relationships that way, rather than just waiting for them to come and talk to me instead of me going to talk to them.
Well, it sounds like the boundaries that you have right now serve you well for the most part. And it sounds like where they don't serve you, you're aware of those shortcomings. It's just a matter of addressing those. So I think that's really the important thing, is you're doing a pretty good job coping with things the way they are with the current boundaries, but you recognize where there's room for some growth. And thankfully that growth is being encouraged by some of your friends too, in a, would you say, healthy way?
Yeah, because, none of my friends are doing it in any sort of malicious way. They joke about it, but, my friends genuinely want me to, go out, do some clubs, do some stuff with the school, or, they'll ask me, "Hey, you want to hang out?" Because they know I'm usually never one to do.
Right.
So.
Well, that's good. It's good that they're encouraging you instead of pressuring you. I think that itself is indicative of, one, good friends, two, boundaries that can be expanded without too much pain. So I think that's a good thing. But I think that was all we had for the topic and the show today. We're going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing thoughts and remarks. We'll be right back.
All right, so to everyone out there, I'm just going to restate the title of the podcast. Boundaries matter. And I feel like that's something that a lot of people could, learn to understand. And much like with everything in life, there's obviously a middle ground from going too far off one end and too far off the other end. If you're too overly open or overly uncontained, you can start to make other people feel uncomfortable, or you yourself are a little too vulnerable when it comes to everything and you're not able to, feel secure with yourself or around others. Meanwhile, if you're like me and you're too closed off and unwilling to break your own boundaries for the sake of talking with other people, that's also kind of an issue as well, because you could also be harming yourself. So finding a way of balance between the two of them, I feel like, is something important. And obviously, it's probably not going to be super easy, considering I'm still struggling with it myself. So, keep going at it. You're doing great.
Nice. And I think it's sage advice, because boundaries change. They're situational. They're different from person to person, from situation to situation. And sometimes there's that awkwardness of trying to figure out those boundaries and where their comfort level is until you can kind of get them dialed in. Nothing is just going to come automatically like that. You kind of you have to feel it out. And having other people in your life that help you and are interested in your best interest and are helping you to expand those and deal with those boundaries, I think that's a blessing in life. So that was all we had today. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens, and audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts, including our new affiliate podcast, No Credits Rolled, can be found at Insights into Things. We are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc., etc. We would also invite your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter or X at insights_things. We have high-res videos of all of our episodes available on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And you can find links to all this and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. One final word, we've gotten a number of folks reaching out to us about appearing on the podcast. We are working through those requests now to try to schedule interviews and get them on the calendar now that we're back to recording, and hopefully we'll stick to recording consistently with all the podcasts moving forward. So I appreciate everyone's feedback. We will be reaching out shortly to set things up, and hopefully we have some exciting podcasts coming in the near future. But that's it for today. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 179, Fighting in School. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my calm and collected co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hey, everybody.
How you doing today, Maddie?
Doing all right. How about you?
Doing okay. So this is the last in our, controversial series that we were doing.
Series.
Little bit more light than I think last week. Last week we were kind of somber and serious, but for good reason. So we are back this week with something a little bit more lightweight, but no less, controversial.
And impactful, I'd say.
And definitely impactful. Before we get into all that, anything exciting happened to you this week?
Not
No.
entirely.
Well, a little controversy about your school schedule that we have to sort out still.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, school's starting, so that's fun.
That's exciting. Is that starting next week?
Yep, Thursday.
Wow, that's some exciting stuff there.
Yeah.
Your enthusiasm is just overwhelming.
Yeah, considering how it's going so far, or how I think it's going to go, it's like, yeah,
Well,
Great.
we will make the best of it. So, in light of you going back to school next week, we have been holding on to this topic for a while now. We'd actually done the research and prep for it before summer, actually, before school let out. But we just sort of never got to it in the series before school let out and seemed kind of silly talking about fighting in school in the middle of summer.
Yeah.
So it was kind of out of context. So I wanted to wait until we were closer to school. So on this episode of Insights into Teens, we delve into the hidden layers of school violence. Beyond the shocking headlines lie the pervasive issues of bullying, insecurity, and Star Wars music in the background from our video game.
Yep.
We'll discuss the often overlooked factors that contribute to this critical problem. We'll explore its impact on students, teachers, and others. And we'll uncover strategies to effectively address and prevent school violence. But, as always, before we get to that, I wanted to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video versions of all of the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're pretty much anywhere you get a podcast these days. Apple, Spotify, Google, not Stitcher because they're going away at the end of the month, which is tomorrow, I think. But anyway, you know where to get our podcast at this point. I would also invite you to write in and give us your feedback. I mean, we talked about some pretty hard-hitting, controversial, spirited topics over the last 9 episodes or so. I'd love to get people's feedback on them. And just let us know other stuff you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us up on Twitter or X or whatever Elon's calling it this week. We're at insights_things. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get started?
Yes.
Here we go. So what is school violence? So our initial research we took from verywellmind.com, a site we use quite frequently. They tell us that school violence isn't confined to the dramatic headlines. It's a pervasive issue that affects 246 million children annually. This problem isn't gender neutral either, as girls and gender non-conforming individuals bear a disproportionate brunt of it. Within the educational sphere, violence takes on various forms, with fellow students being the primary perpetrators. It spans verbal, sexual, and physical realms, sometimes involving weapons, but not exclusively. Acts that leave someone feeling threatened or harmed, regardless of the method, fall under this umbrella.
Defining school violence involves recognizing its occurrence in the school setting. It's not just a specific type of violence, but describes acts that disturb learning and harm students, schools, and the community at large. Examples of this encompass bullying, cyberbullying, fights, weapon use, gang-related incidents, and sexual violence. The locations where these events unfold include school property, the journey to and from school, during school-sponsored events, and even on the way to or from such events.
So, what really prompted this a few months back to talk about this topic was there were a number of fights that you were coming home and telling us about, none of which you were involved in, obviously.
Yeah.
But they were fights that had some kind of effect on you, whether it was delaying you getting to school or a fear for your own safety or whatnot. Have you noticed an increase in violence or fights in schools recently, or is it kind of been at the same level since you've been going to school?
Well, I definitely started to see an increase as, I got older, because, when it came to, elementary school, you never really saw, fist fights or, aggressive fights to where, teachers had to get involved. However, I technically heard about my first fight in 6th grade, and ever since then, fights tended to get more rampant. And some of the more quote-unquote memorable fights I've seen included those when I've been in high school.
Okay. Now, one of the things that they talk about here is there's a high percentage of incidents in which individuals involved in these fights, at least in the survey goes, have weapons involved. Have the fights that you've seen or heard about in school involved weapons, or have they just been fist fights to this point?
From what I've seen, they've been fist fights. I haven't really tried to get, too much knowledge, but for the most part, the kids, I guess, kind of just throw themselves at each other, hoping to knock the other down.
Sounds like sumo wrestling.
I mean, kind of. It kind of has been like that. I've never... there have been fights that, happened and I haven't seen, and I'm not sure if anything like that ever tried to involve a weapon. But from the fights that I've actually seen in person or have been around, they've never seemed to have weapons.
Okay. So how big is this problem? The scope of the problem of school violence becomes clear when we dive into the data. In 2019, the CDC conducted a nationwide youth risk behavior survey, engaging over 13,000 high school students from across the United States. What emerged from this survey were stark statistics that shed light on the prevalence and nature of school violence. The first takeaway that we get from this report was bullying. Approximately 1 in 5 high school students disclosed that they had been bullied on school property within the past year. The hallways and classrooms that should be safe havens for learning can sadly become arenas of hostility for a significant portion of our students. The next thing they took away from the study was physical confrontations. The survey revealed that 8% of high school students had been involved in physical fights on school property 1 or more times during the 12 months preceding the survey. This troubling statistic underscores the prevalence of confrontations that extend beyond words and escalate into physical altercations.
The study also recognized that of weapons and threats. More than 7% of high school students reported that they had been threatened or injured with a weapon while on school property within the 12 months leading up to the survey. The presence of weapons in educational environments and the alarming frequency of threats pose a significant risk to the safety and well-being of students. Finally, they also mentioned the fear and absence. The survey unearthed that almost 9% of high school students had missed at least one day of school within the preceding 30 days due to concerns about safety. The statistic paints a grim picture of students' apprehension with their desire for education overshadowed by fears of violence.
So, things obviously are very different now than when I was in school. But when I was in school, when you had 2 people fight, they fought, and usually the teachers would get in and break it up. And it didn't matter who started it. There was, even back then, there was a zero tolerance policy that whoever was involved in the fight wound up getting punished in some form. Do they still have that kind of zero tolerance policy, or is there, because I know there's a lot more anti-bullying in schools now. Is there consideration for the bullying aspect of it, or if someone hits you and you hit them back, are both of you getting detention or suspension for it?
From what I know, both people, if someone ends up hitting you and you hit them back, you are to also be blamed for the incident. Even if you were defending yourself against a bully, even if the bully hits you first, if you hit back, that means you're part of the fight, you're part of the problem, you're kind of written up as well. And that's kind of something I actually mentioned last week in the ways of just, I think that's a bit extreme, especially considering, if someone had been bullied before and had to constantly take it and then finally ended up deciding to fight back against all the abuse they were facing, yet they were going to receive the exact same punishment, which personally I don't qualify as being fair.
Well, and if you're the victim, no, it certainly isn't fair. But if you're a teacher who doesn't have evidence to show who started the fight, it's fair in that both people get punished for it.
I mean, I guess.
That's just, unfortunately, that's just the way society works. It doesn't mean that it's fair. It's just equal treatment, I guess we should say.
Yeah.
The question that I had about bullying, though, is I know they lean pretty heavy into bullying through grade school and a lot of the anti-bullying campaigns and stuff like that. Do they do anything with bullying in high school at this point in time, or have they kind of just backed off on that and let the kids, if you didn't learn not to bully, then they just leave you be? Or is there some type of enforcement of anti-bullying rules in high school?
Well, it's certainly not as aggressive as it was when I was younger. Like, we'd constantly have assemblies about anti-bullying. You consistently see the posters about bullying, and like everybody kind of preached the idea that everyone should be friends and whatnot, instead of, enemies or whatever. I think by the time we got to high school, it was either, the implication that like you should already know not to bully somebody, or like they'd mention a more serious instance of it rather than just like, the kind of little kid version of don't be mean to people. I guess it's also kind of in the line of that, like they know that there are just going to be sometimes you're not going to get along with people and you kind of just have to learn to tolerate each other. But like if you get to the point of fighting, then that's a problem.
So there's I wouldn't say there's more tolerance of it than in high school. There's just less policing of anti-bullying then, it sounds like.
Yeah, I'd say, although we have, actual police walking around the school in case.
Well, that's probably for other reasons, but we won't get into that in this podcast.
Yeah, so I would say that, like, they don't really tolerate it, but they also don't really say anything to, like, convince us to not do it outside of the zero tolerance policy.
So there's no more anti-bullying training that they're actively engaging in?
Not really. Even some of, like, the assemblies, like, I'd say like I said, they kind of more or less focus on other serious subjects, and they occasionally encompass the idea of bullying, but it's not like every assembly is specifically about anti-bullying anymore.
I gotcha. So what are some of the causes of school violence?
So the causes of school violence are intricate and multifaceted, often defying simple explanations. Understanding why an individual engages in such behavior requires a deeper exploration of their experiences and influences. Several factors contribute to this complex issue, highlighting the diverse landscape that can lead to acts of violence within educational settings. The first thing they mention is diverse motivations. School violence may stem from a variety of sources. An individual could have endured bullying or social rejection, driving them to lash out. Academic pressure, while a norm in educational environments, can escalate to a point where it becomes a trigger for aggressive behavior. Moreover, exposure to violence at home, in the neighborhood, on screens, or in games can influence a person's actions.
They also talk about media influence. While connections between media consumption and violent behavior lack definitive proof, exposure to violence in various forms can potentially impact an individual's perception of acceptable behavior. The debate over the influence of media like television, video games, and movies on violent tendencies remains open, serving as a point of contention in understanding the roots of school violence. Complex risk factors are also involved. Certain factors increase the likelihood of a child engaging in school violence. Poor academic performance, a history of prior violent behavior, an impulsive personality, and mental health conditions can collectively contribute. Additionally, being a witness to or victim of violence, substance use, or a dysfunctional family environment, such as domestic violence, or access to weapons all play important roles in shaping a child's potential for violent actions. And finally, they talk about the environmental context. The community context also plays a crucial role. Surroundings marked by poverty, high crime rates, or the influence of delinquent peers can contribute to the development of violent tendencies. A child's exposure to a dysfunctional environment outside the school walls can intertwine with their behavior within them. So what do you think of these various races? Do you I see where they put media influence up here, and the first thing that I think is, well, that's a cop-out. We've had violent films and violent video games and violent television for 60 years now. And, I was always exposed to that sort of thing, and it never made me violent. None of those sources ever made me violent. And I'm one person. I get that. It's entirely possible that it may have a different influence on other people, but there's a certain segment of the population that wants to lump everybody into this whole, the media is evil, it makes everything violent. And I find a difficult time believing that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you for the most part. I definitely don't think that, technology is evil or video games tend to cause violence or, anything that, people try to say to make you think that video games are the problem. Because I personally don't, because there's been plenty of evidence at this point now to point away from the idea that shooting games cause teens to want to engage in violent activities. Although I can understand their argument in one specific instance, and that's in social media when they're exposed to just general people that are kind of just bad for them or exude a bad influence, like just screaming for no reason, ranting about literally everything, or just trying to get into an online argument over literally anything. I can understand that can cause a certain amount of rage in certain people, and I could see that leading to potential violence. But I'd say saying the media as a whole just promotes violence in general is an untrue fact and an untrue statement.
Well, and I think that's true. I mean, my point of view, I think social media is the most antisocial piece of technology out there. It literally brings out the worst in human beings for the most part. But, that worst isn't just violence, it's anger, it's bigotry, it's hatred, it's everything that it brings out in people. So I can't say that that's the sole source, because there are a lot of perfectly functional people who work on social media. There are people whose entire lives and livelihood are on social media. I think it really comes down to situational. They talk about the fact that there's diverse motivations, which is absolutely correct. You have risk factors such as your childhood upbringing. I can give you a half dozen examples of kids who grew up in violent households who never turned out to be violent. And I could give you just as many examples of kids who grew up in, the atypical nuclear family, 2.5 kids and a white picket fence. And the kid turned out to be extremely violent and disturbed and all kinds of problems.
Yeah, that's the one thing when it comes to this sort of thing and what people kind of assume goes into violence is that, while outside factors could certainly, have an effect, it's not guaranteed. Because, even if you had one of the worst upbringings or one of the best upbringings, it doesn't mean that you're going to necessarily reflect that kind of stuff. Specifically when it comes to you grew up in a household where your father was kind of a terrible person. He was terrible to pretty much anybody that wasn't him. He was terrible to you, he was terrible to your mom, he was terrible to your siblings. Yet, you're an amazing father. You're nothing like how you describe him, and you're pretty much the exact opposite of what he was. You're pretty much the perfect example of growing up with some bad situations, but not turning into a bad person as a result.
Well, thank you for saying that. I'll give you your $20 after the show.
You didn't bribe me.
But I think in my example specifically, my dad proved to be a good, bad example. I didn't want to be what he was. I didn't want to treat people the way he treated people. Maybe if my dad was more like my mom, maybe I would have turned out completely different. I don't know. It's kind of an interesting thought experiment.
Yeah.
So, well, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the impact of school violence. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about fighting in school, and now we're going to talk about the impact of school violence. The repercussions of school violence extend far beyond the immediate incident, affecting both the victims and the perpetrators. Understanding how violence leaves its mark is vital in comprehending the urgency of addressing this pressing issue. For children who have either been victims of violence or have witnessed it, violence can seem like a twisted avenue to attain safety. This skewed perception stems from the belief that strength and security can only be achieved through violent means. When they resort to violence, there's often an initial sense of relief, as it momentarily fulfills their emotional need for strength and safety.
However, the sense of self-satisfaction is transient, overshadowed by the looming fear of consequences. The fear of punishment or retaliation triggers anger, which in turn can lead to a cycle of escalating violence. These children often find themselves trapped in a paradox. They believe they must protect themselves through violence, yet this very violence triggers further emotional turmoil and potential retaliation. Breaking the cycle is crucial. Children need guidance to realize that while violence might provide fleeting relief, it inevitably spirals into more profound problems. They must comprehend that violence not only fails to address their underlying needs, but also exacerbates their predicament. Interventions and support mechanisms are vital in assisting these children to replace their skewed perceptions with healthier coping strategies. Now, it's worthwhile to pause a moment there and kind of talk about how violence and bullying was handled when I was your age. The prevailing thought was, well, if you're a bully and somebody hits you, you just hit them back because bullies are going to back down. And while there was a chance that that would happen, inevitably, every time that did happen, it always led to more violence.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've heard the biblical admonition of an eye for an eye. Well, if everyone abided by that, we'd all be blind.
Yep.
You know, that's really the gist of that. So the idea that you fight back has complications to it that aren't problem solving. They're just problem evolving, I think.
Yep.
What did they teach you? Like in these various assemblies that you had when you were being picked on, what technique did they give you to use to try to solve the problem or mitigate the problem?
Well, they never really mentioned the idea about fighting back. It was more or less just telling a trusted adult so that they could handle it instead of you handling it. They never really offered suggestions for if somebody actually hit you, other than just going and telling an adult. So basically, the idea was just like you needed to get a trusted adult to make sure that they would handle the situation instead of you, so you didn't get into any trouble or anything.
Well, and that kind of makes sense because I think today's society is much more litigious than it was when I was a kid. So there's always this looming threat of legal action. You know, when I was a kid, if somebody hit you and you hit them back, you would just meet after school, you'd fight it out, and you'd get it over and done with. Nowadays, you know, if you hit somebody, they go home with a black eye or a bloody nose, and the first thing their parents do is instead of calling my parents to figure out what's going on and solve the problem, they call their lawyer. And they're going to sue you at that point in time. So the schools, I think there's a large portion of that deflection in the schools because the schools don't want to have to go through the legal complications too. And it, you know, nobody wins. There's no win-win scenario here where once the violence starts, everybody's going to wind up losing. It's just trying to stem the bleeding, so to speak, before it gets too bad.
Yeah.
So what's the impact on victims in this case?
So school violence leaves profound and lasting effects on its victims, both physically and emotionally. These consequences ripple through various aspects of a child's life, painting a bleak picture of the toll it takes on their well-being. Physically, victims of school violence can endure a range of injuries, from minor cuts and bruises to broken bones, concussions, and even fatal outcomes. Emotionally, the aftermath includes a spectrum of psychological distress, encompassing depression, anxiety, and rage. The weight of these emotions can disrupt their mental equilibrium, casting a shadow over their day-to-day lives.
Victims' academic performance often suffers as their focus wavers. The lingering fear of reoccurrence can make concentrating in school a Herculean task, leading to compromised learning experiences. School, intended as a haven for education, becomes a place for unease. Trauma from school violence is not confined to the immediate aftermath. Its psychological ramifications can be considerable, especially when experienced over an extended period. In the case of young minds whose brains are still developing, trauma can trigger survival mode, adversely affecting attention, concentration, emotional regulation, and the long-term health. The same 2019 survey underscores the potential long-term consequences of school violence. Victims are at risk of grappling with mental and physical conditions that span attachment disorders, substance abuse, obesity, diabetes, cancer, heart disease, and respiratory issues. The extent of adversity experienced in childhood correlates to the degree of risk to physical and mental well-being in adulthood. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. They don't realize when you have these traumatic experiences, you hear about soldiers who are in a combat environment and come home and they have post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Those same type of conditions are being recreated, albeit in a smaller, hopefully less lethal form in high school. But you're still having those traumas where you have kids years later when they're adults who run into someone who maybe bullied them when they were a kid, and they still have the same fear and terror and apprehension when they see them. And that's a scar that you take for life.